Abel flicked open the book, and it was filled with words he had never seen before. Wizard Abel, this inheritance was written in Barbarian language. I can read it through to you. Barbarian Ruin knew Abel didn't understand the book looking at his face. Barbarian language was not a common language in the central continent, since the barbarians didn't have much to pass down. Please do so, Abel said in gratitude. Although the trade was done and Barbarian Ruin could leave, he still offered to help. This had saved Abel a lot of time. Barbarian read the book word per word. This was to show that he was not trying to trick Abel. It was a skill inheritance. Even a single world mistake could distort the content. Abel's memory was nothing to mess with, and everything was memorized after Barbarian Ruin stopped speaking. On top of that, he also memorized every Barbarian word character. Wizard Abel, there's also something not in the inheritance book. Listening carefully, I'll only say it once. Barbarian paused for a moment and added. Abel felt a little tingle. There was something the book was missing. Barbarian Ruin began to mumble, and Abel shifted his intention into focusing again. Barbarian Ruin gave him the foundation of being a barbarian, the basics of all training. It had the information regarding developing a barbarian energy within the body, which ultimately allowed them to unleash all kinds of barbarian skills. Since Abel's hurricane damaged meant too much to the barbarian, Barbarian Ruin felt like he had given Abel an unfair trade. If Barbarian Ruin did not tell Abel about this fundamental knowledge, Abel would not be able to use any skills in the inheritance, no matter how hard he tried. It was a hope Barbarian Ruin had given Abel to become a barbarian. Afterward, Abel diffused the barrier circle, and Barbarian Ruin stepped aside. Both the priest and half-elf Leon did not say anything. They knew it was a secret between Abel and Barbarian Ruin when they noticed the barrier circle. Abel then set up a protection circle. He did not revise the barbarian inheritance immediately. Instead, he took out an intermediate light gem for meditation. Before he began, he summoned Johnson and formed an iron fortress around him. He only met those people in the team not long ago, and he was not willing to test their loyalty with his life. After an hour of meditation, he followed with the blue dragon breathing technique. Although he couldn't go in the dark world, he still didn't want to miss a training opportunity. Safety of the camp was not something a wizard needed to worry about. With the summons of the druid and priest on guard, all a wizard needed to do was to keep his shape and kill off enemies when they strike. After he was down with the ice crystal breathing technique, all the tiredness in him was gone. He began to review the barbarian inheritance in his mind. This barbarian inheritance in his mind was a little different from the one Abel remembered from long ago. Or maybe some skills were missing. He wasn't sure if it was because it got lost or Barbarian Ruin was deliberately playing tricks on him. However, Abel was still very interested in the spells. There were 3 schools in Barbarian: Roaring, Battle, and Spells. Roaring was to scare off enemies and increase the power of your teammates. Battle was for increasing the control and maximizing the power of a weapon. In other words, it was the Barbarian fighting technique. Through this inheritance, Abel could understand why Barbarian Ruin said no one could learn barbarian skills other than barbarians. Barbarians were born with a scary body. Their harsh living environment also further propelled their body to be stronger. What a barbarian needed was not the bloodline but genetics for supernatural strength and body. If another race tried to study the barbarian inheritance, their body and strength would definitely hit a plateau. Abel guessed that only a small number of orcs could be qualified to become barbarian. However, they still wouldn't be able to do so within the Foundation. Abel was not a normal human. His body and strength were beyond anything humans could do. Even barbarians would have a hard time competing. Therefore, Abel was totally qualified to become a barbarian. The only problem was because he learned combat kai, the barbarian energy might not go well with it. Of course, Abel would not start practicing immediately. He would not rush learning the inheritance of a new species. He needed to do some long research first. The team set off again early the next morning. With Barbarian Ruin leading, they headed towards a mountain peak. Abel kept looking around. From time to time, he spotted some herbs on the ground that were worth quite a bit even in the central continent. However, the others in the team don't seem to care. He just used telekinesis from time to time to grab those herbs back to his portal bag. Wizard Abel, it seems like you know a lot about herbs. The priest saw what Abel was doing, so he speeded next to Abel on his mad wolf. Just a little, Abel said casually. Did you develop that melting potion? The priest continued. Abel was caught off guard a little. He immediately replied, no, that's just something I've been doing. The priest did not continue to ask. He returned to his original position on his mad wolf. However, his eyes began to sparkle. Soon, the team arrived at the base of the mountain. There were not many trees on the peak, only some blood-red rocks. Abel immediately felt his body heating up. This is Red Rock Mountain. Everyone withdraw your scent. Be careful of the redstone monster here, the priest warned. He diffused his bone armor and held down his scent to the lowest level. Barbarian Ruin also did the same, followed by half-elf Leon. Wizard Abel, last time we didn't know there was a redstone monster here and almost died. Big Horn had to sacrifice a few skeletons for us to escape. Half-elf Leon whispered to Abel. Abel nodded and diffused his defense spell. He then moved his spirit. The transformation necklace on his chest immediately hidden all his scents. There was no need for him to learn any scent hiding technique with the transformation necklace. This was the power of a holy object. The priest couldn't help but look at Abel after sensing his scent disappeared. The 3 mad olives were also put away. They were born vicious, and their scent could not be hidden. The other summons was also put away to limit scents to a maximum. Abel put Black Wind back in the monster ring. Although Black Wind could hold back its scent to an extremely small amount, no one was riding their mounts anyway. And Abel didn't want to be the odd one out. On their way up, Barbarian Ruin kept leading forward, the priest on the left, half-elf Leon on the right, and Abel at last. Since there was no footpath, they could only rely on Barbarian Ruin for directions. As the last one in the team, Abel focused all his attention on the surrounding red rocks. He casually picked up one of them. Those things were definitely not ordinary. He could tell many of them were iron ores, even special ones. The value of a mountain full of special iron ore was definitely no less than an ancient site. The iron density in those red rocks was not high. It would not be easy to extract it, but the others did not pay too much attention to the rocks because of this. However, he believed if he forged a weapon out of this red rock in his hand, it could naturally bring about fire energy. If he forged a shield out of it, it could be fire-resistant and ice-defensive. If Abel was not a grandmaster blacksmith, he would not have noticed the special iron ores. It was very hard to do so for other elite wizards or masters if they didn't examine carefully. Abel saw the priest carelessly kicking away a red rock, and he couldn't help but do calculations in his head. The special iron ore that could be extracted from that thing worth at least a few times more than an intermediate gem. The products it could make could even be a few times more than that. It was too bad. Those red rocks had fire attributes, but they could not become Johnson's body. They could only be forged and sold off as a source of income at most. Johnson needed something, at least the density of condensed iron. Those red rocks would only have the density of a purified iron even after his processing. The only thing different would be their fire attributes. Johnson already had lightning attributes. Some extra fire attributes wouldn't do much. The priest did not care too much about what Abel did. Instead, he thought Abel was a country bumpkin who had never seen red rocks. As he kept walking, he suddenly felt the ground heat up, and his instinct immediately sent him a danger signal. He instinctively moved in a flash and vanished from the spot. Bang! The moment he vanished, a giant fiery red hand blasted out of the ground and grabbed hold of the white light Abel left over from the flash. Abel reappeared on a red rock on the other side and immediately added an ice armor and energy shield on himself. He looked towards that giant hand. The red rocks around it then began to shift, and a 10-meter-tall red rock giant appeared from the ground. That monster roared towards the sky and had its gaze was fixed on Abel. It was only targeting Abel. Wizard Abel, be careful. Do you have any objects with powerful energy on you? That redstone monster is very sensitive, and you must have attracted it. Half-elf Leon yelled as he put on a wind armor. Abel paused for a moment. The only things he had with strong energy were those perfect gems, but they were all in his Varia's ring. He wouldn't believe the sense of this redstone monster could penetrate the protection of a holy object, but this thing really was having its gaze fixed on him. Abel would have never guessed that it was actually his dragon scent. Although his dragon scent was unnoticeable for other sentient beings, it was not the case with this red stone monster. Since Abel had hidden all his other scents, this red stone monster thought he was a walking dragon trying to pick a fight. Yes, the holy object transformation necklace was supposedly made by God, and it could perfectly hide the scent of all races, but didn't include dragon scent. This was because the most powerful dragons were on par with the goddess of the moon, even though normal giant dragons were still a rank below. Abel's blue dragon energy has been ignited ever since he started practicing the ice crystal breathing technique. His body had gotten much stronger, and his dragon energy was fully unleashed. His dragon scent was almost 10 times as strong as his elite wizard scent. Comment 3 comments. Abel was not aware, but he didn't care. He could tell that the red stone monster was a top-level spiritual beast. He had only seen those things in the ocean, but this one was on land. He could move in a flash. Looking at the speed of that thing, Abel could easily escape even if he couldn't win. This was the biggest difference between a wizard and other occupations. Although priests had many cunning moves and summons, they could not move in a flash. That was why they were always suppressed during a one-to-one fight. A wizard and strike and leave without limit. Even if a priest was using their stone monster and iron monster as mounts, they would be no match to a wizard's move in a flash. This was the case with every occupation. Therefore, the most powerful organization in the central continent was still the Wizard Union. Even some less well-known wizard schools could go head-to-head with other occupations. The red stone monster wrapped itself in fire and charged towards Abel in a roar. Abel immediately felt his surroundings heat up. Hurricane, half-elf Leon yelled. He had not fought with Abel to be in sync with him, so he warned Abel before he made a move. Abel flashed again, but before he vanished, he threw out a strike of lightning. That strike of lightning struck upon the red stone monster before the hurricane. This spell was normally effective on most beings, but it almost did nothing to the red stone monster as they collided. It was almost like the thing was lightning resistant. Soon a hurricane the size of its body arrived behind it. In another vicious collision, the flame on the red stone monster began to flicker. Half-elf Leon saw 2 different ways to defuse a hurricane in just 2 days. One was whatever Abel did yesterday, and second was the most direct, brutal force unleashed by the continuous strikes of this red stone monster. However, the red stone monster did not do so without any sacrifice. Red rocks flew out from its body like a layer was taken off. The red stone monster did not feel pain, but it roared again and shifted its target toward half-elf Leon. Leon, there's no need to fight. Just get out of here as soon as possible, the priest yelled as he cast a bone wall in front of half-elf Leon. They fought with the red stone monster before, and they knew all attacks were useless, so it was best to leave as soon as possible. Abel reappeared next to Barbarian Ruin. As Barbarian Ruin added a roar in battle mode for him, he asked, "Ruin, where did you get the name Red Stone Monster?" "I made it up. This is a monster made out of red stone, so that name makes the most sense." Barbarian Ruin laughed. Barbarian Ruin was always a fight until the death person, but he didn't in the face of that red stone monster. It seemed like he learned his lesson from his last battle with it. The red stone monster was wrapped in flame, which was a nightmare to someone specialized in close combat, such as barbarians. Abel rolled his eyes. That thing was not a red stone monster or whatever. It was clearly a stone giant, a top-rank stone giant with fire attributes. Johnson was also a stone giant, but Abel had swapped its body out with condensed iron. Although it was still not a top-rank spiritual beast, it was still quite invincible. "Let's get out of here quick. Leon summons the mad wolves. I'll slow the red stone monster down," the priest yelled. A spell pattern flashed in his hand, and a cursed cloud appeared above the red stone giant, and the cursed rain poured down. Abel could tell the level of the curse just by looking at how to cast it was. Just as expected, white cursed glow emerged above the red stone giant, and it immediately slowed down. "Quick, I can only hold it down for a few seconds," he yelled as he jumped on a mad wolf summoned by half-elf Leon. Meanwhile, his skeletons charged towards the red stone giant. "Wizard Abel, let's go," Barbarian Ruin also yelled as he jumped on the mad wolf. "You guys go first, I'll make some more time for you," Abel replied. Barbarian felt a little touched in his heart. He was saved by Abel not long ago, and now Abel had offered to stay. This was the best type of teammate. I can't let you stay by yourself. You can't defeat that thing by yourself. Barbarian Ruin jumped down from his mad wolf and yelled again. Ruin listened to Wizard Abel. Let's get out of here. The priest yelled as well. He then turned to Abel and said, Wizard Abel, you be careful, that thing has mass attack techniques. Ruin, the faster we move, the more it will help Wizard Abel. Wizard Abel can move in a flash. He will be fine as long as he was careful. Half-elf Leon added. Wizard Abel, good luck. Barbarian Ruin lowered his voice. He then jumped back on his mad wolf and dashed away. Good luck, half-elf Leon nodded and also left. The priest also nodded, but before he left, his gaze brushed upon Abel's portal bag. The redstone giant broke out of the aging curse and began his roaring attacks. The skeletons were blasted out, 3 of them were immediately turned into ash, and the remaining ones sped back to the priest. The redstone giant did not chase after the skeletons. It didn't even show any interest to the 3 that were leaving. Instead, it had its gaze fixed on Abel again. Abel did not wait for the redstone giant to strike. He ignited a blizzard storm pattern, and a gray cloud emerged above the red rock giant. Large amounts of snowflakes landed on the giant. It was an elite spell, and the flames on the giant decreased, but it didn't slow it down. It charged through the blizzard and charged towards its flames in its hand. Although it wasn't a spell, it was its nature. It was hotter than any flames on it, and it was almost glowing in white. Abel had his defense prepared. He ignited the move in a flash on his right and vanished from the spot. He unleashed his power of will and monitored where the priest and his team were going. Since Abel had kept the stone giant company, they had left his sight and his power of the will range. Abel turned his gaze back on the stone giant again. Johnson had always been a lonely boy. Abel roamed across the entire holy continent and never spotted another stone giant. He knew the creation of stone giants was very difficult from the elves. On top of that, they needed thousands of years to develop, so that's why they were so rare. Stone giants had only been spotted in the Holy Continent 2 times in the thousands of years of history in the Holy Continent. However, every intellectual life would want to kill them due to how valuable the minerals and compounds in their bodies were. Of course, that did not include Johnson. Stone giants could live for a long time, and Abel was lucky enough to encounter another one. Abel found Johnson in a mana gem mine, so he could understand how a redstone giant could be created in a mountain filled with special fire-attributed iron ores. Abel was very glad. As the firestone giant charged towards him again, he patted his chest, and a giant black hole appeared. The redstone giant quickly stopped its step. It sensed a familiar scent as Johnson stepped out from the black hole. Johnson curiously looked at the redstone giant, and the redstone giant looked back. Although Johnson was not made out of stone, it did not change the fact that it was a stone giant. The redstone giant did not attack. It had lived by itself in this redstone mountain since its creation. It had seen countless spiritual beasts and intellectual lives, but it never saw someone of its kind. They began communicating without making a sound. Although the redstone giant was higher in rank, the power of its soul and potential was far behind Johnson since Johnson had taken the soul potions. It seems like Johnson was saying something with the redstone giant, and the redstone giant began to shake its head. Abel could understand what those two were talking through the soul chain. Johnson was asking the redstone giant to become a contracted beast of Abel and join their team. Although the redstone giant had been lonely for countless years, it had a natural arrogance. It wouldn't just give away its freedom and become a contracted beast. Johnson began to show off everything it had gotten as rewards. Its Titan armor, lighting spear, and then it began to run around the redstone giant in flying speed. Although it did not attack the redstone giant knew there was no way it could do anything to Johnson with that speed. White snow flying flame come out. Abel saw the redstone giant was a little moved. So he called again towards the black hole. White snow was the first one to speed out. Since it was almost a top-rank spiritual beast, the ice energy on it almost made the redstone giant felt like it had encountered its worst enemy. Flying flame then followed. He carefully controlled its dragon energy but let a bit of it sift through. It had immediately sent a shock and fear to the redstone giant. It was the natural suppression of the dragon scent. The reason why the redstone giant could survive for so long was not its fighting ability, but its stealth. It would only come out in the face of a weaker opponent. If there was something more powerful, it would remain as scattered rocks on the mountain. Abel sensed the redstone giant getting scared, so he unleashed his dragon energy as well in a manageable area. He didn't want the priest and his team to notice. The energy of a giant dragon heavily pressed on the redstone giant, and its last bit of confidence was shattered. Spiritual beasts had the instinct to obey the powerful. However, Abel could not hurt the redstone giants with his current ability. His level of being was far superior. The redstone giant had lost its interest in fighting. Ever since it saw Johnson let it know about the reason for its extraordinary speedy progress and showed it gears that could make anyone jealous. The redstone giant wanted to keep its pride to the last moment, but that pride began to fade after he saw white snow and flying flame. Finally, it vanished when Abel unleashed his blue dragon energy. If Abel had unleashed his dragon energy and did not summon Johnson from the start, this redstone giant would be scared off immediately or remained as rocks on the mountain. The redstone giant was far more powerful than Johnson before Abel, and it understood how to detect danger. Abel saw the redstone giant lose its resistance, so he slowly approached it. The redstone giant began to retreat the flames on its body, exposing a body full of red rocks. The iron density of those red rocks was far greater than anything else on the mountain. This was why its body was wrapped in flames. All it needed to do was to ignite the fire attributes in the rocks. Abel began to doubt if the redstone giant had deliberately placed lower-density rocks on the surface of this mountain as a way of self-defense. Grandmaster Blacksmith with such a good eye was not common at the end of the day. Abel placed his hand on the redstone isn't. He unleashed the ancient mount enchantment soul contract towards the redstone giant's soul flame, and it accepted it without resistance. A new spark emerged on Abel's soul contract. Ever since he became an elite wizard and started practicing the ice crystal breathing technique. To maximize his dragon energy, his soul contract space had dramatically increased. He now had enough to contract a top-level spiritual beast. Master, a strange and slightly frightened voice emerged from the soul chain. From now on, we are teammates. I'll give you a name, Abel replied in a soothing voice. He thought for a moment, what is he going to name this new member of his team? Since Johnson was named after an action star then. Okay, from today, your name is Jason, Abel said towards the redstone giant. You are Johnson, my name is Jason. Although Jason was a top-level spiritual beast, it had rarely interacted without another intellectual being, so its words were a little choppy. Still, having a new name was a new experience. Jason, this is yours, take it for now. I'll give you a bigger one in the future. Abel took out a portal bag and handed it over. It was a 10 cubic meters portal bag, and any wizard would lose their mind. Although portal bags were not as rare in the central continent, a 10 square meter one was still crazy. Abel had given one of them to his contracted beast. Like it was nothing. How insulting was that to wizards with a 1 cubic meter portal bag? Jason held the portal bag in its hand, and Johnson taught it how to use it. It only needed the power of the will to work, and Jason could probably figure out how to use it eventually through trial and error, even without guidance. Jason soon grasped the purpose of the portal bag. It began to place red gems inside and take it out again. It seemed like it was having the time of his life playing around with it. While the two stone giants were interacting, Abel picked up a red rock that fell out from Jason's body. The iron density of that red rock was extremely high. Still, it was not as much as an actual iron, let alone Abel's condensed iron. This was why half-elf Leon's hurricane could easily blow away some rocks from Jason's body, but he would have a hard time doing so to Johnson's condensed iron balls. Ever since Johnson changed its body, only holy knights had been able to damage it. He took out a full set of forgery gears, a forgery bench, and that 700-pound giant hammer he got from the Holy Continent since the Horadric malice couldn't be taken out of the Dark World. He wanted to test out the red gem. It shouldn't need a holy object to increase its quality. Abel then took out a perfect gem and drew a special Dark World pattern on the ground. It was the Dark World alchemist's method of using a perfect gem, and it was also suitable as a furnace. Abel knew the red rock had fire attributes, so melting it with normal fire was not likely. He fixed the red rock on the perfect gem with his power of the will and ignited the flames. His power of will increased, and the strength and the temperature shot up. White flames were unleashed from the red rock, and it slowly turned red with the perfect gem. Abel's power of the will then shifted the gem towards the bench and began hammering with his 700-pound hammer. After a round of vicious strikes, the red gem's extra minerals began to fall off, leaving a piece of red condensed iron with only 1/5 of its original size. Abel thought for a moment. If he made a weapon out of this red condensed iron, each strike would come with a vicious fire element. However, this would only be effective for opponents below the elite wizard's rank, since fire elements normally couldn't do much to them. However, Abel didn't lose hope. He thought of using those red condensed iron to make gears and make a name for himself as a grandmaster blacksmith in the central continent. But he changed his mind after he got Jason. The fire elements in the red condensed iron were far greater than those red rocks, and their toughness was night and day. Jason stopped playing Let's Go, Abel said. Jason put a portal bag in its body and stepped towards Abel in 2 steps. Jason, your body is too weak. I will make you a stronger one when I have the chance, Abel said to Jason as he signaled to Johnson's body. His words sent a wave of excitement to Jason. It nodded with its big head. It saw how tough the body of Johnson was. Although it couldn't ignite flames, it was tougher than its own countless times. It would be invincible if it had the toughness of Johnson, even without fire attributes. The reason why Jason had stayed in the Red Rock Mountain for so long was that it couldn't leave. The mountain could replenish its body once it was hurt. Jason, look at this condensed iron. Abel held up the red condensed iron he just made and placed it on Jason's hand. Jason then put the red condensed iron in its body and contemplated for a moment. All of a sudden, he felt joy arise. Master, can my entire body be made out of this? It said with yearning through the soul chain. Of course, I just need every red rock in this mountain, Abel said, pointing around. Master, but my portal bag is too small. Jason paused and suddenly went into the mountain. It then emerged again with some stuff. There were 8 portal bags and some weapons. Master, these things were left over by my enemies. Jason threw the stuff on the ground. Abel didn't want to imagine what happened. He snatched the 8 portal bags, and one of them was 5 cubic meters. Abel's taste had increased so much over the years. Other than 1 mana gems and books, anything else in portal bags was rubbish to him. Jason had gotten those things for many years, and most of them were damaged with age. Since no one taught it how to use a portal bag, it was always left over in the mountain like normal objects. Abel knew Jason's intentions. He wanted Abel to pick up gems with him with those portal bags. Jason seemed desperate to get a new body, so he smiled and put away the objects on the ground. They were useless to him, but it would hurt to add more to his kingdom inventory in the Holy Continent. Jason, pick out all the rocks with iron ore in them. I have enough space here, Abel said to Jason and then turned to Johnson. Johnson, help your friend. Both Johnson and Jason were stone giants. They had the natural ability to control rocks. Since Johnson's soul was extremely powerful and Jason was a top-level spiritual beast, going through those gems took no time. It was like the entire Red Rock Mountain had come alive. All red rocks and iron ores began to rush towards Abel like a stream of water. On the other side of the mountain, the priest, Barbarian Ruin, and half-elf Leon were stunned as they had their eyes fixed on the mountain's changes. Wizard Abel is in trouble. We have to save him. Barbarian Ruin patted his mad wolf and turned around. Ruin, don't give Wizard Abel more trouble. He can move in a flash. He can escape if he really is in trouble, half-elf Leon suggested, but he didn't sound confident at all. The Red Rock Mountain was acting so strangely, he couldn't even guess what was happening to Abel. A gloomy look flashed in the eyes of the priest. They would also be in big trouble if anything happened to Abel. As the 3 of them were worried, desperate, and confused, Abel was ruthlessly filling his Varia's ring with red rocks. He was still not too strong. His power of will only had a range of 500 meters. He could only put away his objects his power of the will touched. If his power of the will was strong enough, he could just put the entire mountain in the Varia's ring. The capacity of that ring was almost endless. As the dwarf's holy object storing a mountain shouldn't be a problem. His power of the will wrapped around the iron ores on the ground and vanished. The speed of the process increased as they continued. Hal could just imagine how efficient it would be if Abel brought Jason and Johnson to mining. Maybe no one had ever made two stone giants do mining like Abel. Even if someone had the power to domesticate two stone giants, it would definitely impact their loyalty if you forced them to do mining. However, Jason worked for a stronger body, and Johnson was used to listening to Abel's command. He had gotten so much from Abel, so he wouldn't mind serving his master at all. After an hour, a little mountain full of rocks had emerged within Abel's Varia's ring. He felt like the red mountain had struck a little. Just when Abel thought he was done, he spotted some intermediate fire gems in piles. There were at least hundreds of thousands of them entering Abel's Varia's ring. Finally, there were 35 top-level fire gems. When Johnson and Jason finally stopped, Abel realized what this red rock mountain actually was. It was a fire mana gem mine that could create top-level mana gems. A gem mine of this size was something any big organization would die for. It seems like it was the case in the central continent as well. However, it would not recover for at least a few hundred years after what Abel had done to it. Still, at the end of the day, a gem mine with the potential of creating top-level gems was priceless. If the priest knew the value of this seemingly ordinary red rock mountain, would he have headed towards that ancient site? Jason, this time we got quite a lot. Abel smiled and nodded. Those 35 top-level mana gems were unlike the ones he combined. Those he combined were too pure, to the point where he couldn't use it in public. However, he could use those 35 top-level gems for trade and get more wizard resources. Abel then took out another Titan armor and lighting spear from his Varia's ring and placed them on the ground. Jason, those are for you, try it on. Abel pointed at the armor and spear as he said. Jason looked towards the holy gears on the ground and looked at Johnson. They were almost the same. Excitement emerged again, and it immediately began to try it on. Jason had not seen as much as Johnson, so it had taken quite a bit of effort to put the armor on. When it finally had it on, it was like a new being. Unlike Johnson, the white glow on Jason's armor had a hint of red. It was the fire attribute merging with the lighting attribute of this holy gear. Red was the color of flame, fresh blood, and danger, making Jason look even scarier. Okay, let's get out of here. Jason, go have a rest in the monster ring. I'll summon you when the time comes. Abel patted his chest, and a black hole appeared. Jason stepped in, followed by Johnson flying flame and white snow. Then the black hole disappeared. Abel sensed the energy of the red rock mountain. The already faint fire attribute was almost unnoticeable. Maybe the color of this place would also slowly fade. Few days after he left, until the day those fire mana gems recover again. Wizard Abel, are you okay? Barbarian Ruin saw Abel from a distance and quickly approached him. Ruin, I'm good, Abel said casually. He had no injuries. Of course, he didn't even fight. That's good, we are not far from our destination. The priest pointed at another mountain peak and added, all we need is to pass through that peak. His desperation vanished as soon as he saw Abel. He had a detailed plan for this adventure. The reward would be huge, so he didn't want to mess it up. Half-elf Leon smiled at Abel. It would be strange if Abel couldn't escape since he could move in a flash. Moving in a flash was something all druids yearned for. If a wizard was prepared, almost nothing could stop them. The team continued to move forward, and Abel returned to the back of the team. They ran into a few more decent spiritual beasts, but no one in the team needed Abel's help. Ruin was already deeply touched by Abel saving his life, and a moment ago, Abel had volunteered to stay behind. He just couldn't thank him enough. Half-elf Leon had an elf's pride. He was suppressed by the redstone giant and retreated, so he wanted to make up by showing off his ability in front of Abel. The priest also didn't want Abel to take too many risks. Abel was new to the central continent, so the priest thought Abel was just trying to show off as much as possible. However, the priest was the ignorant one. During the Holy Knights battle in Slan City, Abel, as a rank 16 wizard, had fought against rank 18 Holy Knights. Abel had also killed 2 elite wizards from the Blizzards and volunteered to fight the redstone giant by himself. The priest couldn't understand how Abel Wizard had survived for so long. Normally, someone of his rank would be more careful. They wouldn't take unnecessary risks for no reason. Just like during the Holy Knight's fight, all the priest did was use a bone wall. It didn't take much for him to join the battle. However, Abel almost died in that battle. All the priest wanted was for Abel to live just a bit longer until their adventure finished. "We have arrived," the priest pointed at a giant lake. Abel never expected such a beautiful scene in this so-called dangerous place. The water was crystal clear, and the bottle could be seen from afar. The water slowly swirled around, and everything seemed peaceful. It was an oasis. The water was so clean that they could easily see if there was any danger. Therefore, there was not the fear of the unknown when going into a normal lake. "Bighorn, are we going into the lake?" Abel asked. The lake was too big, going around it would be too far, and he didn't have any tools to get across it. He didn't want to expose his flying mounts. Since he was new to the Holy Continent, he did not feel too safe. "Wizard Abel, don't worry, we're prepared." An ugly smile emerged on the face of the priest. He then took out some wooden parts from his portal bag, and the others also did the same. The three of them began to work. After 20 minutes they had a little boat. Although it was not big, it could hold 4 people no problem. Each of them had a paddle. Everyone jumped on the boat. Abel was the last one to jump on the boat. He was just as heavy as Barbarian Ruin, even though Abel was just 2 meters tall. It was his body's density beyond 100 points. They were all experienced in battle, and they were shocked to see Abel's weight. The priest wouldn't believe Abel was actually that heavy. A wizard would not be as heavy as a barbarian no matter how he trained so. His eyes landed on the belt on Abel's waist. It must be some kind of treasure. Also, maybe Abel had many defense gear on him. So that's why he was so heavy. Any defense gear on an elite wizard was high in value. He interacted with Abel before, and he knew Abel didn't have any interest in normal treasure. Back then, more than 40 holy knights were badly injured, and Abel didn't even bother to kill them off and take their gears. Greed flashed in the eyes of the priest, but then it quickly disappeared. Barbarian thought differently. Abel was someone who could alter a top-level barbarian skill, so having a strong body was not too surprising. Even though he had a hard time using that skill, Abel could do so effortlessly, so you could just imagine how strong Abel was. Half-elf Leon was also curious. Abel looked like a human, but he had the ability of a soul speaker and a skill to win the heart of Barbarian Ruin. Abel couldn't care less what the others thought about him. Instead, he felt something strange as the boat started moving. If Abel was alone, he could move in a flash across a calm lake, even though not all elite wizards could do so. It needed an extreme spell casting speed, to the point where a wizard could ignite a move in a flash on the lake again before they sank. Since Abel didn't sense much danger from the lake, he let his heart relax. The others began to paddle, and the boat soon headed towards the center of the lake. "Wizard Abel, our destination is the center of this lake," the priest said. Abel opened his eyes and gazed forward. The water was so clean he could see everything in the bottom. He just didn't see anything strange about the center. However, when he thought about it, how would an ancient site be spotted easily? "Are there any creatures?" Abel asked suddenly. He always had a strange feeling about this lake. He just didn't know where it was coming from. He focused on the water. All he saw was some corral, no moving creatures. Fish and little shrimps were almost guaranteed in such a big lake, but this lake was so clear it was spooky. There were not even any worms. "Bighorn, something's not right. The last time was not like this. Did we leave something in the ancient site last time?" Half-elf Leon placed his hand in the water and then continued. There was no scent of life. Abel felt his soul alerting him, but he couldn't pinpoint where the threat was coming from. "Everyone be careful," he trusted his intuition. The night intuition had been his lifesaver ever since he was a novice wizard. His instincts were more powerful in a peaceful place. After he warned the team, he flashed out of the boat and reappeared on the lake in a flash of white light. His toe touched the surface and unleashed chilling force. A frozen ice block emerged as he landed. The moment he flashed away, a hole blasted open from the place he was sitting, and an invincible tentacle emerged. It missed Abel, so it struck towards the others on the boat. It was not good to fight on a boat with a hole, so they all had to leave. Half-elf Leon was the quickest. He summoned his poison creeper, and it twirled in the water like a long snake. A part of its root emerged on the surface, and half-elf Leon stood on top of it. Meanwhile, the priest cast 2 bone walls and formed a cross on the surface of the lake. It sank a little as he stood on it, so he cast another one to stabilize it. The bone wall could not last for too long. It would vanish when the death within it was drained. Of course, he could keep casting more bone walls to stabilize the surface, but there was an enemy in the water. He might not have a chance to cast another one. Barbarian Ruin was the most helpless. He couldn't float on water, and his close combat ability would be demolished if he went into the water. He could only wait for that monster in the water to strike again. Attacking was almost impossible. As he was about to sink, Abel threw out an ice block below him, and he immediately jumped on it. "Thank you so much, Wizard Abel," Barbarian Ruin yelled. He then roared, and golden light beams shot out from his body. "Sorry I can't join the fight," he said after the roar. Everyone in the team knew a barbarian could not fight on water. It was a fact. The only thing Barbarian Ruin could do was to use his roar to drive out the monster. "Same, I can't sustain this for long," Half-Elf Leon added. He summoned 5 ravens, but they also couldn't do much to a target underwater, let alone an invincible one. "My skeletons can fight in the water, but they are a little slow. Wizard Abel, you." The priest turned towards Abel and said, "Hold on, let me summon my beasts." Abel lowered his voice. He was certain that this invincible monster must be a top-rank spiritual beast, at least since it could form a threat to his life. Top-rank spiritual beasts were almost never seen in the Holy Continent, and he came across 2 of them in just a few hours in the Central Continent. This just showed how dangerous this place was. It would be dangerous if he ventured outside by himself. If he was so curious about the ancient site, maybe he wouldn't even join this little team for adventure. As Abel was planning how to fight that monster, the priest summoned 8 skeletons. His skeletons were not like the ones in the Holy Continent. It didn't matter if they were destroyed. He could summon new ones as soon as he came across a dead body. However, the newly summoned skeletons lacked battle experience, so they still needed some time to recover. "Wizard Abel, I'll help you search for that thing," the priest yelled as he saw his skeletons dive down. A damage increase curse then emerged from his hand. The best thing about that curse was the wide area it covered. Anything he deemed as an enemy would be affected. A curse glow would emerge on anything that was affected, and the invincibility of the monster would be broken. That was a clever idea, but the lake returned calm. Water flowed against the breezy wind as their little boat slowly sank. Therefore, all the priest could do was aimlessly throw out as many curses as possible. Cursed clouds covered the lake, and red cursed raindrops poured down. Pialfandalfa Nanura 1SOM. "Where is it?" the priest yelled after casting 10 damage increase curses. Abel stood at the side, but he could truly sense how powerful this priest was. He had just double spell cast in a row. This was a hard trick even for elite wizards. Double spell casting needed one to be skilled at spell casting with both hands. The only reason Abel could do it was because he had the skill tree. The power of the priest was on true display during the most dangerous moment. Abel began to doubt if he was holding back all these times. Although Abel was holding back as well, he was always very careful around others who held back. "Bighorn, that thing is underwater. Your curses don't work underwater," Half-Elf Leon reminded. Abel ignited his psi and data analyzing ability and scanned the water. He was certain there were no signs of life. Something with the invincibility that trumped the world stone's power was impossible. "Bighorn, where is the entrance? Making it back to the shore is not really possible now. We can only be in our best condition when we enter the ancient site," Abel said. "Leon, go to the entrance. I'll protect you with a curse. It will show itself as soon as it comes out the water," the priest said in command. He knew Abel's suggestion was the best thing they could do. Barbarian was basically down. He couldn't even survive on the water without Abel's help, let alone making a move. Only Half-Elf Leon could do something with his poison creeper underwater. "Okay," Half-Elf Leon said, and his poison creeper began to move. A known danger was the worst type of danger. That monster was hidden, so no one knew when or where it was going to strike. So everyone focused all their attention on the water as soon as Half-Elf Leon began to move. Suddenly, the poison creeper began to twitch viciously. Chaos emerged from the clammed surface of the water. "It is attracting my poison creeper," half-elf Leon yelled. An ice pole spell pattern emerged on Abel's hand as he threw it towards the water near half-elf Leon. The surface was then frozen. At the same time, Abel moved in a flash and reappeared on the frozen ice block in a flash of white light. He cast another ice pole on his left and followed again with his right. Half-elf Leon could no longer help his poison creeper. It kept twitching, and he could no longer stand still on it. He felt his heart lifted as he saw Abel's ice blocks, so he immediately jumped on. "Thanks, Wizard Abel." Abel kept throwing out ice poles, and a path of ice was soon created. Barbarian Ruin also felt his heart lift. He used his jumping skill and stepped on the ice path. "Thank you, Wizard Abel," he yelled as well. By the time half-elf Leon stepped on the ice block, his poison creeper had lost many leaves and returned to his monster bag in a flash of white light. Although it did not die, it could not fight any time soon. Without energy to nourish it, it might not even recover. Half-elf Leon felt pain as he speeded towards the center of the lake. Abel kept casting ice poles towards the direction he was heading. Barbarian roared 2 times as he stepped on the ice, and added the roar and battle mode enchantment for Abel and half-elf Leon. The priest saw what happened, and a gloomy look emerged in his eyes. He stopped the curse and cast a bone wall towards Abel's ice blocks. He didn't want to stay and face that monster by himself. He quickly ran forward, but something cracked before he stepped on the ice. His bone wall was shattered. As the priest fell towards the water, he flicked with his hand, and a mud monster emerged below him, stopping his fall. He was not looking good, since the mud monster couldn't last long on the eater. It was not meant for the water, since mud could dissolve, not to mention there was an invincible monster nearby. The mud monster moved forward. The summons of priests could inherit any non-spell ability of the priest, and swimming was one of them. Suddenly the mud monster came to a halt. Suddenly it was like something had bit it, and a big chunk of its body was taken away, dissolving it even faster. Although there were many possibilities, the priest did not expect his mud monster to be eaten. The mud monster was made entirely out of the mud. It had been beaten apart, dissolved, and burnt in past battles, but it had never been eaten. No spiritual beast would like to eat mud. The priest felt his soul twitch. Although he was used to the soul impact of losing a summon, he was on the water. He couldn't imagine what would happen if he dropped down. A spark of fear flashed in his eyes. He couldn't imagine being eaten alive by an invincible monster. He didn't want to die like that. At that moment, another ice pole struck on the water below him. "Bighorn, quick!" Barbarian Ruin yelled. Abel continued to cast ice poles forward as he reached one hand back to connect the ice path to where the priest was standing. The priest stepped on the ice. He did not feel any gratitude. Instead, he was bothered by how late Abel was to help him, as he was focused on helping the other two. As they sped forward, the ice path behind them began to break. The invincible monster realized its target was the center of the lake, so it could no longer hide and do nothing. The priest ran for his life as he commanded his skeletons to attack the monster underwater. However, before the first skeletons even got close, it was grabbed by an invincible tentacle, and its skull was blasted open. Its soul flame flicked underwater and vanished. The second skeleton followed, but its fate was just the same. Their speed was nothing compared to the invincible monster underwater. The priest held down the pain in his soul. His hatred for that monster shifted towards his hate for Abel. Abel helped way too late. "Druid Leon, quick!" Abel yelled. He was not planning to attack this monster, ever since he realized that thing might have come out of the ancient site. He knew the power of an ancient site guardian beast. More than anyone, because there was one in his hairy castle back in the Holy Continent. It had killed a rank 18 wizard like it was nothing. He was not hopeless against this invincible monster. As an elite wizard skilled in lighting spells, he could use a thunderstorm to make this invincible enemy show itself. However, he would not attack this potential ancient site guardian beast without his summons. He was not a god. He wouldn't risk his life to test out the power of this thing. He needed to help his teammate, but he also needed to ensure his safety. Although he was focused on making an ice path, his power of the will did not relax. He clearly sensed the attack of that invisible monster. The power of something with the ability to bite a mud monster in half and smash a skeleton in one strike sent chills down his spine. He began to doubt if he could even keep himself safe. He had it planned. He would summon Flying Flame and fight that thing from the sky as soon as he was in trouble, even if that exposed a part of his true strength. "We are almost at the entrance," half-elf Leon yelled in excitement. Because of this, the invincible monster was growing desperate. Water splash opened, and a giant invisible jumped out towards the priest at the back under the beaming sunlight. Abel could already guess the weakness of this monster, its speed. As a wizard who could move in a flash on top of a mount enchanted by hell's extra fast, that speed was nothing. But still, it was very fast for his three teammates. Abel let out a big breath of relief. The priest didn't even look back. He automatically threw out a bone wall behind him. It was fast, but his heart was pounding in pain. He had just used a bone wall scroll he made by himself. A priest's scroll was much more valuable than a wizard's one. That scroll he just used worth at least a few 100 intermediate gems. That was only the initial cost, not to mention the bone wall rank and all the time of training he sacrificed. His hatred for Abel grew because he knew Abel could counteract the attack of that monster with just one lightning strike. However, Abel did not think like that. He was just another member of the team. Why did he have to go the extra mile? He already saved the others in the team and formed an ice path for them. This was already beyond anything the others have done. Attacking an unknown, invisible monster for no reason was not something anyone in the team would do. According to the rules of adventure, you only have to help others when your life was not threatened. The bone wall did not last for long. It was soon shattered by the monster. At the same time, he finished his aging spell, and a cursed cloud appeared above the monster. The cursed rain poured down, and a white glow of cursed energy emerged on the head of that monster. It was slowed down. The priest held down his pain and followed up with a bone spear towards that invisible monster. A high-level spell, especially a controlled high-level spell, was more complicated than a normal spell. Therefore, it had taken the priest a long time to ignite. After throwing out two bone spear, his controlled spell was ready. He stopped attacking the monster and unleashed Deathkai on his hand. All of a sudden, the circular bone wall surrounded the ice around the monster. It was the high-level priest spell Bone Prison. The Bone Prison was the highest-level priest spell for controlling an enemy. It was also the most draining in regards to Deathkai. The priest did not keep attacking. The bone spears he threw landed perfectly on the invisible monster, and it almost did nothing. After he decisively threw out the Bone Prison, he sped towards the entrance. He no longer had the excitement he had when his aging curse first affected the invisible monster. The solid bone prison trapped the invisible monster in a cage, and the priest did not look back as he ran. He then heard a familiar bone-cracking sound. His bone prison had broken. It did not even last for a second. Half-elf Leon had arrived at the center of the lake. He did not hesitate and directly jumped in the center. That place did not look too special, but a big whirlpool suddenly emerged in the water, and he was sucked in. "Wizard Abel, make sure you jump on this exact spot." Barbarian Ruin yelled as he roared and jumped in as well. Abel was a little hesitant, but he soon decided to jump as well. Both Half-Elf Leon and Barbarian Ruin had jumped, so it should be safe. He couldn't wait for the priest, and he was still a little worried. He couldn't trust a priest. In a flash of white light, he appeared in the center of the lake. The whirlpool emerged again below him, and he sensed a suction force below. He couldn't help but sigh as he entered. The owner of this ancient site must have immense knowledge in magic circle to set up such a strange entrance. By the time he reappeared again, he had realized he had entered a giant space. It was like a giant oval battleground. He landed right in the center next to Half-Elf Leon and Barbarian Ruin. Above him was some kind of magic circle reflecting a star map with countless little stars. Although the individual stars were not shining too brightly, they were enough to light up the space. The ground of this battleground was flat and sturdy. There were not any objects, and Abel sensed it was made out of the hardest rocks. There were some seats on a platform around this oval. It was meant for an audience. There was no one on those seats. Abel was in the spotlight, and he didn't know what could happen next. His sharp eyes soon spotted a staircase towards the seats above. It was the only staircase to the platform and the structure above. That structure was made out of rocks as well. but it did not look as rough as the other ones. Instead, it was etched with patterns. Wizard Abel, we still have 1 minute before a training beast appears. We will only be rewarded if we win against the training beast. If you can't win, pay attention to this, Half-Elf Leon said, pointing at a rock below his feet. Abel could see it was a little magic circle, but it was extremely complex. For a person who didn't know much about magic circles, there was no way Abel could figure out what it does. It's a retreat circle. All you need to do is to ignite it with your power of the will and you'll be thrown out of the ancient site, Half-Elf Leon explained. According to my speculation, this is a Coliseum, and we had just entered from a passage where people used to throw the beasts in here, Barbarian Ruin added. Why is the priest so late? Abel asked in a strange tone. The priest was not far from the entrance when they jumped in. However, a second after Abel asked this question, a beat-up-looking priest appeared beside them. His mood was awful. The invisible beast targeted him suddenly before he jumped in. He was almost attacked. If it wasn't because of the iron monster on him, he might not even make it. His iron monster was not only blasted into pieces, but the priest was hurt as well. Mud monsters and skeletons could be killed, and it wouldn't bother the priest much, but not an iron monster. Those things were treasures. Every priest needed to purchase large amounts of iron weapons to ensure the power of their iron monster. And the one by this bighorn priest cost him more than 1,000 intermediate gems. Getting his iron monster destroyed was like getting 1,000 intermediate gems destroyed. His heart was aching, but he also realized how powerful that invisible monster was. If he knew how powerful that thing was earlier, he might not even go on this adventure. Wizard Abel, last time we had 7 members in our team. In the end, only us 3 could escape. Be careful, Barbarian Ruin lowered his voice. He wanted to warn Abel long ago, but he had signed a contract with the priest promising he would not say anything about the entrance or anything that happened in the ancient site before they arrived. This was why the priest never replied, even though Abel had asked along the way. Abel's face looked gloomy. Only 3 of them had survived. How dangerous was this place? The priest never told him the dangers of this adventure when he invited him. It seemed like the priest tricked him. He could also see that Barbarian Ruin and Half-Elf Leon had their reasons for not warning him earlier. Abel didn't know since he was a new adventurer, but in the central continent, all adventure team members needed to sign a contract agreeing to how they would act during an adventure. Abel worried the most about his teams backstabbing him, but it would never happen if he had signed a contract. Wizard Abel, this is not where the danger was. Last time we knew we couldn't win, so we retreated. But as we were leaving, we were attacked by some unknown creature, and 4 of our teammates were lost. It was most likely the invisible monster, Half-Elf Leon quickly explained as he saw Abel's expression. They learned their lesson from last time, so they brought along a lot of move and a flash scrolls with them. This could increase their retreating speed, then they wouldn't be attacked. Are you sure that invisible monster won't come into the ancient site? Abel lowered his voice a well. Abel's words made the others' heart drop. They looked around. There was nothing, but the atmosphere grew tense. Can we go to the audience area? Abel asked again. No, we have to go through the examination. There is a protection shield there. It is very hard. We tried to strike it last time, it did nothing. Half-Elf Leon lowered his voice as well and replied. Commander Spirit, do you know the spirit here? Abel did not care. Instead, he focused his power of the will on his headmaster identity card and asked the Commander Spirit. Headmaster, this is a Coliseum. The spirit here is not too intelligent. Just a normal spirit, the Commander Spirit replied. Abel's eyes began to sparkle. He was not expecting the Commander Spirit to know about this place. He quickly followed. What are the dangers is in this Coliseum? Headmaster, Coliseums are for resolving conflicts. When 2 powerful men have to fight, they need a large open space that they can do so without damaging the environment. The audience can also bet on who they think will win, and that's how the Coliseum makes a profit, the Commander Spirit explained. Abel shook his head. Gambling had been a thing since ancient times. The danger of this place mostly comes from the Guardian creature. It made sure that this place was not invaded. Commander Spirit, since we are at the center of the Coliseum, what will happen to us? Abel asked again. Win against an examination beast. It is the only way you can get rewarded and retreat. If not, you will be hunted down by the guardian beast, the commander spirit replied. Abel realized why the priest was hunted down last time. They had failed the examination. He felt his heart lifted. His worry for the unknown was diffused. There must be a problem with this guardian beast. So maybe its power had declined after not fighting for so long. With the power of an ancient guardian beast, no way it could let the priest escape. Up to this point, an ear-piercing grinding sound emerged. Wizard Abel, get ready, summon Johnson, the priest yelled. The reason he had taken Abel along was because he saw Johnson's power. Abel nodded and patted his chest. A giant black hole emerged, and Johnson stepped out to bow in front of Abel. Johnson, get ready to fight. Abel lowered his voice. Johnson quickly changed its body and put up a fighting pose. The sound from the ground intensified, and the rocks began to move. Finally, 4 holes emerged from each corner of the Coliseum. A giant puppet monster emerged from one of them. Only a thing like that could still fight after all the years. Abel calculated for a moment. There were 26 meters tall puppets in total, and they were all entirely made out of iron. No wonder the priests couldn't win last time. Those things were much more powerful than the ones from the dwarfs, and their body was filled with countless patterns, not for decoration, of course, they were magic patterns. Let's fight, the priest yelled and took some dead corpses of beasts. He then summoned 8 skeletons from them, and then he summoned a mud monster from the ground. Half-elf Leon also summoned the oak sage and a mad wolf. The mad wolf was not for fighting, but it was his mount. Wizard Abel, my spell can only support you. They couldn't do much to those monsters. I'm counting on Johnson. The priest lowered his voice. Abel was starting to get irritated by the priest. Along the way, he had already counted on him for safety, but he had not told him anything about the ancient site's detail until moments ago. He began to regret going on this adventure with the priest. Although they agreed that the rewards would be distributed according to the contribution. The commander spirit said this was only a Coliseum with some puppet monsters. What good stuff could there be anyway? The 20 puppets fixed their gaze on Abel and the team. They began to slowly move forward but soon accelerated. In the end, they were even faster than a normal spiritual beast. Take care, Abel said coldly and vanished from the spot. He then reappeared on the shoulder of Johnson. Bighorn, you should have told Wizard Abel about this place earlier. We might lose him as a teammate. Half-elf Leon lowered his voice. Barbarian Ruin did not make a sound. He had decided to leave this team after this adventure was finished. The priest was too manipulative. If I told him earlier, do you think he would come and help us? The priest coldly laughed. He did not tell his team that he did not sign a contract with Abel, because he had more in the works. Serial lightning activated in Abel's hands and shot the nearest training puppet beast. The puppet beast wasn't slow, but it was not fast enough to dodge the lightning spell. Still, as a gold light flashed across its spell rune, the serial lightning managed to do no damage to it. From then on, the serial lightning rushed to another training puppet beast. The same light appeared. It was the same for 9 other training puppet beasts. Forget about dealing damage. The lightning didn't cause even the immobilizing effect. Not believing that his spell attacks wouldn't work, Abel activated the blizzard and firewall. It was the same. A gold light flashed across the rune, which neglected all the damage that the spells were intended to deal. Abel connected his power of the will to the Elder Sign card. Are these training puppet beasts immune against all elements? The battle command spirits replied, yes, sir. They can only harness the power of elemental rules. It is impossible to break through their defense with spells. You can only use physical attacks. Can you control the spirits here? Abel asked again. The battle command spirit replied once more. If you don't enter the operation room, Sir Elder, I won't be able to pass through the multiple paths of defensive control spirits. It was all due to Johnson's large body. Out of the 20 training puppet beasts, 10 of them rushed towards Johnson, while the other 10 rushed towards the other 3 team members. Perhaps it had to do with the fact that they were running away from Abel, who had just cast his serial lightning. Of course, it wasn't like Abel wanted to attract more training puppet beasts to come at him. The one that rushed at the front was a giant tiger puppet. As it opened its large mouth, sharp steel teeth were revealed. It was going for Johnson's leg. Johnson struck back towards it with its lightning-long spear. It was basically using the weapon like a stick. which Abel still had a problem getting used to. It wasn't like he was out of ideas, no. He still had a very nice spear technique to use, the 11th Lancer's technique of the Virgin Wolf family. The name was quite simple, typical of powerful techniques that were passed across the Orc Empire. The 11th technique was passed to the Virgin royalties. Without the buff effect of his combat Kai, it was almost good enough to match the combat Kai enhancement ability of a knight. A knight only had so much combat Kai, so the 11th technique that relied purely on strength was his real way to go. Abel decided in his mind, I'll use it when I'm free while thinking. The lightning-long spear in Johnson's hands went through the giant tiger puppet's body. The force made its body shake uncontrollably from the ground and flew towards the other side. Abel could see it all very clearly. The lightning effect did not occur, even though it was a divine item that was supposed to pierce through armor, yet. All it did was leave a thin mark on the tiger puppet's body. He frowned, noticing how the beast's defensibility capability had exceeded his expectations. Johnson was not the strongest summoned creature in his arsenal, but its physical strength was the best of the best, making its melee attacks ability stronger than any of the summoned creatures. Since even its devastating hits did not damage the giant tiger puppet, he anticipated that this would be a battle of endurance. Run, Johnson, slow them down with your speed, Abel commanded. Having heard its master's orders, the lightning-long spear in Johnson's hands hit through the training puppet beast, forcing it to accelerate forward. The training puppet beast might be fast, but it was not much competition against Johnson with the special quickening hell buffing ability. Johnson would strike at the training puppet beasts without doing any preparation in advance. After sending them away with his lightning-long spear, it would move so that the training puppet beasts couldn't get close to him. Abel was on the other side to observe Priest Big Horn and the other two fight with the other 10 puppets. He could tell that they were stalling so that they could wait for him to help. In front of the 10 6-meter-tall training puppet beasts, none of his summoned creatures would work against them. The only one doing the work was Priest Big Horn, who was summoning a claystone guard, which used its ability to slow the training puppet beast down. Abel wanted Johnson to run because he didn't want Johnson to test the training puppet beast's strength. If anything, he wanted to do that by observing Priest Big Horn's fight. In situations such as this, he didn't think that any accident would take place anymore. Priest Big Horn deceived him, so there really wasn't a problem with him waiting to study the training puppet beasts for a while. Whether Priest Big Horn would live or die was irrelevant as soon as they went into the ancient ruins. After throwing a bone wall to block the incoming training puppet beast, he threw a disarray curse rune in his hands and broke the head of the training puppet beast, which did not take long at all to break straight through that wall. The disarray caused the curse lights to rise on top of the heads of the training puppet heads, making them attack each other as they began to lose their sense of self. However, judging from how they were striking thin marks on each other, it was easy to tell that their defensive capability was superior to their offensive capability. Still, in less than 3 seconds, the disarray effect disappeared. The training puppet beasts focused back on Priest Big Horn once more. This was when Ruin, the barbarian behind Priest Big Horn, made a leaping motion into the middle of the training puppet beast's right. He let out a scream, which made them panic. With another leap, it jumped out of the range of the training puppet beast and started running in big steps. He was extremely fast, and according to Abel's estimation, his speed was almost doubled. From what it looked like, it seemed like Ruin had been preserving his real strength most of the time. Volcano. As Big Horn and Ruin had stalled the training puppet beasts for several seconds, Leon had plenty of time to cast his most powerful spells. From then, as soon as his voice ended, the ground beneath the training puppet beasts started trembling very volatilely. A small-sized volcano arose, and mana and lava burst out of it. One of the magmatic fireballs struck a training puppet beast, making it take about 2 steps back. Still, the force of nature that came with this attack was blocked by a streak of golden light. The effect made it so that it was impossible for the training puppet beasts to pursue the other 3. This was what Leon the half-elf wanted. He was not so arrogant as to think that one volcano spell was enough to hurt these training puppet beasts. I need some time to cast a second one, Leon called out, meanwhile hurrying the dire wolf it was riding to hurry backward. He wanted to get away from the training puppet beasts as quickly as possible. Thanks to their cooperation, he managed to block the first wave of attack of the training puppet beasts, leaving 10 of them unable to continue with the case. Abel was watching from afar. He was very impressed with their cooperation. He possessed the heritage of the priest occupation and the heritage of the druid occupation. But he had never really thought about combining the spells of each occupation regularly. He used wizard spells most of the time. Of course, he wasn't the one to blame. If he had control over all the priest spells and druid class, it would take too much time for him to get them to max level. There was also the problem with spontaneousness, as it would be hard to choose from the vast range of spells needed in combat. He only had 2 hands. It wasn't like he had other people with him to cast the spells together. When Priest Big Horn and the others began their second round of attacks to prevent the training puppet beasts from getting close, Abel saw one of them protecting its eyes. He wasn't sure if it was doing it consciously or not, but he couldn't help but wonder what was happening. Priest Big Horn couldn't help but scream, "What are you doing, Wizard Abel? Attack, we can't hold on for too long." During this time, Johnson tried to use its speed to send the training puppet beasts to fly out one by one. The training puppet beast would stand up bravely and continue, rushing straight towards Johnson as they went. Abel seemed to be enjoying the view or something, though. Of course, it was going to make Priest Big Horn very concerned. Priest Big Horn, Ruin, and Leon the half-elf were cooperating quite well, but since it didn't last long for the training puppet beasts to remain controlled, the interval in which they were casting the spell became much shorter. Since they weren't dealing much damage at the same time, they were mostly expending energy. So whether it was the Ruins Kai or the force of nature Leon was harnessing, it'd be impossible to recover in time in the middle of combat. It was slightly better for Priest Big Horn. He could use his Death Kai to help the skeleton gemstones to recover on their own, but still, he had to take them out while he was not able to use them without casting any spells. So Leon, the half-elf, was casting the advanced spell of Volcano. The Volcano might be one of the few spells capable of turning the energy expended into a set amount, but that expenditure of the force of nature was not going to increase as the spell's level increased. Still, it'd usually be very hard for him to continuously cast this spell with ongoing energy expenditure. It was slightly better for Ruin the Barbarian. He didn't spend a lot of Kai expenditure, as the casting level was all just low tier. The story might be different if it was Leon doing the same thing with his force of nature, but if he was short on stamina, then the teamwork would pretty much be destroyed in an instance. Without the right time to continue casting the spell, they would all be killed by the training puppet beasts very quickly. Abel didn't reply to Priest Big Horn immediately, but he was ready to respond. A lightning spell rune was activated in his hand, which hit the giant tiger puppet right in the eye. There was simply no time whatsoever for the giant tiger puppet to respond, but a golden light came out and instantly blocked the hit. Abel called out loudly as he saw that the spell didn't work. "Attack their eyes, Johnson." Lightning long spear in Johnson's hands changed course in the air. It went straight for the giant tiger's eyes as the opportunity came. The lightning didn't quite take effect, but what happened instead was that the light that emitted made the puppet slower to observe its surroundings. That, and given how fast Johnson's attack was, the spear shot right into its eyes. Crack! A piercing sound rang. The giant tiger's eyes were instantly destroyed by the sweeping motion of the lightning-long spear. The remaining 9 saw what had happened to the giant tiger puppet, and they all protected their eyes. Priest Big Horn said in delight, "We'll attack the eyes then, that's going to be their weakness." After throwing another disarray spell, the training puppet beasts started fighting each other again. This time, Ruin didn't wait for the effect to end to use his scream. What he chose to do instead was to go with another leap. He jumped as tall as he could from the ground towards the front of another training puppet beast. Before he made a landing, his 2 axes slammed straight towards the training puppet beast's eyes. Boom! Ruin felt like his 2 axes was slashing against steel. His hands were cracked open. A large amount of blood gushed out of them. If he hadn't gone through so much training to master the art of the axe, the force that was rebounded would have made the 2 axes fly out from his hands. After pausing in midair for a bit, he started falling towards the ground. The training puppet beast he attacked did not suffer any injury in its eyes. If anything, the hit just woke it up from the state of disarray. The training puppet beast's front claws swung towards Ruin the Barbarian. Ruin didn't have any way to retaliate because he was in midair. His 2 hands were still numb, so there was really no way to dodge. As though he was hit by the giant hammer, his body flew straight outward. While in midair, Ruin spat out streams of blood and slammed heavily towards the ground. His face became very wrinkled. He didn't have enough strength to stand up straight. His beloved axes had already flown very far away. Ruin, Leon screamed. He summoned one dire wolf that came to Ruin's side. The dire wolf bit onto his body and put it on its back. There was one less partner now. The three got more anxious, Priest Big Horn especially. He was the slowest out of the three, so if there was any danger, he'd be the first one to be chased down. Once more, Leon, the half-elf, summoned another dire wolf that appeared next to Priest Big Horn. Priest Big Horn quickly jumped onto its back. Without restraints to stop them from moving, the 10 training puppet beasts growled towards Leon. It came towards them like lightning. Ruin was quite strong in his recovery, actually. It didn't take long for him to wake up and drink a treatment potion. There was still some time before it would work. Given his heavy injuries, the most expected for him was not to die instantly. No, he couldn't fight again. On the other side, Abel and Johnson had already started cooperating to initiate an attack. Abel decided to stop using his lightning spell. As far as he was concerned, as long as he could hit the puppet beast's eyes, he would want to do it with as minimal physical contact as possible. The best way to do that was with the telekinesis spell, obviously. The spell was supposed to work in very specific locations. While it did not have much attack power at all, the fact that it was a lightning spell just meant that the object it was targeting would also possess a lightning element. Under the white light flash of the telekinesis spell, one of the training puppet beast's vision was disrupted. Johnson had the war jet ready by this point. After having done so many drills already, it did not hesitate to strike towards the eye of this training puppet beast. The sound produced was quite crisp, if any word could be used to describe it. It made the training puppet beast's eyes burst, stopping and immobilizing them. As it turned out, it wasn't so hard to beat them using the right method. Of course, there was something else that Abel had noticed. Ruin's attack made him shake his head in disappointment. Even without a spell's bonus effect, Ruin's power was not enough to be matched with Johnson's. Pure power was born naturally. As powerful as Ruin was, there was no way that he was going to be matched to a 10-meter-tall stone giant made of fine steel. Stone giants were meant to be giant forces. It's the basis on which they had to rely on to survive. The difference in the types of stones they were using was more of a bonus. Take Johnson at the start, for instance. It was using ordinary stones. Apart from the power out of that, it had no other power or other sorts of buff. Meanwhile, Jason's entire body was made of redstone ore. This was so that he could not only use its durability and the power that corresponded to it, but also use the fire elemental power that was inside of it. Right now, Johnson's body was made entirely out of the multi-surfaced fine steel spheres. There were all sorts of elemental resistance runes on them. This way, it could now use power that corresponded with the power of the fine steel. That, and the elemental resistance that came out of the runes. This way, as powerful as Ruin's hit was, it was actually nowhere close to that of Johnson's. Drink this potion, Ruin. After just forming his relationship with Ruin, Abel didn't want him to die so quickly. Thus, he took out a golden healing potion from his portal bag, then threw it right over. He called out very loudly, and having heard this call, Ruin grabbed the potion over with a flash of gratitude in his eyes. He didn't have so much time to be polite about it, so he took out the potion and drank it straight down. After just 10-something seconds, a sharp light flashed from within Abel's eyes. "Give me 10-something seconds," he cried. "Big Horn, Leon, buy me 2 minutes, won't you?" Having heard Ruin's cry, Priest Big Horn couldn't help but look at Abel in the eyes. He was more focused on the portal bag Abel was holding, actually. Greed flashed from his eyes. He hit it very quickly, though, and cast out a disarray this time, however. He didn't get all of the training beasts because the ones after them were already dispersed completely. Instead, the curse stopped the 4 training puppet beasts and have them attack each other. Priest Big Horn had a very grim look on his face now. Beside him, skeletons rose in a way that was unbefitting of their undead nature, and they all frantically rushed towards the 6 training puppet beasts. These skeletons couldn't last very long after 2 or 3 hits, but it was enough for Leon to cast out one volcano spell. Soon, the phantom of the volcano spell appeared. Magmatic fireballs started flying out. The 10 training puppet beasts were blocked once more. When the volcano disappeared, and the 10 training puppet beasts tried to rush towards them again, Priest Big Horn began to use another one of his disarray. At the same time, he activated another bone wall to block behind his back. Still, the high-intensity explosion of the spell was quite something to take. Priest Big Horn wasn't really capable of pretending that it didn't do anything to him, so he took out an intermediate skeleton gemstone, had it absorb the death Kai that was inside, and tried to replenish his body with the Kai that was absorbed. On the other hand, Leon summoned out all 5 of his crows. The 5 crows weren't quite enough to attack, but he just wanted them to be of some distraction. It was the only method he could think of to stall the training puppet beasts. One thing surprised him, actually. One of the crows fell right onto the training puppet beasts' heads. As it did so, it started pecking wildly towards its eyes. The training puppet beast tried to shake off its head to get the crow away, but it just couldn't do so despite how many times it tried. Just like that, after pecking the beasts several times, the training puppet beasts became blind right there and then. It showed how strong crows could be. They were the lowliest of the summoned creatures that the druids could manifest. But their immortality and the power of the rule were absolute, in a sense. If they could get in range, they could peck endlessly until the blinding effect occurred, even if the rate of that blinding effect was to rise. Actually, even Leon never expected that the tiny crow would stay so long on top of the training puppet beasts' heads. The easy way to explain this would be that it was too weak to be treated as the main target. The training puppet beasts could always try to hit them, but the fact that they wouldn't really die made ignoring them the best way to counter them. Since Priest Big Horn and Leon went all out, 2 minutes managed to pass by. Ruin screamed once again after that. They then went back to taking turns, stalling the battleground with their control spells. Abel and Johnson had stopped 9 training puppet beasts by now. When his telekinesis flashed at the eyes of the last one, the lightning-long spear in Johnson's hands was struck towards its eyes. It quickly stopped moving after that. That made Abel quite relaxed. To clean up the battleground, he picked up something that couldn't move into his portal bag. These training puppet beasts might have their eyes injured, but they weren't all that injured to begin with. If he happened to see dwarves specializing in tinkering with them, he might try to do some maintenance. By the way, from his previous fight with them, he was really starting to understand how scary these training puppet beasts were. It wasn't like he couldn't take each one of them out with one hit, given that Johnson's with him to help, but it was really Johnson's force and its lightning-long spear that did most of the work. It wasn't all that easy to target their eyes. When Priest Big Horn saw Abel taking the training puppet beast into his own portal bag, couldn't help but have an awkward look on his face. What Abel just did was direct proof that he had a very large portal bag. There was also something else that was very shocking. Given how large Abel's portal bag would be, he'd have enough space to carry a heap of valuable energy sources that these training puppet beasts contained. By that, it was the gemstones that they carried. It was also very like that they were all top-tier gemstones. If not, there really wasn't a way to explain that the 6-meter-tall training puppet beast's body could last so long. So 10 training puppet beasts in total. He probably had 10 top-level gemstones, one inside each of them. Given how extraordinarily valuable they were, large organizations would probably pay a lot of them. They'd probably give him a lot of training materials he was after, and that kind of made Priest Big Horn jealous. Priest Big Horn cried out loudly, "Come help us, Wizard Abel, we can't hold on for any longer." Abel scanned across the battleground. He was almost certain that Priest Big Horn didn't go out, given how the man's never used any life-saving item, even at this point. Still, he tapped Johnston, and Johnson ran very fast towards the last 10 of the training puppet beast. The attack was the same as ever. It was simple and effective. It was Abel's telekinesis combined with Johnson's powerful hit, and the training puppet beasts were immobilized one after another. Very shortly, the training puppet beasts shifted their target and went straight for Johnson, which was a much greater threat than the rest of the crew. Priest Big Horn ruined the Barbarian. Leon, the half-elf all stopped to watch this fight between Abel, Johnson, and the training puppet beasts. The fight ended quite quickly because the training puppet beasts had no emotions like fear. Yes, that was the case, even if Abel and Johnson could literally destroy them with one hit. Eventually, after just a few minutes, all the training puppet beasts were knocked down. The entire battleground became very silent. "We won," Ruin shouted excitedly. According to the heritage map that led them to this ancient ruin, if they could defeat these training puppet beasts together, then the victors would all get their own share of rewards. Yes, we did it, Leon the half-elf laughed out loudly. Priest Bighorn bowed and said to Abel, "You're the ones that beat off these puppets. There's no need to share them with me." "Yes, exactly what Bighorn said," Ruin said as well, then gave the crystal bottle back in a somewhat embarrassed way. "It's all thanks to you that we're freed from these puppets. Keep the puppets to yourself. As for the potion, it's a little too much for me. I can only give the reward back to you once I go back to my clan." Abel laughed as he took the empty crystal bottle over. "Ruin, what are you talking about? Potions are leftovers. You don't need a reward to get them." For Leon, he just thought that it was weird that Priest Bighorn would be this generous. Priest Bighorn was notorious for his stinginess most of the time. It was quite rare for him to pass on a chance like this, given how valuable these training puppet beasts were. "I stand by my words," he said as well. Whatever the case was, Abel took down these training puppet beasts. They didn't do much themselves. Rather, if they didn't happen to attract some of the training puppet beasts, perhaps Abel might just be faster at beating them off. Abel didn't hesitate to take all 10, "Thanks. I'm sure these puppets will work quite well for me. I'm sure that they will. At least 20 square meters, right? Maybe even bigger," Priest Bighorn murmured to himself, suppressing the greed inside of him. Then strange energy rose in the air. Working in a similar way to the power of the W-ill, it sent the same message to the nearby 4 people. "The training is successful. You'll all get 1 minute to collect each of your rewards. After that, you'll be sent outside the beast fighting pit. The beast fighting pit needs to be shut down to recharge energy. Remember, the next time that it will open is 10 years later. After you, Wizard Abel," Priest Bighorn made an inviting gesture to Abel. That there wasn't much time to wait. He immediately came forward and took the box that was at the left end. He took it, then put it into his portal bag. Priest Bighorn went after him. He didn't choose as quickly, though. There really wasn't the time, and he didn't want to affect the decision-making of those after him. Anyways, all of them had gone. With Leon as the last one, the 1-minute limit was reached. Abel tapped his chest. A giant black hole appeared right in front of him. Johnson bowed to him. "What powerful summoned creatures you have," Ruin said with admiration. He was a barbarian that didn't rely much on the help of summoned creatures, but he knew it was much less dangerous if there was someone like Johnson with him. "Summoned creatures," Abel laughed and replied, "He's my pal, what are you talking about?" At this time, he felt a strange dimensional force that was appearing right next to him. He knew that it was time for him to leave the ancient ruins. His body was already disappearing from the beast fighting pit. "So we're out already." Abel was speechless when he looked around. He was already by the crystal clear lake. It was a shame, truly. He expected to get more from the ancient ruin, but he was already sent out after getting a few rewards. Damn, he couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. It would be about 10 years before he could go in again. That was not very long for the others, but it was for him. Still, perhaps there was a chance that he would become stronger in the next 10 years. If he was to make his entrance at that point, there was probably a greater chance for him to have a real exploration. "Thank you so much this time, Wizard Abel." Ruin the Barbarian walked beside Abel. He made a bow as he spoke sincerely that he could. Abel smiled and returned a wizard's bow. "It's only natural, Ruin. We're partners on an adventure, aren't we?" Ruin replied, "You know, I wish I could see you here in 10 years. We can explore this ruin a second time." Abel didn't know what to say in response to that. He's never heard that there was going to be another adventure team in 10 years. Actually, even if this invitation was for real, it should have come from Priest Bighorn and not Ruin. Leon the half-elf made a bow as well. "Thank you so much, Wizard Abel." Priest Bighorn interrupted everyone and pointed towards the sky. "It's getting dark, everyone. We'll leave this place to set up a camp elsewhere. Spare the chat for another time." Abel was just about to decline. He could have left the adventure team since the quest was already finished. Instead of walking back with the team members on foot, it was much easier to ride his flying mount back to Silen City. Priest Bighorn seemed to notice what Abel was thinking. "Wizard Abel, I've some urgent matters to discuss with you after the tent is ready." Yes, Abel nodded his head without saying anything back. The tent setup was quite straightforward. Everyone had their own portal item after finishing the Great War. It didn't take that long for the 4 tents to be ready. Once again, Priest Big Horn went around to set up some trigger mechanisms. Meanwhile, Ruin went over to hunt down a wild boar. It was rather inconsiderate of him, actually. This wasn't the safest place for him to act on his instincts. He should have stayed here, not going out to find things in the wild. Still, when he came back with a wild boar on his back, a smile was all over his face. He shared the wild boar with Abel. "Have some of our barbarian cooking, Wizard Abel." Leon joined in. "I'm not the biggest fan of meat, Ruin, but the stuff you've cooked up is actually quite unforgettable." Abel smiled too. "I guess it's quite a good treat then." Both Abel and Leon's had the hunger-stopping potions, but Ruin was still quite keen to share the meat he cooked. He was fast. After some time, they could all smell a very alluring scent in the air. It got stronger after some paste was put on it. Ruin decided to give a well-done roast leg to Abel. To show his goodwill. It wasn't just for the fact that Abel saved his life, but it was also to show his will to become friends with him. In the valley, everyone chatted in laughter as they all had their roast meat. The team finished without anyone drinking any liquor because, apart from Ruin, everyone here used spell casting as their means of attacking. They couldn't have any alcohol unless the cold got really bad. "My skeletons will be on patrol tonight. Take a rest now," Priest Big Horn said to everyone, then turned his head towards Abel. "Get some rest first, Wizard Abel. I'll talk with you again next morning." Abel wasn't sure what to make out of that. He was told that the talk would happen right away, but now it changed to the morning of the next day. He supposed that it wasn't all that hard to grasp, given how long they've been fighting this whole day. He went along and nodded his head. Everyone did the same, actually. The only ones that didn't rest were the summoned creatures and death spiritual creatures like the skeletons, but they had no sense of exhaustion to begin with. Abel went to his own camp. After setting up a defensive circle outside the tent, he got another seclusion circle inside the tent. When he was finally done, he got Johnson out. The first thing that Johnson did was to transform his body. Multi-surfaced metallic spheres spun continuously as they transformed the tent's structure into that of a metallic fort. He was about to get into his daily meditation session, but as soon as he got into the mood for it, a strange but subtle sensation came to him. He had never overlooked something like this, no matter how insignificant it might feel. His current physical status and power of the will were definitely not to cause it, as far as he could see. So what was the problem? There was only one possibility, as far as he could see. His body was trying to warn him that something dangerous would happen if he continued with the meditation. His face started to look quite sour with that thought. He only stayed since Priest Big Horn wanted to say something to him. Come to think of it, though, all Priest Big Horn was stalling time. While searching the Valia's ring with his power of the will, the invisibility cape appeared right on him. His body disappeared from the ground after that. At the same time, he used the transformation necklace to conceal his own presence completely. It was a way to hide completely as long as the cape didn't move. Actually, he could remain in invisibility mode if he was using the instantaneous movement. Abel could remember the giant tree was about 800 meters away. That was where his goal was supposed to be. To get the stuff there, he was planning to use the mystery headband that he flushed to the invisibility cape. With the terrifying ability to strengthen his power of the will by 2 times, it's not something that he was willing to use in public. Besides, he got this from killing Adolf, the elven prince. It was a headband created by a deity. There was no telling what sort of enemies would come after him if he showed it in front of everyone. Abel disappeared silently inside the tent. From there, he stood on one of the branches that were on the big tree 800 meters away. It was completely silent in all directions. The 4 tents could still be seen in the night. Apart from that, there were also the skeletons that were patrolling around. Everyone seemed quite calm. He didn't think so, however. It's getting too quiet for him. This was a valley. There were supposed to be noises of birds, insects, and whatnot, but there was just no sound around him. After switching his soul speaker's ability, he placed his hand on the tree bark next to him. The leaves on this tree started moving on their own. In response to this, a tree that was even further away shook its leaves as well. Big circle. Having used the soul speaker's ability, Abel could sense this message that the tree was trying to convey to him. Within the circle of 1,000-meter diameter around the campsite, someone's already set up a giant circle. The circle was capable of secluding any sound and presence from the outside world. The tree he was at only responded to the trees that were nearby. A circle was formed inside his brain. This was the range of the giant circle. Due to the circle's seclusion effect, the tree couldn't make contact with the trees outside. Just what cost have they gone through for this? Abel couldn't help but ask himself. This was a giant circle that was made just to target him, and given the fact that it could move, which was already quite unbelievable in itself, it just showed how dedicated the one after him was. Even without considering the materials needed to make this, one could only imagine the number of top-level gemstones required to activate a spell circle of this magnitude. There were only so few enemies that would do this much to go after him. The Blizzard clan came to his mind quite quickly because apart from the Crusaders on the central continent, they were about the only ones that had both the motive and the drive to do something to this extent. As for the central continent Crusaders, it was simply not possible for Priest Big Horn to collaborate with them. No, Abel didn't bother to check if it was possible to leave the circle's range with his instantaneous movement. There would be no point in doing so if the circle was designed for him. He was not completely out of options, though. No one really knew that he was hiding here, so he still had some chance to take the initiative. At this time, there was a white light that appeared right outside the very simple tent. The powerful presence of the wizard crystal swept across the entire camp. Leon screamed in surprise. He was already out of the camp. Ha for ruin. The response was even more straightforward. He just screamed and leaped out of the camp. They all saw the wizard that was in a black robe. There was a very frightening look in his eyes. Rank 19. The thought all came to their heads. Rank 19 wizards were supposed to be the elites of the wizard organization. Most missions were done by rank 17 and 18, whereas rank 19 spent most of their days in training. Now there was one right in front of them. Leon and Ruin both looked towards each other in the eyes. They kind of knew who he was after. The two of them looked towards Priest Big Horn, who was not hesitant to come out of the tent. His attitude explained that he knew about what just happened. Priest Big Horn bowed to Wizard Tamil. "Welcome, Wizard Emir." Wizard Emir responded with a nod. "So where's Abel?" As Wizard Emir said that, his eyes looked towards the last direction where the tent was at. It was a very obvious presence of the spell circles there. Priest Big Horn smiled as he pointed towards the tent. "Wizard Abel is probably still doing his meditation, I think. His portal item is mine. Mind if I state that this was written in our agreement?" Leon called out to scold. "Big Horn, how dare you sell out one of your companions? Are you not afraid of what your contract will do?" Priest Big Horn just laughed back. "What? Ha ha ha. Wizard Abel just came to the central continent. He didn't know about the contracts now, and there's not really any obligation for me to inform him about it, is there?" Wizard Emir nodded and spoke. "Sure, Priest Big Horn. Bring everything on Abel away. Keep them to yourself if you like. I'm just here to kill him and bring back his head." Ruin rushed in front of Abel's tent with his 2 axes. "Don't you dare hurt Wizard Abel now. You're a strong enemy, I'll give you that, but I'm not going to step down this time." Leon threw a look of disdain towards Priest Big Horn. "Your actions disgust me, Big Horn. Ruin, we'll join forces. We must wait for Wizard Abel to wake up from his meditation." Ruin laughed as he waved the axes in his hands. "Ha ha, of course. I'm only alive since Wizard Abel saved me. I'll be happy to return the favor anytime. Don't blame me for killing your friends, Big Horn." Wizard Emir said with a cold smile on his face. Priest Big Horn hesitated. It wasn't that easy to find an adventure team to join comfortably. Having the contract signed was one thing, but it was not that easy to find quality partners like Leon and Ruin. That wasn't to say that he was going to back away from his decision. What was done was done. The 2 partners already thought less of him now. There wasn't turning back at this point. He still lusted for Abel's wealth. He knew that Abel had the melting potion, a specialized potion designed to target ice elemental spells. There were also the light stones. He had 40 right now, but that didn't stop him from wanting the 100 that Abel had. There was also the stuff that Abel collected just in the midst of his adventure. There were the 20 training puppet beasts and secret rewards. He had no idea what they were going to be, actually. Other than that, there was the bottle of the golden healing potion Abel took out in the middle of the battle. It just showed him how much top-quality potions that Abel's got in his portal item. Wizard Emir knew as well, ever since he bought information from the Wizard Union. He knew about Priest Big Horn's contact with Abel. After that, he followed the lead he got and negotiated for a setup. Priest Big Horn agreed quite quickly due to his greed. That, and the fact that he didn't think Abel was going to be tougher than a rank 19 advanced wizard. Wizard Emir didn't seem like he wanted to waste too much time. There's probably no need for me to say this, but I'm from the Blizzards. The looks on Ruin and Leon's faces changed quite quickly. It was one strong wizard organization. They both had their own backgrounds, but neither wanted to challenge the very powerful wizard organization. Wizard Emir asked in a louder voice, Abel has killed 2 advanced wizards that belong to my clan. After he came to the central continent, another rank 16 and 2 rank 17 wizards died. Another rank 18 was executed by the Blizzard clan because of him. Do you really want to join this bloodshed? Leon and Ruin really weren't sure what to say anymore. After hearing what Wizard Emir told them, they could not think of just themselves. They had families behind them, and they had to be more considerate. Not Priest Giant Horn, though. He couldn't wait. I'll help you break through his defense, Wizard Emir. As he said that, he activated a bone spear and shot the defensive circle. His 8 skeletons, too, ran towards the defensive circle. The circle Abel built was a small-sized defensive circle. While it wasn't so strong, the top-level energy stones Abel put in managed to keep it in place even in the face of an advanced priest's attack. The circle broke after several seconds. When it broke, Johnson was covering the tent with its body. Johnson knew that its master left, so it was ready to change its shape back to human form. At the same time, it used the Titan armor to protect itself. It also had the lightning long spear in its hands. Leon and Ruin hoped that they could help, but the adventure contract forbade them from stopping Priest Giant Horn. The contract was strict on attacking team members. Ruin screamed very loudly, "Be careful, Wizard Abel." Damn! A gloomy look flashed across Wizard Emir's face. He pointed his staff towards Ruin and an ice-sharp pillar shot. Ruin was about to dodge it, but he felt a very strong suppressive power that came right towards him. Ruin was a rank 17, so the rank 19 Wizard Emir would be able to overwhelm him with just his presence. This way, even if Ruin tried his best to dodge the attacks, he would always be a lot slower in whatever attempts that he made. During this time, Leon already transformed himself into a Wirgin with his Wirgin Shift druid technique. His speed was instantly increased so that he could pull Ruin away before the ice-sharp pillar hit him. Simultaneously, the lightning long spear in Johnson's hand was stabbed right towards Wizard Emir. There was no time to protect the tent at all, but Abel couldn't care less right now. Ruin and Leon had already done more than they should have. He had no reasons to desert his friends nor see them get harmed for his sake. Anyways, the lightning long spear in Johnson's hands started accelerating. It became a streak of lightning that was hit Wizard Emir. As a very experienced fighter, Wizard Emir responded quickly by casting one instantaneous movement spell. He was a rank 19, but that didn't mean that he was willing to face a 10-meter-tall metallic monster. When he got into range, he went for a snipe with the Blizzard spell. He was aiming for Johnson's head. Johnson was big, but it wasn't slow to wait for the snowflake attacks to come towards it. It quickly backed away, and when it came to the front of the tent, it smashed the skeletons trying to break the seclusion circle. Priest Giant Horn screamed as he cast the damage increase onto Johnson. For your family, Ruin and Leon, do not lay your hands on them. You don't know what the Blizzard clan is capable of. Make sure you think things through before you act. It wasn't like he didn't want to use the aging curse. But judging from how fast Johnson was, he just didn't have the confidence to use a spell rune that would take too long to draw. He was a bit too close to Johnson. He could only try to respond with his most rapid of curses. Meanwhile, the claystone guard in front of him started to move again. It was stuck in between him and Johnson. Wizard Emir moved again with his instantaneous movement. He entered into the seclusion circle. He wasn't sure what would happen if he went in, but he figured that a rank 16 wizard, even a prodigy like Abel, was not yet capable of doing any real harm to him. Again, he went outside the tent and looked at Priest Giant Horn with a very sour look on his face. He screamed scornfully, "Abel is not in the tent." Priest Giant Horn screamed in amazement, "Impossible. I saw him going in. I've had the skeletons keeping watch the whole time. There's no way he left." While Priest Giant Horn's skeletons weren't so powerful, they were like his extra eyes tea. The camp he picked was an empty field. Its nearby 500 square meters were all empty. It was picked deliberately so that Abel would be found even if he tried to use the instantaneous movement to escape. The skeletons could see him in plain sight, and he could also track him down by sensing a mana ripple in the air. Or so that was the plan. Abel just disappeared from the tent. Ruin and Leon couldn't help but look at each other in the eyes. Joy appeared on their faces. If Abel wasn't just meditating, he probably already got away to fight back. Wizard Emir looked around and said solemnly, "Abel's not getting out of this. I've set up a trapping circle in all corners. Even if he's a bird, he's not getting out of this one." The sky banning circle was a tabooed circle. It was a large spell circle that was capable of moving. The trade-off for that was that a lot of the original functions were reduced. The only function that was left was its ability to lock up the entire area. It was not capable of something more intricate, such as having the user search up the spell circle details. Anyways, when he saw that Johnson was still inside the circle, it kind of just meant that Abel hadn't left yet. He was most likely still around somewhere. Priest Giant Horn said to Wizard Emir, "Kill Johnson first. Wizard Abel's going to come out quickly after that." Having heard that, Johnson immediately shifted its target and rushed towards Priest Giant Horn. Priest Giant Horn knew how terrifying Johnson could be if it was to land a hit on him. He wasn't going to bet his chances even with the white bone armor on. Instead, he decided to go with the safer option, letting the skeletons come to stop Johnson. As for Wizard Emir, he decided to close in on him himself. Wizard Emir humphed coldly, "That's too prideful of you." As he said that, he immediately teleported himself right next to Johnson. At the same time, he used his two hands to unleash the Frost New Star. The two blue ice rings were activated from the inside of his body. He released it immediately after his instantaneous movement, which caught Johnson immediately by surprise. Johnson tried to fight off plenty of wizards before, but this was the first time anyone tried to get so close inside its attack range. Johnson couldn't respond very quickly to this sudden attack. With two ice rings activated, it was hit without even the time to change into its ice-resistant multi-surfaced metallic spheres. It could still hold off a lot of the power with its elemental resistance, but the slowing effect did not reduce at all. Wizard Emir was a rank 19, and the Frost New Star was just as effective as to anyone else. It had to do with what Johnson was, really. There was still quite a distance between an advanced-level spiritual beast and a top-level spiritual beast. Again, Wizard Emir used the instantaneous movement to teleport next to Priest Giant Horn. The blizzard in his hand was activated. Since Johnson was slowed, it didn't have a way to dodge the snowflakes falling from the sky. This was not something to be overlooked. Every snowflake could deal a terrifying amount of freezing damage. It also contained more slowing effect, so Johnson was constantly interrupted from using any freeze-slowing effect. Abel was observing Johnson's state right now. He had never seen a rank 19 wizard fight before, so he decided to take the chance to observe from an 800-meter distance. It was quite safe, but he could still feel the subtle suppressive force Wizard Emir had over him. If he was just a bit closer, he might just lose his ability to cast any spells. It kind of just showed how terrifyingly awful it was to face against a wizard that was about a level or two higher. Abel spoke through the soul chain, "Go help Johnson, Jason." As he said that, a black hole appeared right in the middle of the camp. Due to the Mystic Headband's help, it became very easy for him to activate the exit of the portal beast ring to whatever spot he wanted. Out of the black hole, Jason's whole body armor was covered in red-hot lightning. The lightning long spear in his hand appeared right next to Johnson. With a flick of its arm, a red streak of lightning appeared right from the inside of the spear and flew towards Wizard Emir. Again, Wizard Emir teleported himself to the other side of the battlefield for a dodge. This time he responded by throwing another blizzard spell right on Jason's head. Jason was that fast, but it was perfectly okay for it to escape out of the blizzard's range. It didn't leave, though. Instead, it shot out another streak of lightning with its lightning-long spear. Its motive was clear. As long as Johnson could get out of the frost-slowing effect, this battle would definitely chance towards a much more advantageous position. As for Wizard Emir, he wasn't planning on blocking this lightning with his own body. He was doing it out of instinct. It wasn't like he didn't know a bunch of very powerful defensive spells. But the regular response was to just dodge any incoming threat with a quick, simple, instantaneous movement. Yes, The defensive spells might hold off the attacks, but once the spell was broken, all that was left of a wizard would be his flesh and nothing else to guard himself with. After having teleported so many times, Wizard Emir could no longer continue casting the blizzard spell towards Johnson, which was finally starting to find its way out of the spell that kept it trapped this whole time. While trying to make a dodge, Jason stood and let snowflakes fall right on top of its head. When they landed on it, however, the snowflakes immediately evaporated over its burning body. It was very hard to stop it with the freezing slowing effect when its body temperature was this high. Meanwhile, Johnson's body was protected by the divine level armor. Even when directly under the blizzard spell, there was only so much energy that was wasted from that redstone it was wearing outside. It was just like Jason. As long as its head was not destroyed, it would not sustain any sort of heavy injury if it tried to suck onto the redstone for a full recovery. To break its head, though, one would have to get through the protection of the divine armor. And that was no easy thing to do at all. Johnson decided to move. It activated its speed with everything it's got. The lightning long spear in its hand thrust endlessly towards the skeletons that were protecting Priest's giant horn. At the same time, Jason became a gigantic cannon stand which, instead of using the lightning spell, was now shooting an endless streak of white fireballs. The two stone giants did wonderfully as they cooperated. One was still, while the other was moving. One was shooting elemental attacks from afar, whereas one was clearing the battlefield with its melee attack. For a moment there, even Wizard Emir couldn't do much harm at all towards them. As for Priest's giant horn, he's never been in this much danger today. He started to look scared. He could summon as many skeletons around him as he wanted, but there were simply not enough corpses left to use. He didn't have a large portal bag with him, so he didn't really have the ammunition to sustain for a long-lasting battle. No, especially not against a monstrous being like Johnson, which could smash the skeletons with literally just 1 or 2 hits. Without the skeleton's protection, he didn't think that he would be able to guarantee his safety any longer. A look of hesitation started to appear on his face. "Come out," Priest Giant Horn suddenly cried out. From his hidden bone portal item, an 8-meter-tall beaming giant beast was summoned. Ruin screamed in fright, "You are a madman, Giant Horn. How could you resurrect something like that?" As the orcs' most powerful force, the beaming giant beast was like a war god amongst the orcs. It was worshipped for being the strongest fighting force on land. When it was alive, the orcs would do all they could to provide it with the best living conditions. When it was dead, its body would be preserved in the land of the everlasting slumber so that no one would try to intrude. That being said, what Priest Giant Horn was doing was actually strictly against the rules. If the other orcs knew, he would definitely be hunted down till the end of his life. Priest Giant Horn said grimly, "I've taken out my trump card already, Wizard Emir. Please, make sure you do your part to keep this a secret." Wizard Emir nodded, "Of course. I'll make sure to clear off any possible danger you may face." With that, the beaming giant beast let out a long roar towards heaven and rushed towards Johnson. It wasn't as fast as Johnson, but it still far exceeded what most were capable of dealing against. The lightning spear in Johnson's hands went for a sweeping motion in response as it tried to deflect the beaming giant beast's rushing attack. It was fast, and since the two were directly colliding against each other, there wasn't really any opportunity for a sideway dodge. Boom. Just like that, the lightning long spear swept towards the beaming giant beast like a whip that slashed against firm leather. Beeman had no choice but to take 2 hard steps backward. The beaming giant beast screamed as lightning arcs started flashing across its body. Again, it tried for another rush towards Johnson's. For Abel, he was very surprised that Johnson's attack didn't actually do anything to the giant beast. Its defensive capability was much more than what he could imagine. Perhaps that's just how it was. It looked like Johnson and Jason were not capable of struggling on for too long. It's not like he didn't trust Johnson's toughness, though. If anything, he always believed that no one could really deal any heavy damage towards it. Jason was a different story. Having just become Abel's summoned creature, there was not really the time to modify many its functions. Abel was the weakest one in this battle. As a rank 16 wizard, he had not even the chance to use his crystal body. This was why he waited at the side. Johnson's been stopped by Beeman ever since Priest Giant Horn summoned it. The two giant beasts had no choice but to fight together. The same defense didn't work at all. Beeman was slower and a bit weaker in strength, but that didn't matter. Its defensive capability still made things a bit hard for Johnson to defeat quickly. At the same time, Wizard Emir strengthened his attack against Jason. He just realized that Jason was less powerful than that Johnson. As Jason tried to hit with a fireball, Wizard Emir dodged it with his instantaneous movement. Meanwhile, all of Wizard Emir's blizzards managed to hit Jason back. Perhaps it didn't take long for all the red stones on Jason to be shattered. If that were to happen, his ability would be gradually slowed down, and perhaps that's how Wizard Emir would score his victory. Abel just took out 400 small-sized war puppets outside of his Valia's ring. All of them had consecutive ballistas in their hands. As soon as they came out, they formed a clean line right outside the camp. Wizard Emir laughed out loudly. "I've been waiting for that, Abel." Having said that, he disappeared where he was at and reappeared amongst the small-sized war puppets. As soon as he appeared, a blue ice ring surrounding him was spread right outside. This was the activation of the Frost Ice Star spell. When this blue ice ring was activated, his body disappeared again and reappeared at another coordination where the small-sized war puppets were. He went for another Frost Ice Star. The moment these war puppets were hit, their bodies were covered in frost. It's not like they didn't have any resistance to elemental attacks, but no defense was good enough to resist a rank 19 wizard. In this short period of time, there were only a total of 39 small-sized war puppets that were destroyed. This was because they were all quite far away apart from each other. Abel did not directly control them, but the battle command spirit that he wore on his belt. After sensing the change that was happening, it quickly altered the remaining positions that could still move. There were 100 of them that pointed at each other with their consecutive ballasts and activated chain shots. It looked odd, but strangely enough, none of the arrows managed to hit, and instead flew past their bodies due to the very precise aim. That was calculated. When Wizard Emir teleported to another to release another Frost New Star, he realized that another ballista arrow was shot to his front. It was too late for him to dodge. The arrow managed to hit the freezing ice armor on him. The impact was too great that he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. One thing surprised Abel, though. All this arrow did was to make the armor disappear. It didn't actually do any harm. Other than that, Wizard Emir had quite a fast reaction speed. The moment he took his steps back, his 2 hands cast one instantaneous movement in one and the freezing ice armor in another. As soon as another arrow came flying towards him, his body disappeared in white light. When the small-sized war puppets appeared outside the circle, another freezing ice armor was on his body. Abel already knew that these puppets could only stall Wizard Emir for a bit. They weren't capable of giving him any real trouble. The attack that happened did take him off guard, but even that was not even for an opportunity to deal any real damage. Abel connected his power of the Wilta, the battle command. Spirit, focus your attack on the priest. Leave a small portion left to stall Wizard Emir. The 50 small-sized, or puppets' consecutive ballistas continued to be fired towards Wizard Emir. Wizard Emir seemed to have already known about the danger of the consecutive ballistas. He could take the first hit, but not much beyond that. He didn't want to be touched so many times, so he quickly made himself disappear. Still, when he disappeared again, he was targeted again by the battle command spirit for another rain of the arrows. Wizard Emir thought to himself as he dodged with the instantaneous movement spell. What high concentration attack, it's not going to last very long. Though, is it? You can't possibly have that many arrows on you, Abel knew as well. 500 arrows were technically enough for an entire war. The chances of running out were unlikely. With the battle command spirit's order, the other 300 small-sized war puppets shifted target towards Priest Giant Horn. The consecutive ballistas in their hands continued to fire. The arrows all flew towards Priest Giant Horn like violent rain. Priest Giant Horn had been focused on them for a long time. He realized that things were going bad when there were so many puppets shifting their focus on him. Because of this, he already hid in his clay stone guard when the arrows came at him. Not that it was going to work anyways, but he figured that it was better than nothing. To retaliate, he summoned all the creatures that he could, which were 8 skeleton mages. He screamed without any confidence, "Save me, Wizard Emir." Wizard Emir didn't have the time to help, though. He didn't have an ounce of intention to help when he saw the 300 small-sized war puppets shifting their targets towards him. Instead, he continued his attack by teleporting towards the middle of the small-sized war puppet formation. Again, the Frost New Star exploded. When the remaining 50 or so came over, he used the instantaneous movement again and moved towards another small-sized war puppet for another spell. When he was continuing on his streak, Priest Giant Horn was on the brink of being eliminated. It didn't matter how many small-sized war puppets were destroyed in how many seconds. The arrows were still flying over Priest Giant Horn's head, so the claystone guard he was hiding in was destroyed within a matter of instants. It was the same for the 8 skeleton mages. The moment the dozens of arrows shot them, they became a pile of shattered bones with nothing to keep themselves together. Suddenly, an instantaneous movement scroll appeared in Priest Giant Horn's hands. When the arrows were just about to hit him, he became white light that disappeared where he was standing at. He didn't want to use the scroll right away, given their scarcity. He only brought 4 with him, and he only had 3 more chances to escape death. It was quite frustrating for him, really. He wanted to set up the big circle to trap Abel, but he ended up trapping himself from escaping. In fact, it even stopped him from using that scroll. All these miscalculations were based on one premise. Wizard Emir never thought that Abel had so many cards in his hands. He wasn't so sure as to sell Abel out too. He thought that Johnson was Abel's biggest support, but from the looks of it, he was probably just a member of the large forces that were behind. As for Abel, he mourned the loss of his 100 of his small-sized war puppets. He didn't think that it was easy to get them back up here on the central continent. Come out and fight, Flying Flame, you two white snow. With no thoughts of reserving his strength, he used his power of the will to call for Flying Flame and white snow from his portal beast ring. Dragons, he shouted. Here on the central continent, apart from the Wizard Union, the only ones that could be considered at the top of the hierarchy would have to be the dragons. Dragons seldom showed up in anyone's sight. They had no desire for power, but they were known to be terrifyingly vengeful and protective of their own kind. If their fellows were attacked, they could gather as much of themselves as possible to eliminate the pursers in whatever ways possible. No, Wizard Emir didn't want to ever meet up with a dragon. That being said, he was extraordinarily confused when he saw one being summoned by a human wizard. Anyway, Flying Flame's eyes were fixed onto Wizard Emir as it let out a dragon's roar. Its dark body suddenly accelerated and rushed straight towards Wizard Emir. Instead of sparing a thought, Wizard Emir immediately teleported himself to the side with an instantaneous movement. It didn't seem to help, though, because as soon as he appeared, Flying Flame already turned itself into a bolt of dark lightning to rush towards him once more. After being promoted several times, Flying Flame was even faster than a fired arrow. It could reach Wizard Emir right after he finished drawing the spell rune for instantaneous movement. This way, even if Wizard Emir could make several narrow escapes in a row, he was always pressured. There was no chance to retaliate with other spells. Of course, in situations such as this, the small-sized war puppets would have no ways to target Wizard Emir either. Now that 100 of them were already lost on such a large battleground, there weren't enough to start another mass area sweeping arrow attack. By this logic, instead of going on the offensive, they changed their target and fired at Priest Giant Horn instead. Priest Giant Horn didn't have much of a choice, so he, like a madman, continued to use the bone wall and bone cage to build defenses around him. To make sure that the 2 defensive spells were cast quicker, he decided not to spare anything. He used the scrolls he saved for all these years. Of course, he was just trying to buy time. He wanted to slow down the eventual arrival of his death. Whatever he did, it was not enough to stop an ongoing attack of the arrows. By this point, white snow had already flown on top of Beeman's head. A freezing frost was spat out of its mouth, and the frost covered up Beeman's entire body. Beeman became a lot slower because of it. Johnson went forward immediately. Instead of using the lightning long spear in his hands, what it chose to do first was to go for a hug. It did this by making sure the lightning long spear and the Titan armor disappear first. By the way, the multi-surfaced metallic spheres on its body started rolling when it went for the hug. Only its head was out during this time, but he was quite slow due to the spell's slowing effect. Beeman screamed and screamed helplessly, but its body was being slowly sucked into the multi-surfaced metallic spheres. Eventually, there was only a head that was outside. White snow flew straight towards Beeman's head and readied itself for an attack. Abel spoke to White Snow and Johnson through the soul chain. Just go trap them. So White Snow's attack, a mouthful of ice frost, while it was useless against Johnson, was severe to Beeman. On the other hand, Priest Giant Horn already took out his last instantaneous movement scroll. A look of despair appeared on his face. Priest Giant Horn screamed, "Spare me please, Wizard Abel, I have money." As he said pleaded, he used the scroll for his last teleportation for escape. Abel didn't pay any attention to his plea. The small-sized war puppets continued to fire their ballista arrows towards Priest Giant Horn. Lion and Fetch were quickly pitiful of Priest Giant Horn, but they quickly changed their minds after remembering that Priest Giant Horn just told Wizard Emir to save Beeman. "I'm not going to die. How am I going to die? I'll become." The first shot made Priest Giant Horn scream a lot, but that noise was quickly silenced by the dozens that came after. His body was quickly shot into a broken net and slammed heavily onto the ground. Wizard Emir teleported and screamed, "Abel, you have a lot of summoned creatures with you, but you won't keep me here. Don't worry. I'll make sure to tell the dragons all about you. You turned one of them into a summoned creature, and you'll be chased towards your death for that." So far, he understood the situation on the battleground. It didn't matter if he missed the kill today, because no matter how many cards Abel had up his sleeves, the rule was already set. Rank 19 wizards would always beat off rank 16. It was just that simple. As he knew very clearly, as long as he could find Abel's real body and have him under the suppression of the wizard crystal, he could make it so that it was impossible to even escape with the instantaneous movement spell. Still, things were nowhere as easy as that. Forget about killing Abel. He hadn't even managed to kill his beasts yet. As soon as Wizard Emir finished threatening him, Abel put back the invisibility cape and teleported right onto Flying Flame's back. His eyes stared coldly towards Wizard Emir. Everything that was happening on the battleground paused. The battle only happened between a few individuals, but the destruction produced was the equivalent of small-sized warfare. A gray soul light appeared on the battleground. If that wasn't enough to show how damaging this battle was, there were also broken pieces of the small-size battle puppets for all to see. Abel said with a taunting smile on his face, "Remember to get the dragons to find me, Wizard Emir." Right now, Wizard Emir had no way of detecting the blue dragon essence that was coming out of his body. However, it was a completely different story for dragons. The threat Wizard Emir was making was quite pointless, really. "So you've finally shown up, Abel." Wizard Emir sighed as he looked towards Abel. "You're just too young, aren't you, boy? You would have had a much brighter future, but you chose to make an enemy out of the Blizzard clan. You are asking for an early death from us. Don't you realize that?" Abel sneered at the comment. "The Blizzard clan, you say? You seem to have forgotten who I am. Do the Ice Wind Wizards show no regard to those from the Lightning clan?" Wizard Emir didn't seem to mind very much. "You're a second-rate apprentice from a subcontinent. Do you think the Central Continent gives a damn about you? You haven't even done your identity registration yet, so what's the Lightning clan going to do if I kill you right here?" Abel asked softly. "So the Blizzard clan is preparing for an all-out attack then?" He did have many methods at his disposal, but it just wasn't quite possible to have a clean kill on the rank 19 wizards. No, he would have to think about what's going to happen once Wizard Emir started fighting him with the instantaneous movement. Wizard Emir said aloud, "Yes, and all out it is, Abel. If I can't get you today, then there's going to be a rank 20 elder after you. It is best if you surrender yourself here, I would say. If you come with me to our clan, maybe the elder will spare your life." The truth stated otherwise. Wizard Emir already gave up on the mission when he saw how fast and strong Flying Flame was. He didn't want to die here, so instead of carrying on facing Abel by himself, his immediate thought was to go back and report everything to Elder Mars. Given how much he's already learned from Abel, he didn't think that he would get blamed too hard for aborting the mission. If Elder Mars decided to continue to job himself, Abel was as good as dead. Instead of saying much, Abel directed Flying Flame to fly forward. The white fireball in its mouth was as clear as day. Jason was also charging towards Wizard Emir to attack at any point. As for the remaining small-sized battle command spirits, they all fired their consecutive ballista arrows towards Wizard Emir. Once more, Wizard Emir responded by casting the instantaneous movement with both of his hands. His body became a white light that disappeared and reappeared several hundred meters away. He was disappearing from Abel's sight. Abel sighed in relief when he saw this. It felt just like his first time seeing a rank 18 wizard. He couldn't activate his crystal core at all. He could cast spells just by activating his skill tree, but Wizard Emir's presence just cut off his mana supply entirely, making it impossible for him to cast anything at all. He was getting very uncomfortable with the differences in their power. Despite having an extremely concentrated crystal, Core was still completely overwhelmed in the face of someone that was a total of 3 ranks above him. While he was thinking of a new strategy, fresh air swarmed from the middle of the sky. Wizard Emir was putting back the sky trapping circle. Abel gave a loud command, "Flying flame, white cloud, watch your surroundings." At the same time, he teleported to the ground from Flying Flame's back. Flying Flame let out a dragon's roar, then flew towards a higher altitude to patrol. White snow shot out a wave of ice frost towards the beaming giant beast before it joined Flying Flame. Abel bowed and spoke to Ruin and Leon. "Wait here. You two, I'll take care of this guy first." Leon smiled and spoke, "You can take care of this first, Wizard Abel." After coming to Priest Giant Horn's corpse, he scanned with his power of the will and found 4 portal items in total. He started searching as he stretched his power of the will into the inside. He wanted some sort of proof, because he didn't believe that Priest Giant Horn could resurrect a beaming giant beast if he was just an advanced priest. No, not only was it impossible for advanced priests to cast the resurrection spell, but it was also impossible for a creature that was resurrected to live for an extended period of time. This led to one conclusion. Whatever Priest Giant Horn was carrying, he must have had at least one item that could keep the beaming giant beast survive. That was the only way to explain his command over it. Priest Giant Horn was quite rich, so it wasn't hard to think that he could afford these items. 20,000 intermediate skeleton gemstones were quite a sum, even by Abel's standard. There were also a variety of different potions that he was holding. There was still the melting potion that Abel traded with him, and now it was coming back to Abel after he was dead. As for the other stuff, they couldn't quite attract Abel's attention at all. He's already got very high standards. Added with the items that the priests were collecting, most of them were pretty much useless for a wizard like him. He could trade them off for some resources, of course, but there really wasn't any other point beyond that. Wait. Suddenly, Abel realized that there was an extra bone card in his hands. Upon scanning it with his power of the will, he realized that it needed to be declared first. This didn't look like an ordinary card that anyone could declare ownership over, though. The complicated patterns on it and the materials used indicated that no regular low-tier occupation holders would be able to become its owner, let alone use it for themselves. If Abel had to guess, the bone card used was probably made from the remnant of some sort of ridiculously powerful animal. Out of all the items that he found from Priest Giant Horn, this was about the only one that he couldn't quite make sense of. When he tried to examine it with his power of the will, he realized that the card was actually rejecting his application to declare ownership over it. "I thought Priest Giant Horn was dead," he thought to himself. That's when he realized something. Priest Giant Horn was not a wizard like him. Of course, there were certain precious items that he could use at his will. Having thought that, he changed into his druid spirit and converted his internal energy into Death Kai. After doing so, he injected his power of the will into the bone card. His druid spirit gave him the same status as a priest when he used his power of the will into the card. At the same time, the ice frost on the beaming giant beast's body was gone. It screamed and struggled frantically, and the shaking that it was doing forced the multi-surfaced metallic spheres on Johnson's body to start shaking non-stop. This time, the bone card didn't reject Abel's power of will. His druid spirit successfully entered into the spell circle, making the beaming giant beast suddenly stop struggling. It became a tamed beast. Meanwhile, Abel discovered a dark golden spell rune in the bone card with his power of the will. It was the spell rune for the resurrection spell, a top-level spell for advanced priests. Streams of dark golden energy flowed inside the bone, as it provided the energy for this spell rune to work. The dark golden energy was constantly recharging other spell circles in this small pond inside of this bone card. It kind of reminded Abel of the divine creations he wore on himself. If his guess was correct, this bone card must be a divine item. The beaming giant beast, then, was some sort of pet of a divine being. As for how it fell into Priest Giant Horn's hands, that was not something for him to know. Abel screamed loudly, "Release it, Johnson!" As Johnson's body left the Beeman Giant Beast, the Beeman Giant Beast was left standing by itself. There was no intelligence from its face. It was a resurrected creature, and a resurrected creature was by no means a living being. What a shame, he sighed to himself. The Beeman Giant Beast was a dead creature. The dead creature was not supposed to be able to promote its rank. That being said, all that it could do for him was to serve as a tank. Not a lot of help other than that could be used. Of course, that was not to say that the Beeman Giant Beast was not strong by itself. As the strongest living thing on land, even its resurrected version could withstand the attack of a rank 18 wizard and a rank 18 primitive. Since it wasn't an intelligent creature that could qualify as even a summoned creature. One special good thing about it was that it could be put into a portal item directly. One would have to first get a portal item first, but that was quite convenient in itself. After putting the bone card back, Abel got the Beeman Giant Beast into the bone-made portal item. Abel bowed in gratitude towards Ruin and Leon. "Thank you so much for what happened today, you two." Ruin let out a long sigh. "I didn't think that Leon and I would be so blind, Wizard Abel. I've always seen Giant Horn as a good friend. I never thought that he was capable of doing something like this." Leon gave a light reminder. "Giant Horn is a priest from the land of Poisoned Cruce, Wizard Abel. Make sure you watch out for revenge from that place. I don't think Leon and I will ever talk about it, but there's no telling what Wizard Emir's going to do." Abel nodded and thanked them again. "Got it. I'll keep it in mind." Ruin advised him, "Make sure you find a big city to stay in, Wizard Abel. Do not get out." The Blizzard clan and the land of Poisoned Curse had a lot of influences themselves, but no one's going to have their revenge on you if you stay somewhere public. Abel smiled in response. "Got it. Thanks for telling me that." Leon said softly, "Get ready to leave then. We don't know if Wizard Emir's going to be nearby." "Sure, I'll leave after packing up the things," Abel nodded in reply. Having said that, he went to retrieve the small-sized war puppets. The extent to which they were destroyed all varied. He couldn't fix them himself, but it'd be possible for them to get fixed if he knew dwarves from the central continent. Yes, since he still had some Master's wine and the Grandmaster's wine in stock, but the dwarves couldn't reach their hands out to help him. Before he put back the small-sized war puppets, the battle command spirit ordered them to retrieve all the arrows. After that, Abel got Johnson, Jason, and White Snow into the portal beast ring. It was the tent, the defensive circle, and the seclusion circle after that. When he was done, he jumped straight onto Flying Flame's back. "Take care, you two," Abel said loudly while disappearing from Ruin and Leon's sight. He didn't just leave there, though. Instead, he called for Flying Flame to go high up into the sky. Once there, he summoned White Cloud and flew right over the two on the ground. There were two purposes for doing this. One, to protect his two friends. Two, if the Wizard Emir was to show up again, he intended to stalk him this form. He knew he couldn't hold up a fight in close range, but it was always possible for him to drop a super exploding ball right on top of Wizard Emir's head. Meanwhile, he let the battle command spirit do surveillance patrol on the ground as he checked for what he's collected this time. Despite some of the dangerous situations he had been putting himself into, the harvest had been quite plentiful. He did trade off some heritage from Ruin, and while a lot of time was needed to practice them, he only needed to learn a few techniques to make things work. As for the reason for him to receive the heritage of a barbarian, it was quite simple. Apart from the spells that he could use to strengthen himself, he also needed to learn how to control the 6 weapons and the 6 passive spells. The control longsword, especially. If he could practice it to max level, he'd be a lot strong in his melee ability. He could not use the knight's technique while he was on the central continent, but he could use this technique to increase his performance by a lot if he was to go back to the Dark World. As White Cloud continued to fly in the sky under its invisibility mode, Abel, Ruin, and Leon headed towards Silan City. They weren't just going straight in, however. They were planning on making a landing right outside the city before making an entrance. For Abel, he needed some self-strengthening before going back to have his revenge on the Blizzard clan. He was not the type to be passive under these types of situations. Once he headed back to his estate, he went to his basement, set up a seclusion circle, and immediately headed towards the Dark World. He was starting at the rogue's encampment. After coming to the blacksmith workshop, the first thing he did was take out all of his red iron ores and roast them above the inferno flame. He then banged on them with his horadric malice. With the help of the horadric malice, he spent a total of 5 days creating enough red fine steel for himself. The quality was quite fine too. It was much thicker than when his earlier testing. Next up, he started working on the multi-surfaced metallic spheres, which he was extremely proficient at. Jason was 10 meters tall. He decided to spend a few more days setting the spheres into shape before drawing the element-resistant runes on them. With just the equivalent of a day on the central continent, he created all of Jason's body parts right inside the Dark World. The most important reason for that was that he was a Grandmaster blacksmith. And with the help of the horadric malice, he managed to get the job much faster than any other blacksmiths would have imagined. "Come out now, Jason." Abel slapped the portal beast ring on his left hand. Quickly, a black hole appeared right in front of him. Jason walked out of it after withdrawing the flame that was covering its body. It tried to conceal the fire element, but glowing red light would still spark occasionally on the Titan armor it was wearing. When Jason walked out, it saw a bunch of red multi-surface metallic spheres on the ground. It was very excited to see this because it was jealous of the ones Johnson was wearing. After making sure that Abel made them for it through the soul chain, it went to absorb them with its arm. Soon, all the red stones it was wearing on its body were replaced by the red multi-surfaced metallic spheres. 2 minutes had passed. There were now a lot more redstone iron ore stones on the ground. Not many red multi-surfaced metallic spheres were left. Though, Jason already changed into its new form, which allowed it to have an increase in both power and defense. The red fine steel was a much more durable material than the redstones. Also, due to the higher concentration of fire element inside it, its offensive capability was elevated to an entirely higher level. Abel smiled as he saw Jason in the new form. "Your head is still your weakness, Jason. Don't worry. I'll find another metallic stone monster for that." Jason responded by expressing their gratitude through the soul chain. Without such a gift, it might have spent a few thousand years before it could find a metallic stone monster on its own. Anyways, Abel withdrew Jason back into his portal beast ring. He finally got the time to look over the things he got from this ancient ruin. There were the 2 boxes he got for succeeding in his training. One of them belonged to him, while the other was a portal item he found from Priest Giant Horn. Upon opening the box that belonged to him, he realized that there was just 1 bottle of potion inside. The one that put it here was kind enough to put a label on the bottle. The Beast Spirit Potion. There was also parchment paper inside the box, which explained what it did. The potion was quite simple. It enhanced the bodily functions of any beast-type summoned creatures consuming it. It was a one-time item, which meant that every beast could only use it once. It wasn't like Abel couldn't achieve this with his soul potion, but the soul chain acted by strengthening the soul, not directly to the body. While being a potion at a higher level than this beast spirit potion, a lot more time was needed to fully absorb the potion's effect. This time would become a lot longer every time the user was increasing his level. When Abel went to open the other box, he was surprised to find that there was also 1 bottle of the beast spirit potion inside. He didn't know that Priest Giant Horn came to the beast fighting pit for it. No, he didn't know that Priest Giant Horn wanted to use it for the Beeman Giant Beast, either, as this was the only way to strengthen the resurrected creature. He could try to use it on his summoned creatures, but he was afraid that he couldn't handle the effects quite well. He didn't know enough about it. If he wanted to be safe, his summoned creatures would have to wait before they could drink more soul potion. That being said, it wasn't like the beast spirit potion was entirely useless. It was actually quite important for the druid class because druid class summoned creatures tended to be weaker in their overall traits. It wasn't like he was planning on using it on his dire wolves or spirit wolves. It was the same for his crows and the poison ivy. He wanted to bet on the chance that he could use it on the gray bear, which was the ultimate summoned creature of a top-level druid. He would have to wait quite a while before he could summon one, though. With 2 bottles of the beast spirit potion in hand, he decided to use one right on the Beeman Giant Beast to see what would happen. He took it out of his bone-made portal item, and a loud bang occurred right inside of the rogue's encampment. The Beeman Giant Beast appeared right in front of Abel. Its eyes contained the death color, which was unique to death spiritual beasts. Once angered, this lifeless pair of eyes would be filled with murderous intent, turning it into the most deadly fighting force on land. Abel's power of the will was wrapped around the beast's spirit. Potion's opened bottle. The potion was dragged near the beaming giant beast's mouth, and once he commanded it to open up the mouth, he poured the potion inside. If his understanding of the description he was reading was correct, this potion would increase the beaming giant beast's power by 200%. If a rabbit drank this, then it'd gain the power of 2 rabbits. Similarly, if it was a tiger that drank this, that tiger would gain the power of 2 tigers. It was not very hard to see why Priest Giant Horn was so desperate now. Abel was heard the friction noise produced by bones and muscles. The 8-meter-tall beaming giant beast was growing taller instantly. Its muscles were starting to become more and more pumped. Eventually, it started growing after reaching 10 meters in height. Veins were popping out like magma that was about to erupt from a volcano. They actually looked a lot stronger than Johnson, when its entire body was made of multi-surfaced metallic spheres. Abel's power of the will became a lot more sensitive because of it. He could feel the change that was taking place inside of the beaming giant beast. From what he could see, it was demonstrating strength in its rawest form. Abel murmured as he stared towards the monster in front of him. "Perhaps I've been overlooking how strong it was," he said to himself. He had thought the beaming giant beast was a disposable fighting force, but he was starting to think that it was capable of doing a lot more than just being a meat shield. He didn't even have to test its power to see that it was a lot stronger than Johnson. The difference of power between Jason and Johnson was determined by the number of multi-surfaced metallic spheres that their bodies contained. While the beaming giant beast was originally a lot weaker than Jason, if the two were to fight again, Johnson would have had to pick a very different approach. Johnson would have had to try to fight with speed, and given how much tougher the beaming giant beast's defensive power became, the fight would drag on endless before either one felt exhausted. Having decided that the beaming giant beast was a lot more important than he originally thought, Abel chose to pour his resources onto it right away. He took out a bottle of the soul potion from Valia's ring. After opening its lid, he drained the potion into the beaming giant beast's mouth with his power of the will. He wanted to know if the potion could work on an already dead creature in the same way as the soul potion would to his spiritual guardian knights and the spiritual guardian wizards. Also, he wasn't sure if the potion would work on creatures trapped inside bone cards. Nothing particular seemed to have happened when the potion was poured into the beaming giant beast's mouth. Abel could notice something slightly different, though. Its dead eyes looked slightly vivid. This encouraged him to use up 4 more bottles of the soul potion. The beaming giant beast was starting to look a lot more alive. Its stiff standing position changed to become a lot more natural. When he wrapped his power of the will around its head, he could notice the change that was happening. Like most dead spiritual beasts, this beaming giant beast didn't have a soul flame inside of it. It was a unique being that came to move with the resurrection spell of a priest. This way, it was only capable of shifting between being completely stationary or relying on its fighting instinct back when it was alive. Under normal circumstances, this state could not be held on for very long, but the priest's divine item, the bone card, used special energy to keep the dead spirit in place. This was not something that humans were capable of achieving. After wrapping the beaming giant beast's head with his power of the will, Abel discovered something strange. The 5 bottles of the soul potion started to create a spirit on top of the beaming giant beast's head. It was not a soul flame, however, but a real soul that was set into shape. He could understand how it came here. Perhaps the beaming giant beast's spirit never actually disappeared after its body was dead. Perhaps the resurrection spell was activated in a special way in accordance with the divine being, which somehow created a soul under the influence of the soul potion. Anyways, no matter how this soul came into place, Abel could feel its existence. It was weak, but it was real. He tried to sign a spiritual contract with it, and due to its innocence, it agreed to the contract without any rejection. Even now, Abel couldn't decide if the beaming giant beast was alive or dead. Its body was dead, but it did not contain the soul flame that a dead spiritual beast was supposed to have. Now that it contained a soul, he found it even harder to find a group to classify it. Decided to do another testing to see what's going to happen. He took out another soul potion to pour into the beaming giant beast's mouth. It didn't have to wait, because like a real death spirit, the soul potion technically could be used endlessly onto it. This way, Abel could use any amount of the potion he wanted to increase its level in a very short period of time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After pouring 5 bottles in a row, the beaming giant beast's soul was constantly strengthened to the point that its body surface was starting to increase. Its dried skin was quickly changed to black, and there was a strong sense of vitality. It actually became a spiritual beast. Abel couldn't believe it. Not only that, but it was also the lowliest spiritual beast, almost the same as a blue howling rabbit. He didn't know what to say. There were just too many changes that were happening at once to this beaming giant beast. Just then, the beaming giant beast went from a pure death spirit to a hybrid with a spirit inside its body. It was full of life now, so to speak. It had hair. Its eyes started to gleam. If Abel weren't holding the bone card in his hand, he wouldn't even know that this was a beaming giant beast that's been resurrected by the resurrection spell. It was quite strange, really. This was just a low-tier beaming giant beast. That being said, there were a lot of possibilities in its future. It needed to be promoted several times before it could reach its ultimate form. Abel continued to feed it the soul potion. As of now, he realized that its soul could no longer contain much more soul potion. Any more would have destroyed this newly formed spirit before it could absorb the portion that was already taken. He was fine with waiting. With a powerful ally being newly created, he was looking forward to adding more buffs to it. For example, if he was to have the enhanced hell ability onto the beaming giant beast, it might just become one of his greatest hell creatures. He was going to really need it if he was to face the rank 19 wizard again. Anyways, now that the beaming giant beast just became an actual summoned creature of his, it was now time to give it a real name. Abel spoke through the soul chain. I guess I'll call you Dolph from now on. For some strange reason, he could feel a strong affection for this newborn soul that he just discovered. It was like when a newborn baby duck saw its parents. As for Dolph, while its intelligence was not at the level that was anticipated, it understood that the word Dolph was supposed to be its name. As for the other instructions, he'd have to wait before he could feed it enough soul potion for it to be promoted into an intermediate spiritual beast. As Abel put Dolph into the portal beast ring, he began to introduce all of his summoned creatures inside to it. He wanted it to make more friends with the creatures that he owned. No, he wasn't feeling like learning what the barbarian taught him. In fact, he wasn't even feeling like continuing with what the priest taught. That would take too much time. Plus, even if he went through the effort to master them, he just wouldn't have the right amount of preparation to face the Blizzard clan directly. He needed revenge before he could continue with his training. That was just how his personality was. If someone did wrong to him, he was not the type to hide while they roamed freely outside. Besides, he remembered what Wizard Emir said very well. The one that came this time was just a rank 19 advanced wizard. A rank 20 was soon to be on his way to start another ambush. He couldn't afford to remain in a passive position for too long. As far as he could see, it was just much better if he took the initiative to go find the Blizzard clan himself, in his own unique way. When Abel appeared in the hall room of his estate, Kern the butler went up to greet him with a bow. "Master," Kern said with urgency, "a message just came from the Wizard Union. So Wizard Lamar wishes to see you. He said that if you are free to head to the Wizard Union, he'll be waiting for you inside the building." Abel looked towards the outside. He realized that he spent a little too long this time in the dark world, an entire day. It was already afternoon outside, and he already drank the ration potion to skip his meals. Abel nodded to Kern. "Got it, Kern. Have someone prepare a chariot for me." The chariot appeared right outside of the Sylvan Wizard Union. Once Abel was there, he saw Wizard Lamar coming out to greet him. Wizard Lamar smiled as he gave a wizard's bow. "You've finally come, Wizard Abel. If you'll excuse me, there's a bit more time before I'm going to go out to do my missions." Abel bowed and said apologetically, "So sorry to have kept you waiting, Wizard Lamar. I was doing my shutdown training." The two weren't just regular friends. Since they fought together on the battleground, their relationship deepened. It was more genuine than a real friendship. Also, as the two had great respect for each other, it became a good start for them to really get to know each other. Wizard Lamar gave an inviting gesture for Abel to Go in, please, Wizard Abel. Come inside the guest room with me if you want to talk. Once inside, Abel saw that many wizards no longer wearing robes that were damaged on the battleground. They were all busy. Still, a lot of those that recognized him dropped their work and gave their bows in gratitude. They wanted to show their respect to the hero that saved Silen City. Abel was smiling the whole way to respond to the gratitude that was shown to him. Out of understanding, Wizard Lamar stopped walking to let Abel enjoy the respect he's earned. After walking inside the guest room, the two picked a comfortable spot to sit across the sideline. Wizard Lamar began with a very formal bow. Wizard Abel, first and foremost, on behalf of all of the Wizard Union, I must thank you for coming to help the Silen City Wizard Union while it was under attack. Abel stood up and responded with his bow. It was only natural, Wizard Lamar. As a member of the Wizard Union, I was only doing what my obligation demands of me. Please, Wizard Lamar invited Abel to sit as he's already got back to a sitting position. I've already reported everything, Wizard Abel, how you came to help us when our city was under attack. To show our gratitude, our higher-ups have already prepared a reward that's befitting of your contribution. Abel responded with a grin. Whatever this reward Wizard Lamar spoke of was, it must be quite a lot. Wizard Lamar smiled. First, you'll be given a level 3 authority access inside the Wizard Union. It's going to be very helpful when you want to trade items in the future. Abel went straight for a question. I don't really understand how the Wizard Union on the Central Continent works, Wizard Lamar. Can you explain to me what a level 3 authority access does? There are a total of 5 levels inside the Wizard Union. The bottommost is 5. The level 5 authority access. You will only be able to trade items below what belongs to advanced wizards. Also, you will not have permission to check on any of the advanced wizard items. Level 4 is where you would normally be if you were an advanced wizard. You'll be automatically put into the level 4 category once you've promoted yourself into an advanced wizard. After that, you'll be able to trade for items that belong to advanced wizards. Level 3 is a group specialized for those who have made significant contributions to the Wizard Union. This is when you can start trading for some truly unique items, like limited items that belong to spell masters or other types of precious resources. Abel's eyes sparkled as he listened to Wizard Lamar explaining himself. He didn't notice these while he was back on the Holy Continent. Come to think of it, while he did have a lot of points, there were certain things that he, for reasons that he didn't know at the time, just wasn't capable of trading for back then. Abel continued to ask, is it possible for me to trade the points I've saved in the subcontinent to the Central Continent Wizard Union branch? If it was his Holy Continent account, the points he earned were literally increasing every single day. He would still have a lot left no matter which empire he was using it at. As of now, since he had no ways of entering the Lightning Clan himself, he was going to have to prepare a large number of resources on his own. Wizard Lamar explained patiently, you cannot use the points you receive on the subcontinent here, Wizard Abel. No, unless you're a wizard that's departed from the Central Continent Wizard Union to work at the subcontinents. It was quite disappointing to hear that. It made sense, though. The Central Continent Wizard Union branch wouldn't want to have too many of those from the subcontinents, because you'd have to be quite rich to earn enough points to come to the Central Continent. As the Central Continent wouldn't want to suffer a loss, it had strictly forbidden flows of points from the Subcontinent Wizard Union branch. Wizard Lamar smiled as he revealed his wizard crest. There will be more reward for you at the Wizard Union, Wizard Abel. It's going to be 5,000 points in total. Abel took out his wizard crest as well. By touching his with Wizard Lamar's, a dim light came out of his to show that the transfer was completed. By touching it with his power of the will, he noticed that the wizard crest showed 2 different numbers. One was the number 5,000, which was the total amount of points that he had. The other was 3, which was the level of authority access that he had. What Wizard Lamar did just then was to help him remove some of the restrictions. Since what Abel did for Silen City was so out of the ordinary, he had to make an exception for him by letting him skip to gain a level 3 authority access. Thanks, Abel smiled. Wizard Lamar smiled back, you earned it. As far as I see it, everyone in Silen City should be thanking you. Abel did save Silen City, but many people didn't actually know about it. As for the regular people, they didn't even know that they were very close to becoming slaves of the nation of evil. Wizard Lamar stood up and gave a sincere bow. "I'll have to apologize to you, Wizard Abel." Abel went to hold him. "What are you doing, Wizard Lamar?" Wizard Lamar smiled. "I've reported some of your misbehavior towards the Blizzard clan. I'm very sorry for this, but the Wizard Union's higher-ups are unwilling to settle it for you. I should be the one responsible for doing that, though." Abel said gratefully, "No, that's fine, Wizard Lamar. You've already done plenty for me." Deep inside, he knew that the Wizard Union couldn't settle the beef between him and the Blizzard clan. The higher-ups, especially. There was no way that they would go after an entire Wizard Union organization for a rank 16 wizard like him. He was a 19-year-old prodigy, yes, but he was not going to get any real support before he had truly shown his worth. It was part of the reason he hadn't chosen to join the Lightning Clan yet. If he chose to join now, the Ice Wind Clan might just come after him right away without the Wizard Union having to do anything. It's not like Wizard Lamar didn't know what he was up to either. He had read Abel's profile before, so he kind of understood the motives behind some of his behavior. Wizard Lamar spoke. "The Blizzard clan is very powerful, Wizard Abel. They are far more powerful than they appear. The elders seldom show what they are truly capable of. Remember, never get close to Frost City if you plan to meet up with them." Abel asked, "What is the Blizzard clan truly capable of, Wizard Lamar?" Wizard Lamar shrugged his shoulders. "That's not for me to know. I don't have the level of access to learn about a wizard organization with a rank 20 as its head." Abel frowned a bit at that statement. He thought for a while before a new idea came to mind. Wizard Lamar advised, "Make sure you find a wizard organization to join first, Wizard Abel. I know you've been waiting for the Lightning Clan to reply to you, and I have asked someone close to them. As far as I can see, it will be a month before the shutdown ends. It's not going to be safe for you to stay inside Silan City. The defensive circle can hold off advanced wizards, but there's only so much it can do against a rank 20. The problem became quite apparent for Abel. As a prodigy, he was allowed to join any organizations that he wanted. But if he insisted on joining the Lightning Clan, he'd have to wait for an entire month without any sort of connections. That was 1 month he had to face the Blizzard Clan alone. Yes, it might be safe to stay inside the city, but if the Blizzard Clan was to really go after him, not even the Silan City's large-sized defensive circle could keep him safe from an attack. If his calculations were correct, rank 20 advanced wizards would have 3 chances to hit him before the defensive circle was activated. Given his current strength, he wouldn't even be able to survive just 1 hit. Come to think, it was quite shocking for him to realize that not even Silan City was safe. He would have just stayed here if it weren't for what Wizard Lamar told him. He would be a deadman if the Blizzard Clan elder was to really come after him. Abel smiled to Wizard Lamar. "Thanks for the heads up, Wizard Lamar. Don't worry. I'll find a place to hide before they can get to me. I'll make it hard enough for them to not be able to find me." "It's decided then," Wizard Lamar said in a slightly concerned tone. "I'll be reporting what you've told me to the higher-ups. Also, I'll make sure to notify you immediately after the Lightning Clan opens up. You can read what I've uploaded if you use your wizard crest in any of the Wizard Union branch buildings you go to." Wizard Lamar had been quite busy. He left the Wizard Union building as soon as he ended his conversation with Abel. Abel was left alone at the trading spot. His crest was promoted to level 3. There were also 5,000 points. They were what gave him the motivation to start checking what's available on the item checking list. Since he was at the trading spot, he could just show his wizard crest to the counterstaff. This was exactly what he did. Once the counterstaff took the scanning circle over, he heard a reply quite quickly. The counterstaff said politely, "You are of level 3 authority access now, Master Wizard. From now on, you'll be able to do secret trading in the carriage alone by yourself." Very quickly, the counterstaff brought Abel to a small room that was on the side. The setup was quite simple. There was 1 table, which had 2 spell circles and 1 slot on top of it. The counterstaff explained as he pointed towards the table, "Sir, if you put your wizard crest inside this slot, you'll be able to check all the items that are inside the list. If you want to trade certain items, once you've selected them with your power of the will, the number of points needed will be automatically taken off. The items will then be teleported through the spell circle." On the table, Abel realized that the counterstaff didn't seem to know him. Are there many people with level 3 authority access?" The counter-staff bowed and replied, "Not so much in the Wizard Union, Sir Wizard. It's only given to those who have made significant contributions to the Wizard Union." "Thank you." Abel quickly bowed and left the room. From what he noticed, this gift might just be greater than what he expected. After putting the wizard crest into the slot on the table, a white light flashed across. A light then flashed out of the circle on the table. "Respectable Wizard Abel, you now hold a level 3 authority access. The items you can trade are as followed." A very long item appeared in front of him. He could scroll through it with his power of the will. The resources varied. There were gears and potions. One bottle of the Advanced Wizard Meditation Potion, which was supposed to increase the meditation effect of advanced wizards by 20%, was around 10 points to purchase. As for a magic staff for advanced wizards, it was around several hundred points. The most ordinary item was the ration potion. It was about 0.1 point per bottle. It kind of just showed how ridiculous Abel's reward was. His purchasing power was increased exponentially after receiving the 5,000 points. Actually, even magic towers were available on this list. While a regular rank 16 tower was about 20,000 points in total, the one-time reward the Wizard Union gave him was a quarter of that. It was what he was given for saving Silan City. Fighting the Crusaders had always been the most rewarding mission to do inside the Wizard Union. From inside, Abel seen a lot of items that he felt like he really wanted. The Super Mana Gathering Circle, for example, was a circle that was far more superior to its regular or advanced level counterparts. If properly installed, it could turn an entire region into a mana-supplying environment. It was quite expensive, actually. With a cost of 10,000 points with just 3 in stock, he decided that it was best to earn more points here on the central continent first. As for whether there'd be one for him to get, that was something to worry about at another time. Still, there were quite a lot of other items that he was interested in. They were also quite expensive. The bi-directional teleportation circle was one that caught his attention. There was just one in stock, which indicated that it was an item that was only for those with level 3 authority access or above. He didn't care much for the other types of teleportation circle because each one would only cost about 1,000 points to install. This was different though. It was a portable type that could be set up right away. Its mobility was where its worth shined. Even with a portal circle master's help, it'd take at least an entire day for a regular circle to be installed. Pre-ordering was a must because the circle masters wouldn't just be available at all times. This bi-directional teleportation circle had flaws though. It was not the type that could be connected into the Wizard Union's teleportation circle network. He must have at least 2 that would allow him to travel in between. That being said, it was best for those under constant need to escape to another place, but not those who would make frequent travels to public locations. For what an instantaneous movement could do, this teleportation circle could do it at a much faster pace. As for why Abel could still have the chance to buy this circle, it had to do with the wizard's purchasing habit on the central continent. After becoming advanced wizards, the central continent's wizards would spend all their resources on buying training materials. They were not going to spare some just to get themselves an item that would give them a little more convenience. This way, this bi-directional teleportation circle cost was only about 4,000 in total. However, this cost would be a lot higher if this was given to those with occupations other than wizards. Not that they would have the permission to use them. The druids, the priest, and the barbarians would love to get their own bi-directional teleportation circle, but no wizards would want to use their points to trade materials with those not in the same class. Abel was kind of poor right now. He had just 5,000 points, so buying the bi-directional teleportation circle would only leave him 1,000 points. As far as he was concerned, though, he could always earn more points later. His current priority was to go after the Blizzard clan. With this circle, he wanted a surefire way to go after them without being caught, so very quickly, he confirmed the bi-directional teleportation circle with his power of the will. Under a flash of white light, a circle plate appeared right on the table. He picked it up right away. There were 2 of them that came as one set. As long as it was within a range of 500 meters, he could always teleport instantly after setting up either one. There was one thing about the design that he really liked. With every teleportation, the user would be teleported with the circle that he was standing on. Of course, there was also the option of keeping both circles still, which would create a waypoint that allowed stable teleportations between two locations. After putting the bi-directional teleportation circle into his Valia's ring, Abel lost interest in looking for other items. He took the wizard crest away from the slot and left the room. The next thing he did was to do a quick check on his map. With a quick skim, he could see that the Blizzard clan was situated in the far north. If he was to visit them, he'd have made a stop at the Ice Crown City, which was the closest city to Frost City, with about 500 miles of distance to travel. This time he listened to Wizard Lamar's instruction not to head back to his estate. He knew it was longer safe there, so he took out his invisibility cape to conceal his presence. Then, he used the Wizard Union's teleportation circle to leave Silan City. As he couldn't get to the Ice Crown City with the intermediate teleportation circle used inside the Silan City Wizard Union, he had no choice but to make a midway transfer in the middle of his journey. He went there, and in the middle of his stop, he activated his transformation necklace to turn himself into an elf. He put away all the wizard symbols on him. His presence became that of a druid. The midway transfer was surprisingly cheap ever since he was given level 3 authority access. Actually, it was free if he was using the teleportation circle of the Wizard Union. Still, since he had to be discreet, he chose not to move directly to the Ice Crown City under the name Wizard Abel. Instead, he went out of the teleportation circle network once he reached an intermediate city that was several thousand miles away from Ice Crown City. He intended on continuing with White Cloud. After being sold out the last time, he had become more cautious about using transportation tools that would otherwise leak his whereabouts to his enemies. Made White Cloud land outside Ice Crown City, Abel took out a Druid heritage book that was titled Nature and Neutrality Druid. He flipped to the page with the name Summoning Direwolf and started reading. He wanted to learn how to summon direwolves, because now that he was in his elven form, it'd be kind of weird if he didn't have a mount he could ride on. No, he's never used the summon spell before. Unlike most druids, he didn't take the time and effort to learn how to draw the necessary spell runes. He didn't learn to communicate with the dire wolf he summoned with his power of will. Everything just sort of came to be once he opened the world stone fragment with his spell rune. With his hands, he used the life force he transferred from the druid spirit to illustrate the spell rune for the summoned dire wolf. Right in its green center, his power of the will was dropped to a unique summoning dimension. This was where countless dire wolves lived. He had to pick one that he could communicate with well. It was kind of a tedious process because not only did he have to take turns to slowly talk to each one of them to see which one was better, he'd also have to spend a lot of time sorting things out with the one that he thought he could work well with. It was the reason why you were not supposed to let druid-summoned creatures die easily. Partnership was rare, so before the summoned creatures were about to die, the druids would have them back inside the portal beast bag and try to resuscitate them with whatever resources were needed. Any amount that went into healing the original creature would be better than spending more time looking for a new one, so it seemed. After searching for a powerful direwolf out of all the direwolves, Abel connected his power of the will to it. His summon direwolf spell was just level 1, though, so it was not enough to attract its attention. When he realized that he couldn't communicate with it directly, he tried injecting his dragon essence into the power of the will. It was just a bit, but it was enough to make the dire wolf go very weak. It could even be said that it surrendered to him without even the will to resist. The next part was quite simple. In just 10 minutes, a dire wolf as white as snow appeared before him. Like most regular dire wolves, it lowered its head timidly as soon as it appeared. This was when Abel changed his invisibility cape to his regular druid robe. With his elven appearance, no one was ever going to see him as an elven druid. With that, he rode the dire wolf he tamed into Ice Crown City, which was situated at the very cold far north. It was not as affluent as Silan City, but it was quite close to Frost City, where many of the resources were transported to make stops. This was where many of the products that were unique to the Land of Ice Snow were sold, which was why there were always so many merchants and adventurers here. No, Frost City was not a real city. Rather, it was a privatized castle that was strictly owned by the Blizzard clan. The original name was Frost Castle, but given how powerful the Blizzard clan had grown to be, the number of residents increased so much that it eventually became a real city. Having spent 2 intermediate gemstones, Abel bought a house inside the royalty residence district, the safest part of Ice Crown City. He was only able to get it with his druid status. By the way, because regular people had no way of buying a residence in this region, no matter how rich they were. After buying the house, he was immediately given 3 servants to work here for him. He didn't fire them, but he did order them to never enter his room. He wanted to spend some time doing shutdown training inside. No, the servants didn't say anything back. The dire wolf guarding the door was just too scary for them. Once shutting himself inside his room, he decided to put up one of his bi-directional teleportation circles. From this point onward, this was where his get-to-exit point would be. He thought it was necessary, because after being defeated by rank 19 advanced wizard, he realized that there were still times where he had no choice but to run for his life. Now that there was rank 20 wizard after him, this became even more true. Bypassing his 3 servants was quite easy. Even without using his spells, he managed to sneak outside the new house without them noticing. After arriving at the Ice Crown City, he summoned White Cloud again to reach a high altitude. He wanted the central continent to know about his super explosive ball. Abel sat right on top of White Cloud as he checked his personal storage box. This time he prepared a total of 20 super explosive balls for his revenge. They were all created by perfect gemstones synthesized from the Horadric cube, which were better than even perfect gemstones shaped in nature. Once he arrived near Frost City, his destination, White Cloud, reminded him. He looked down to see the city. It was located right on top of a large mountain. It consisted of 1 main castle, 5 castles on the side, and several hundred smaller buildings. The name Frost City came to be because the whole castle was pure white. Yes, even the ground was covered under snow. As for the buildings, they were built from white stones. While Abel was on White Cloud, he could feel a very strong ice elemental presence here. The mana concentration here was apparently much higher than in most places. He had anticipated it to be a great spot to set up a mana gathering circle if he was an ice element wizard. Speaking of which, his rank was not yet high enough to make him understand how things worked on the central continent. For instance, he was still unsure why the wizard organizations were classified into ice elements, fire elements, and other groups. It made less sense for him when he saw blizzard wizards using fire spells. If the type of spell used was not what categorized the wizard, then there had to be some pattern that he had yet to distinguish. Perhaps he just needed to be a little more patient to figure it out. Abel tapped White Cloud on the neck. "Fly higher, White Cloud." White Cloud did all that it could to fly towards a higher altitude. As a spiritual beast that excelled only in its flying ability, even Flying Flame could not match it in terms of its flight duration or maximum altitude height. Abel told White Cloud to go high, so it went to its maximum of 5,000 meters from the ground. From this distance, Frost City appeared to be nothing but a tiny dot. Abel stared coldly towards Frost City. "Enjoy my wrath, Blizzard Clan." Having switched on his world stone fragment, different types of statistics started popping up. White Cloud was also changing its position. It was not easy to aim with the super explosive ball, so they needed some time to calculate the right angle and so on. It wasn't like Abel dared to go lower too. He didn't know if there was any wizard that could ride on Flying Mount. As the average maximum altitude, Flying Mount could reach about 2,000 meters from the ground. He thought that 5,000 meters were the perfect get-to if he wanted to stay safe. Anyways, he started dropping 1 super explosive ball. Instead of counting the numbers out this time, he could calculate the detonation time in a very precise manner with his wizard sense. The first one he dropped was a fire element type, which had a duration of 6 seconds before detonation. Given that it was dropped from an altitude of 5,000 meters from the ground, its velocity must be about 800 meters per second. With his throwing power, it would be more than easy to reach that requirement. Or so he thought. He didn't take Frost City's defensive large circle into account. When the super explosive ball reached the air above Frost City, it was instantly stopped by an invisible wall. The super explosive ball exploded after bouncing off it. Boomed. Followed by a great bang, the city's large circle began to show itself. It went from being this invisible barrier to a crystal translucent layer covering the whole city. The explosion's impact created ripples on the circle's surface, which was absorbed and distributed to the edges. The city spirit sent a warning, warning. Warning, we're under attack, under attack. Having calculated the super explosive ball's power, the city spirit discerned that the attack was targeted towards the entire Frost City. Elder Mars called through the Elder Sign card, "Who is it? Hey, city spirit, tell me which direction the attack came from." The city spirit replied in a calm voice, "Please wait for detection analysis, Sir Elder." Elder Mars was not pleased to hear this. "Damn you, get it done, or I'll replace you with something faster." He was really just saying that because it was not plausible to replace a spirit responsible for monitoring an entire city. His rage continued to fume, as he was already very dressed to have taken charge of everything outside the city. Besides, 2 other elders were under shutdown training. He didn't want them to know that there was an invasion happening now. He certainly didn't want to be held accountable for letting the whole city break apart. The city spirit replied, "The attack came from above, Elder. 2 of our top-level gemstones in the energy storage have been deducted. Please recharge them as quickly as you can." What? Elder Mars screamed in exasperation. 2 top-level gemstones. What was the thing that attacked the circle? That was 2 out of the 6 top-level gemstones gone in just one attack. There were also many intermediate gemstones in storage, but they were mostly for supplying the mana gathering circle. Elder Mars screamed even louder, "Quick, call the other elders, use any gemstones you can in the storage room." Having given up the thought to get this over with himself, Elder Mars decided to call for the others to help. He realized that the situation was much worse than he could handle. On the other side, Abel wasn't so happy either when he saw that the defensive large circle had blocked his first attack. He had never seen a circle that could repel his super explosive ball before. Abel murmured to himself, "One down, fine, I've got more." Boom, boom. As the super explosive balls continued to explode in midair, streaks of crystal ripples began to appear in the sky. It was actually a pretty good view to look at if the wizards living in Frost City could calm themselves down enough to enjoy it. Right now, all of them were petrified to see that the Blizzard clan was being under attack. Elder Mars's voice echoed through the city's siren circle, "Flying mounts, flying mounts. All wizards with flying mounts, raise yourselves this instant." No, he was not going to think about estimating this invader's strength. He just wanted to make sure that the city remained standing no matter what. Still, when he saw that the top-level gemstones that were stored up over the past few years vanish, his heart ached so much that he couldn't bear to check the rate at which they disappeared. One after another, the flying mount units began reaching for the sky. They couldn't see White Cloud, though, because it was in its invisibility mode. The only thing they could see were ball-shaped objects, falling from high up into the sky, past the limits of their mounts. Elder Mars asked desperately, Who are you? Give me a name." It wasn't like Abel was going to reply to that question. At this very moment, countless names flashed across Elder Mars's mind. He thought about a lot of different famous people, but Abel was not amongst them. Elder Langland screamed in rage as he appeared next to Wizard Mars. "What the F is this, Mars?" The anger was understandable. All the resources Elder Langland prepared for his shutdown training had just gone to waste. Elder Mars pointed towards the sky. "Frost City is under siege." Elder Langland screamed frantically, "I don't care. Don't wake me up if the circle isn't broken." The last Elder Bunch appeared right next to Elder Mars. "I'll kill you right here, Mars." Unlike Langland, Elder Bunch didn't look as healthy. He had blood at the edge of his mouth. There was also blood on his clothes. His face was also extremely pale. Elder Mars tried to say back, I'm sorry. The attack was stronger than level 20, so I had to call all of you here." The other 2 became a lot calmer after hearing this. They turned their heads towards the sky, and they finally noticed the explosion that was happening in the sky. Elder Mars called through his Elder Sign card, "How many top-level gemstones are gone now?" The city spirit replied, 36, Elder. Elder Langland and Elder Bunch didn't know how to react. They looked at each other blankly before either one of them said anything. Wizard Langland said in a skeptical voice, "I think maybe we should call the Grand Elder. Whether this problem gets solved or not, they would get punished if they tried to reach the Grand Elder. Elder Mars especially." This was why they all became very hesitant when the suggestion was offered. Luckily for them, the explosion stopped before any of them made the call. Elder Bunch spoke, "Get this investigated. Use everything at your disposal if you can. Make sure we have a name for whoever's responsible for this. Wizard Bunch suffered many injuries, this time for being interrupted in the most crucial part of his meditation. Recovery was near impossible at his current level because the right potions were just not that easy to come by at this point. It would make sense that he'd be a lot angrier than Elder Mars. On the other hand, Abel was still quite gloomy when he looked at the ground from above. He had already used up all 20 of his super explosive balls, but that's still not enough to break the city's defensive large circle. He was nowhere near achieving the revenge that he's plotting for. Rather, he's not even close to having got his point across to the wizards of Frost City. There was something that he had missed, though. The loss he had inflicted on Frost City just caused its top-level gemstone storage to go to single digits, which was the first time that this had happened over the last few centuries. If he wanted to, he could have just dropped more super explosive balls right here to do some real damage. But he was starting to think that the super explosive balls wouldn't actually do anything. Having given up on his operation, he called White Cloud to fly him over to a deserted spot where no one could spot him. After having made a landing, he put White Cloud away and took out the other circle of his bi-directional teleportation circles. By putting 4 intermediate gemstones inside and activating it with his power of the will, he used the circle to get him back to the house he bought at Ice Crown City. Soon he was back inside his room. He checked around him to see if anyone was going after him. But the attack he initiated was nowhere near effective enough for that to even happen. Without getting too disappointed, he installed a seclusion circle to enter back into the Dark World. To resume his quest inside the Dark World, he chose to move to where the oak tree was outside the rogue's encampment. From there, he went to retrieve the blue howling rabbit crystal cores that were stored up inside the oak tree. He's never done this much ever since having used his light stone for his meditation training because he wanted to save up as many blue howling rabbit crystal cores as he could if he happened to come across more spell rune equipment in the future. Since it's been a few years since he's paid any visit to the oak tree, there should be enough for him to make a new gear that's befitting to his current level. What he needed to do now was to synthesize the fresh crystal cores into dark golden cores with his Horadric cube, and so he did. Having prepared 40 portions worth of materials, he went on to spend up so many of the blue howling rabbit crystal cores that his plan to create a new spell rune just got delayed for a few days more. When he was done, he brought the dark golden crystal cores to leave the Dark World. Once returning to Ice Crown City, he went to have his meal at the dining room before spending the rest of his days wandering around the city. He was in his elven form the entire time, but he was still very careful not to let too many people know that he was inside the Ice Crown City. Inside the hall room of Frost City's main castle, Elder Mars sat right in the middle. Beneath him was a wizard wearing a black robe. An intelligence officer reported to Elder Mars, "We've called our wizards to start the investigation over at the Wizard Union, Elder Mars, but no one's ever seen someone attack an entire city like this before." Wizard Mars was more exhausted than angry now. Did you check with the dwarves? Have you ever suspected that it could be them, or someone who has access to their leaked technology?" The dwarves were very experienced with explosions. All the mining work they did provided a lot of incentive for them to use special exploding ingredients. The intelligence officer replied after pausing a bit, "I'm afraid not, Elder. The Wizard Union hasn't found anything that suggests that this attack is associated with the dwarves. The dwarves are not known to initiate attacks against their adversaries." Wizard Mars was clearly getting tired. The dwarves were clearly not a likely suspect, because although they did have access to explosion technologies, what they possessed was nowhere close enough to initiate an attack with the scale of what happened to Frost City. Besides, they had a very strict policy of using the weapons they manufactured for just commercial purposes. Elder Mars persisted in asking, "So how many new faces have you seen from the other teleportation circles? You know, the ones in our nearby cities." Well, the intelligence spoke after checking the look on Elder Mars's face. Ever since what happened to Wizard Godwin regarding his misconduct of hiring manager Wizard to steal privatized information, the security policies have become a lot stricter. Until just recently, no one has dared to, or at least openly dared to, leak out any information about the usage of teleportation circles. A lot of rumors about Wizard Godwin had been spread amongst the members of the Blizzard clan. It was hard enough to believe that a large number of rank 17 wizards could die to the same man, but to think that a rank 18 would have his arm torn off, everyone associated would be in fear to think that they would be next. Elder Mars was almost about to jump on his feet. Godwin. He should die a second time for what he did. The intelligence officer kept his body as low as he could to pretend that he didn't hear what Elder Mars said. Basically, after his failed mission, Elder Mars brought Wizard Godwin into his lab by himself. The execution happened very swiftly. Simply knowing about it was enough to make one's heart beat so fast that it was hard to breathe. Elder Mars spoke calmly after ending his rant. Send my words to the other members. Since the Blizzard clan is currently under attack, we demand an immediate investigation on the recent usage of the nearby give teleportation circles. The tone in which Elder Mars said that indicated that the request was an official one. As that was the case, a lot of time would have to go into sorting through the necessary procedures. It would take about 2 days at least, and that's only if the Wizard Union actually accepted the application. The intelligence officer bowed before he turned to leave the hall. I'll be on my way, sir. Wizard Emir called out from outside the building. Elder Mars, I have something important to report to you. Come in then, Elder Mars spoke. Soon as Wizard Emir stepped inside the building, the first thing he saw was the very, very drowsy look on Elder Mars's wrinkled face. Judging from how bloodthirsty his eyes looked, it could be said that the recent investigations didn't go so well. Truth be told, Wizard Emir never planned on doing the reporting now. But if he didn't, things would only worsen if the others found out that it was them that started this whole business of messing with Abel. Wizard Emir spoke as he kneeled. I know who did it, Elder Mars. Oh, Elder Mars's eyes got sharper all of a sudden. So you are saying you know who attacked Frost City? Yes, Wizard Emir took out a parchment paper enlisting everything Abel did on the Holy Continent. The methods, sir. It is just like Wizard Abel. The one that came from the subcontinent to the central continent just recently. Without reaching his hand, Elder Mars activated his telekinesis spell and grabbed the parchment paper in Wizard Emir's hands. He quickly skimmed over the information that was written on it. Elder Mars asked in a calm voice, well, you just confessed that it was your group that made an enemy out of Abel. This is the same person that injured Godwin, correct? He and many other wizards in your team too. Wizard Emir's heart sank. He knew how terrifying Elder Mars would be if he was angry, but that was nothing compared to when he was speaking calmly like this. Elder Mars's specialty was research, and calmness was a must if one was to research over a long period of time. For someone as esteemed as him, there was an uncontrollable madness hidden under that seemingly tranquil demeanor of his. Wizard Emir quickened his tongue. Wizard Abel's not alone, Elder Mars. He had 2 summoned creatures in armor about 10 meters in height, 1 young dragon and 1 freezing elemental snow eagle. He's resourceful. That's what I want to tell you. Elder Mars sighed. Interesting, I see. 19-year-old advanced wizard that's also a trainer of multiple types of summoned creatures. You just mentioned young dragon, right? How clueless and bold of him. Even I wouldn't do something as bold as to sign a contract with a young dragon. Wizard Emir only knelt lower. The fault is mine for letting him escape last time. Please, sir, if I bring more wizards with me this time, I'll make sure to capture him in the next try. No, that's fine. Elder Mars suddenly smiled and shook his head. I'll let the others deal with Wizard Abel. As for you, I have something to ask of you. Do you know how much loss the Blizzard clan has suffered this time? Wizard Emir could feel a very numb sensation on his head. Without even giving it a thought, he immediately drew an instantaneous movement spell rune with his hand. The grin on Elder Mars's face grew wider. Trying to run now, are you? Stay with me. It's hard not having someone to vent my frustration towards, you know. The angrier Elder Mars was, the wider the grin on his face looked. Because of Wizard Emir, his entire team and the Blizzard clan had to suffer so much this time. Also, now that Abel's whereabouts were unknown, there was no telling when the next surprise attack would be. It was hard for him not to be mad in this situation. With that being the case, his eyes were fixed onto Wizard Emir like he was looking at a living test subject for another one of his alchemy projects. No, Wizard Emir never activated the instantaneous movement rune that he drew. Frost City's defensive large circle already suppressed him before his wizard crystal body managed to do anything. He tried to reach for his instantaneous movement spell scroll instead, but there's still no point if he couldn't use his own mana. Elder Mars might sound disrespectful to Wizard Emir, but he was not the type to underestimate a rank 19 wizard's strength. More importantly, he was constantly looking for rank 19 wizards who might become living samples for his wizard anatomy research. Whether it was for his future rank promotion or just to increase his lifespan, he always thought that it'd be very helpful if he could look into the bodies of any wizards that were close to where his current level was at. With that being said, as enraged as he was with Wizard Emir's failure, he's not got a reason for the Blizzard clan to give up on one of their elite members to him. Words could not express how tragic things would become. For Wizard Emir, if he knew about how many top-level gemstones were wasted on the day Abel raided them, he would have never come over here to make his confession. Elder Mars took out a handcuff from his portal bag. It was a special handcuff with all sorts of rune patterns drawn over it. He used it to lock Wizard Emir up so he couldn't use his mana at all. The chance of him escaping just got a whole lot lower. Elder Langland suddenly appeared in the middle of the hall. Wait, Mars, what happened? Before a response was heard, Elder Bunch also appeared. The suppressive force got the two elders very shocked. By the way, since the air raid already happened, they just lost all their interest in continuing with their shutdown training. Elder Mars sneered as he kicked Elder Mars, who was now on the ground. Emir just found a good target for us. Elder Langland's eyes sparkled. Did they find them? His name's Abel, Wizard Abel. He's a rank 16 advanced wizard from the subcontinent. It has only been a while since he came to the central continent. Elder Langland spoke after giving a glance towards Wizard Emir. Shouldn't I? He sounds very talented to me. Why was he against us when we should have recruited him? Elder Mars explained, so this, well, whatever you want to call it, went to the subcontinent to go after Wizard Abel, but it turned out that the hunter got hunted. That was not the only time this happened, actually. A lot more attempts have happened ever since Wizard Abel came to the central continent, and it turned out that 4 advanced wizards died in just a few days. One of our rank 18 wizards just got amputated as well. All of the blames was pushed on Wizard Emir. Of course, it didn't matter whether Wizard Emir was the one that did it. Since he was the head, it was only natural that he was held responsible for everything that happened to the team. Elder Langland was a bit skeptical. Is it Wizard Abel that, the one that made all the explosive attacks? The explosive attacks were just too scary. Frost City would have been in shambles already without a defensive circle covering it from above. Elder Mars spoke in a quieter voice. They were in the records. The same thing happened to one of the cities under the Orc Empire's rule. Wizard Abel was the vengeful type. There hasn't been a single time where he missed out on getting back at those who crossed him. Elder Langland said in a gloomy voice, that's such a shame, actually. So you're saying we'll have to hunt this genius down just to kill him? Elder Mars shook his head as well. It's going to take some time before we can find Wizard Abel. The recent order was that no information regarding the Wizard Union teleportation circle would be leaked to the outside world. I've already got someone to do something about that. Let me handle that, Mars. The quiet Elder Bunch suddenly spoke. Elder Mars said with a smile, oh sure. Thank you, Bunch. As a former direct associate of the Wizard Union, Elder Bunches had many important connections within the main branch of the Wizard Union. As things would have it, he was also very interested in learning about explosion technology. His plan after capturing Wizard Abel was very simple. He would beat him up until he talked about everything he knew regarding the explosion technology, because once the Blizzard clan had a grasp of such technology, they'd have no more competitors on the central continent left to fight them over resources. After taking out his sign card, Elder Bunch called for the city spirit to open up the contact circle. Elder Bunch ended the call very quickly before speaking to the other two again. Wizard Abel's last known location is at Lino City. There's nothing after that. Elder Langland sounded a bit confused. Lino City, but why? Isn't that far from Frost City? If Abel's last known location was near Frost City, then it'd make perfect sense that he was the one behind the attack on Frost City. Things just got a lot more complicated all of a sudden. It wouldn't make sense for him to be at Lino City, even if he was traveling on a flying mount. But the method mentioned in his past record was just so similar to what happened over at Frost City. Elder Mars spoke, "I don't care about getting more proof, just have the bounty on. Put the bounty on Wizard Abel. Anyone that has his location would get a level 1 mission reward. As for actually getting him, have the organization send their experts." That's almost too good to be true. Just finding Abel would be enough for one to get a good reward. It wasn't just the Blizzard clan that would go mad over it, by the way. All the associations on their side would also be perfectly willing to do their part to contribute. By that point, it wasn't just the Wizard organization, but also the empires, the trade unions, and all kinds of forces that searched for Abel no matter which part of the world he was at. It would be very hard for Abel, actually. Forget about someone like him, who's barely had any sort of foundation on the central continent. Even wizards born on the central continent would find it extremely stressful and challenging to find a way to get across this kind of treatment. While Elder Mars's conclusion was quite controversial. In itself, his intuition was already set on Abel's attack on Frost City. Wizard Emir just told him everything there was to know. If Wizard Emir didn't come to him, he would have conducted full-scale research on newcomers in the nearby cities. And that, ironically, was what should have happened. Abel was in his elven form for disguise, but it was a disguise that could be easily seen through. There was no past record behind his elven identity, so the chance of getting hit with a full-scale investigation was actually a lot higher. Wizard Emirs made a fatal mistake in that regard. By reporting what he knew to Elder Mars, not only was he committing indirect suicide, he also stopped an investigation, which would have very likely gotten Abel in captivity. No, Abel didn't know that the Blizzard clan had already started an investigation on him. It wasn't like he cared, either. He's already had his wizard crest inside his personal storage box. He's also concealed all other items which would have otherwise leaked his whereabouts, so it was not that likely at all to figure out where he was at. He's also ordered the battle command spirit to activate nonstop to patrol around the nearby areas. The siren would be turned on if any wizard above rank 17 was in range. Having come back to the sky above Frost City, Abel checked the ground below him. He had a mischievous smile on his face. This time he switched to his new powerful weapon. He wanted to see if it was possible to break the city's large circle with it. This wasn't the original plan, by the way. The circle at Silen City was actually a lot stronger than the one here at Frost City, but as things had it, even 20 of his super explosive balls were not enough to break through the tough defense set up here. Nevertheless, he was much more confident today because of the new tool he brought. That was until something strange happened before he even started. From what he could see, all the giant ballistas on Frost City's wall had people maneuvering them. There were also troops of wizards standing next to them in line. It didn't look like they were preparing for just one person. No, it looked like they were preparing to defend against an entire army. His heart shook a bit when he saw this. After telling White Cloud to make a landing at a hill slope that was not so far away, he jumped down from White Cloud's back and summoned a dire wolf. From there, he rode the dire wolf towards the top of the hill slope. A middle-aged advanced wizard smiled and greeted Abel. "Greetings, Druid. Are you also here because you've heard about what happened?" A talkative advanced wizard. It was not very common these days, because it's very hard to become an advanced wizard if one couldn't be alone for a long period of time. Abel smiled and replied, "Greetings. My name is Bennett. I'm only here because I saw some wizards gathering here. Mind if you tell me what's happened?" With a very good reputation on the central continent, the elves were regarded well on the central continent. It's not all that strange that an advanced wizard would want to come to able to have a conversation. Druid Bennett, aha. The advanced wizard replied, "Greetings, greetings. It sounds like you've stumbled into a great opportunity today, Druid Bennett. The name's Jevons, by the way." Abel began pointing towards Frost City. "So what happened, Wizard Jevons? Correct me if I'm wrong, but it kind of looks like Frost City's trying to hold against an invasion or something." Wizard Jevons laughed out loudly in response to that. "Can't blame you for thinking that, haha. The Blizzard clan just put up a bounty on a wizard from the Lightning clan. In retaliation, the Lightning clan declared a wizard's war on the Blizzard clan. You're in for the show if you're interested in looking at how wizards fight each other. It's been quite a while since the last wizard's war took place." It wasn't all that simple for Abel to hear that. While he felt a great sense of belonging when he heard that the Lightning clan would go so far for him to start a war, He was also shocked to hear how fast the Blizzard clan's intelligence agency could be. No, he had no idea how much trouble he inflicted on the Blizzard clan. For just killing one rank 17 and 3 rank 17 wizards. He's also dragged one rank 18 wizard and one rank 19 wizard to be involved in this incident. Those were two elite wizards that became living test subjects because of him. Also, the Blizzard clan just wasted 40 top-level gemstones because of him, and that was no small amount to be recovered on short notice. The Blizzard clan did manage to retrieve 10 by stealing or buying from everywhere they could think of. However, as one could probably imagine for themselves, it was not a very profitable business for them. What made this worse was the bounty on Abel. It didn't seem like such a big deal to them until they saw the Lightning clan's reaction. As of now, the Lightning clan's actual strength had been greatly reduced since one of its senior members went to do shutdown training. Just when the Lightning clan's rivals thought it was a good time for a surprise attack, that same elder was reported to pass his training in just 5 days. If that wasn't surprising enough, those 5 days were when Abel arrived on the central continent. So what did it all mean for the Lightning clan? Well, they were just reminded how important it was to have battle-ready members at their disposal at all times. Since a wizard prodigy, one that was completely new to the central continent, came to them, they would do everything in their power to ensure that he would follow them. As a matter of fact, they already considered Abel as a potential key member before he officially joined. Back to the present. Now that Abel's had a bounty on him, there was no way that the Lightning clan would tolerate the Blizzard clan any longer. A while ago, when the Blizzard clan had a problem with Abel back on the Holy Continent, Wizard Dunn was the one who came out to resolve everything. Wizard Dunn wasn't here now, and although the Blizzard clan never managed to inflict any sort of serious injuries on him, their repeated offense really crossed the lines that the Lightning clan. Wizard Godwin would have made things a lot smoother for the Blizzard clan if he wasn't turned into a living test subject so early. If he survived the wrath of his superiors just a bit longer, then the Blizzard clan would have known all there was regarding Abel's special status as a member of the subcontinent Lightning clan. As for why he didn't say it out loud a long time ago, it was mainly because he wanted to secretly settle things with Wizard Dunn without causing another major conflict between his group and the Lightning clan. That thought was ruined as soon as Abel became a wanted man. Elder Langland twitched his eyes when he spoke. Mars, the Lightning clan just declared a wizard's war on us because of Wizard Abel. How could you not have told us about Wizard Abel this whole time? Elder Mars only shook his head. I don't know about him. I don't know Wizard Abel's connected to the Lightning clan. All the information I got came from Emir. Damn Emir, he kept the most important information hidden from us. Bunch was starting to get worried. There's only an hour left before the Wizard's War begins. I don't know if the city's large circle can hold on for much longer if we don't go out now. Keep in mind that there were only 10 top-level gemstones supplying energy to the city's large circle. As disappointing as what Bunch was saying sounded, the other two elders became much more alert with the situation that's going on. On the central continent, the wizards settled their differences by waging wizards' war at each other. It was their way of asserting authority without spending too many resources. That being said, the Wizard Union was never supportive of the starting of any wizards' war. As the biggest enemy of the central continent was now the nation of evil, it was not the time for the wizards to fight against each other. Still, now that there was one happening right now, they would minimize the damage by setting a time limit of 1 hour for the war. To explain the rules, the wizards would be held starting at a time agreed between the two parties. After a duration of 1 hour, neither side would be allowed to continue their attacks. There would be wizard overseers to ensure that these rules were carried through. Of course, if one party was clearly at a disadvantage, then that party would have all the right to hide inside their own city large circle, while their opponent would vent out their anger by reducing as much energy from that same city large circle as they could. The other wizards would ridicule the ones that hid inside their large circle for a long time, but at least they would survive. That was exactly how the Blizzard clan worked nowadays, by the way. As powerful as the Lightning clan had become, they would have never accepted to face them in an hour-long confrontation. Elder Langland advised, "We should call everyone in the organization and lend them all our top-level gemstones. Once this is settled, We can have the organization pay them back by 2 or 3 times more. Bunch nodded. That sounds like a good idea to me. Then they all started to look towards Elder Mars. Their intentions were quite apparent. Since all this trouble came from Wizard Mars, he should have been the one to lend out the loans. Elder Mars shook his head as he had no other choice. Fine, I'll do it. I'll apply for a gemstone loan from the wizard. Organization. As few as the top-level gemstones were inside Frost City, Elder Mars had no choice but to apply for a direct loan from the wizard organization. It wasn't all that easy for him, given his low credit score. Not a lot of people were willing to lend their stones to him at first. Even with the help of Elder Langland and Elder Bunch, he only had a total of about a dozen top-level gemstones at the end. It kind of got him resentful towards the ones that refused to lend to him. As good as the Blizzard clan was at exploiting others, they were not so good at taking care of the trouble that they started. Rank 20 Law Enforcer Wizard in red appeared. Outside Frost City, the Wizard War is about to commence. I would like to ask something from both the Lightning Clan and the Blizzard Clan. Is either of you willing to settle this peacefully? A wizard in white appeared at a spot that was a kilometer outside the Frost City gate. Wizard Lucian, please, let this battle start quickly. The Lightning Clan will not back away from this one. That was a very bold statement made towards a rank 20 wizard. It was almost like this wizard came to have a picnic and not a war. As soon as he said that, 9 streaks of white light appeared right next to him. There were 2 rank 19, 4 rank 18, and 3 rank 17 wizards next to him. A wizard watching on a small hill scratched his head. Just 10 advanced wizards for a wizard's war. What's Lightning Clan even thinking? Wizard Jivos next to him shook his head towards the statement. Well, what do you know? 10's a big number against a group like the Blizzard Clan as far as I can see. You know what? I think that's actually plenty of respect, the Lightning Clan is giving right there. Abel thought that Wizard Jivos knew what he was talking about. How many advanced wizards are in the Frost City, Wizard Jivos? Wizard Jivos gave a detailed reply. Good question, Druid Bennett. There's no simple answer to that, but I'll give my best try. The Blizzard Clan has never made public how many groups they held, as victims were commonplace when fending against Holy Crusaders. The most commonly believed estimate is that they would always have at least 10 or above units of troops ready. One troop has about 7 to 10 advanced wizards that should be at least rank 17 or above. There would be a supply team behind each troop, consisting of rank 16 or rank 17 advanced wizards. After the preparation team, what you'd have is the backup support team. The number can get a lot higher for the backup support team members, who will take care of providing service to the main troop and the backup support team. The number can get very massive if you also count in the families of each wizard. So if you're trying to calculate the number of wizards living inside Frost City, my answer to that is, well, it's very hard if you want to get the sum right. Abel's comment to that was quite simple. Wow, I suppose you should never try to underestimate the Blizzard Clan. With a rough calculation, Abel discerned that there should be at least 100 or more advanced wizards in all of the Blizzard Clan. Whether in terms of their numbers or their strength, that was already more than the total of the advanced wizards living on the Holy Continent. Another wizard smiled towards Abel. I guess you're new to your quest, Druid Bennett. You know, the Blizzard Clan and the Lightning Clan aren't the best ones around here. They are purely human groups who are not very tolerant of other kinds, so you won't see anyone in another class with them. If you want to, I'm pretty sure you can come across groups that have all sorts of occupation holders as members. Look out for the ones with wizards as their main fighting force. Those are the scariest on the battlefield, I would say. Wizard Jivos couldn't help but argue against that. Tolerant. What do you mean by that? Having other classes will just hinder the team's flexibility as a whole. Wizards are the weakest in terms of their defensive capability, so if you're going to have other occupation holders, that will just increase their likelihood of getting injured. Wizard Lucian's voice echoed across the air. The Wizards' War shall commence. There will be 1 hour of fighting between the Lightning Clan and the Blizzard Clan. Again, I would like to implore both sides to follow the rules of the Wizard Union. Any violators of the rules will face sanction from the Wizard Union. Wizard Jivos was very excited to hear this. It's here, it's here. Place your bets, everyone. It'll be 1 to 5 if you bet that the Lightning Clan can break through the city's large circle. If you are bet that the Lightning Clan can't, you're at 1 to 1.2. Abel didn't know what to think regarding what he saw next. The wizards beside him passed the gemstones that they had to. Wizard Jivos. The bets were placed very quickly. It was like they did this before. Rather, maybe they didn't want the Lightning Clan and the Blizzard Clan to know that they were doing this at all. If they were found to be betting on this wizard's war, maybe they would be annihilated by the wizards fighting on the battlefield. By the way, it seemed that the wizards here had a lot of faith in the Lightning Clan. It was almost like they never thought that the Lightning Clan would lose at all. There wasn't even the option to bet on the chance that they would lose, actually. As soon as Wizard Lucian declared the commencement of the Wizard's War, a rank 20 wizard from the Lightning teleported himself to a spot that was 200 meters outside of the city gate. He was putting himself in the attack range of the enemy wizards on the city wall. The rank 20 Lightning Clan wizard announced, "Wizard Mars, everyone here knows why I came here today. Wizard Abel is a member of the Lightning Clan, and it is a direct violation for you to put up a bounty on him. I don't think I need to make that point any clearer at this point. If you continue to do so after today's battle, then I'm warning you." Elder Hal has already made it official that he's going to participate in the next Wizard's War. Elder Mars called back in a clearly weakened voice. "Well, Wizard Hog, I want to state first that we didn't know that Wizard Abel is a member of the Lightning Clan. We did not know. Also, the bounty wasn't put up for no reason. Wizard Abel attacked Frost City, so we declared him a wanted man. And, I thought Elder Hal just became a wizard mediator, and now you're saying, what, the referee is going to be the one playing the game? Have you no respect for the rules of the Wizard Union?" "Huh?" Wizard Hog responded with a burst of loud laughter. "That's a good joke from you, Wizard Mars. When was the last time you've heard a rank 16 wizard invading an entire city? And Elder Hal just got promoted very recently, but he's not quite done with all of you yet. He's still very interested in the Blizzard Clan from what I've heard lately." Elder Mars's expression changed when he heard that. The statement, "he's not quite done," sounded quite normal, but there was certainly a lot of weight behind these words. Usually, most regular advanced wizards would reach the end of their lives once at rank 20. There were a few exceptions to that. Those with talents and luck might find themselves breaking through their boundaries and become what was known as Wizard Mediator. As the name suggested, Wizard Mediators were those who have essentially ascended to a point where they no longer had to follow the norms. Regular wizards were no match for them, so their only enemies would be other mediator wizards. The Wizard Union set some rules to keep these living weapons of mass murder under control. For starters, they were not allowed to participate in any wizard's war was held by the wizard organization. It was the same as any conventional warfare, but there were still exceptions to everything. For example, if one just became a wizard mediator, there would be one free chance for him to engage in any warfare he wanted without caring for the Wizard Union's rules. Elder Bunch called out loudly, "We'll cancel the bounty on Wizard Abel today, Wizard Hog. It doesn't matter which side wins, we'll get it done." Wizard Hog laughed out loudly, Sure. Let's get into it then." After saying that, a lightning spell rune appeared on the lightning staff in Wizard Hog's right hand, and a lightning bolt was shot towards the city gate. Simultaneously, an instantaneous movement spell rune appeared in his left hand, helping him dodge the countless arrows and one blizzard spell that were immediately shot towards him. Wizard Hog's first shot was the fire that ignited the whole war. As soon as he made his move, the other 9 Lightning Clan wizards, excluding 3 rank 17 wizards, started using their spells to attack the city's large circle. Their goal was very simple: to inflict as much loss upon the Blizzard Clan as possible by attacking the city's large circle. Their goal wasn't really to destroy the city's large circle, by the way, because it wasn't really possible for them to invade Frost City. The 7 advanced wizards continued to dodge between the spells and arrows that were thrown at them. The lightning spells in their hands were repeatedly activated as they did everything they could to damage the city gate. The process was quite tedious, but the lightning arcs were really starting to erode the city's large circle over time. Meanwhile, 3 rank 17 wizards took some mechanical parts from their portal items and tried to assemble them. Since they were about 1 kilometer from the wall, it wasn't all that possible for the Blizzard Clan to deal any real damage to them at all. When they finished assembling all the parts, they produced a long-distance ballistic cannon which they placed on the ground. Two of the rank 17 advanced wizards stood on either side of the long-distance ballista cannon. They both had their hands on it, while the other rank 17 wizards had his hand on the back of the cannon. The one at the back then took out a cannon that had runes drawn all over it. One of the wizards on the hill screamed in excitement, "Ha ha ha, I think the chances are higher for the Lightning Clan now." Needless to say, he must have placed a lot of bet on the Lightning Clan. Wizard Jivo sighed, "That's a lot of money the Lightning Clans put. I didn't think they'd take out arrows that could explode." Abel seemed kind of confused. What do the explosive arrows do? Wizard Jivos reminded him, "Be careful when you see these explosive ones, Druid Bennett. They are not all that effective against wizards that can use the instantaneous movement, but for fixed targets. They can be quite deadly for someone in your class." Right, Abel was a druid now, so he couldn't move rapidly as a wizard could. Wizard Jivos continued to speak. "Once the explosive arrows hit their target, the runes drawn on it will also crack and explode, turning the arrow into countless fragment pieces. A lot of elemental and physical attacks will be released in a way that they can break through most defensive spells." Abel's eyes sparkled when he heard this. If there were more of these arrows, they'd probably become so powerful that they could obliterate an entire area. Wizard Jivos chuckled as he knew what Abel was thinking. "Dream on if you want, Druid Bennett, but those things cost points. I don't think you'd have any points on you, no." On the battlefield, the three rank 17 wizards already had their hands on the long-distance cannons. The cannon just had all the explosive arrows ready. The three wizards first disappeared from their original spot before they reappeared to a spot that was 200 meters from the city gate. The wizard at the back of the cannon then loaded another arrow. On the cannon, the three disappeared once more, this time at a spot that was a kilometer away from the city gate. They were very experienced, by the way. It was almost like they were a single person that did all this. The cannon, added with the force of the explosive arrow, could produce an attack that was the equivalent to what Wizard Hog, a rank 20 wizard, was capable of producing. The city spirit's voice came out to remind the three elders, "Elders, two of the top-level gemstones have been reduced." Elder Langland was frustrated to hear this. "Damn. Ugh, let me go out after them." Elder Bunch spoke calmly. "If you want to die, Langland, I'm not really going to stop you." Elder Mars shook his head. "Let's just wait. Give the Lightning Clan some time to vent out their anger and whatnot. Otherwise, the loss is on us if they go out to take the resources now." The three elders knew something very well. Despite having just one rank 20 wizard, the Lightning Clan was an elite team that consisted of some of the most terrifying fighters on the central continent. Even without having too much of a difference in their rankings, if the Lightning Wizards could hit their opponents with a zapping spell, then that opponent would be easily immobilized before they died completely. This way, the death rate was too high for the Blizzard Clan seniors to really want to have a standoff against the Lightning Clan's wizards. Abel was standing on the small hill as he watched the 10 Lightning Clan wizards fighting for him. He felt very emotional. He felt especially emotional when he learned how valuable the explosive arrow was. "That's it," he thought to himself, as he could no longer bear the thought of simply being a bystander. He tapped the neck of the dire wolf he was riding, and the dire wolf backed away and left the hill quietly. Wizard Jivos didn't say anything when he saw Abel leaving. He thought that it was a shame that Abel couldn't watch the whole fight end, but he was too interested to see what's going to happen next himself. Once arriving in the middle of the forest, Abel used his transformation necklace to turn himself back into his original form. He was back into his human form. After that, he placed his left hand in front of his chest to summon Johnson. He activated the instantaneous movement spell rune to get himself on Johnson's shoulder. He was going to face off against a rank 20 wizard from here. He needed protection if he wanted to do this confidently. Johnson took some very large steps as it walked towards the battlefield. Its gigantic body attracted the attention of everyone within or outside the battleground. Wizard Lucian teleported next to Johnson and spoke to Abel. "You trying to join this wizard's war, little fella?" Abel said as he performed a wizard's bow. "Respectable wizard mediator, yes. I want to participate in this wizard's war as a member of the Lightning Clan." "Hey, Wizard Hog." Wizard Lucian turned his head and screamed towards Wizard Hog. "Is this your member? Are you all crazy? Why would you let such a young man run around here by himself? Are you seriously thinking about having him fight with you?" Having heard that, Wizard Hog immediately teleported himself to Johnson's shoulder. He revealed a wide smile as he saw Abel's face. "You must be Abel, aren't you? Dunn's talked a lot about you with me." Abel jumped down to bow towards Wizard Hog. "My name is Abel Harry Wizard Hog. I'm deeply grateful for you starting this wizard's war." "For me." Abel just jumped down from the shoulder of a 10-meter-tall monstrosity. Wizard Hog and Wizard Lucian couldn't help but be taken by surprise by that. Abel must have been above a regular wizard already in terms of his physical capability. That was not very commonly seen from wizards, because normally, while their mana resistance would increase exponentially after using mana for a long period of time, it would take a toll on their physical health. It was the same whether they were doing promotion or regular meditation, so having a physically strong body was a very good indicator of how much potential a wizard would have. Again, Abel was just 19 years old. As long as he wasn't dead, given the ridiculous amount of progress he was making. He had the chance to be a wizard mediator. That was going to be awfully good for the Lightning Clan. Wizard Lucian was thinking the same thing regarding Abel. He wanted to be on good terms with him before he really reached his full potential. Wizard Hog started talking a lot. "Did you know, Wizard Abel? This isn't really just about you, but we'll get to that later. I've heard that, well, you are Wizard Morton's apprentice. How's he doing now, if I may ask? I was the one who watched him grow up, and wow. Time really flies. I mean, just look at you. I didn't think that it would be this soon for one of his students to become an advanced wizard." Abel bowed humbly. "Mentor. Oh, he just became a rank 12 intermediate wizard. Given how good the Holy Continent's environment is becoming, I believe that he's going to have another promotion soon." It was surprising to see Wizard Morton Sr.'s here, from Abel's perspective. That made him humbler in terms of his attitude. "Wizard Hog, the wizard war is still going on. Are you thinking of ending it?" Wizard Lucian laughed from the side. From the way they were chatting, Wizard Hog and Wizard Lucian seemed to be quite good friends. Yeah, Wizard Abel, you wait here, watch us teach them a lesson for you." Wizard Hog laughed and said. "Wizard Hog, do you want me to break the protection circle for you?" Abel saw the Lightning Clan having a hard time breaking it, so he asked. "Wizard Abel, that thing is not easy to break. It will remain as long as it has enough mana gems. Only law-defying wizards can do something about it." Wizard Hog couldn't help but laugh again. Abel was too ignorant. "Let me try," Abel said confidently. He wanted the blizzards to get a taste of his power but also test out his new toy. "Okay, go for it. Don't get too close to the city wall, though." Wizard Hog smiled and nodded, seeing Abel's confidence. Abel flashed back at Johnson and took out a mana cannon from his Varia's ring. The 3-meter-long cannon was filled with magic patterns. "Is that a mana cannon?" Wizard Hog suddenly gasped. Mana cannon existed in the central continent, but they were extremely rare. There were only a few. They were all discovered in ancient sites, and the top wizard organizations held them. It was a superb attack weapon. Since it could only be used once, and the destruction it could cause was unlike anything, it was mostly used for scaring people. Those things were made for a still target. A wizard could easily dodge it by flashing away, but it was very useful for a city protection circle. "Wizard Hog, why don't you talk with Abel? Maybe that's going a bit too far." Wizard Lucian said gently and shook his head. "Just let him have a go. I heard he is very good with the dwarfs in a subcontinent. Maybe he got that thing from the dwarfs of that subcontinent, but he should have the right to use his stuff. The blizzards are his first enemy in the central continent. Bad luck on them then." Wizard Hog laughed. If Abel were in another wizard organization, using a mana cannon like that would definitely be stopped, and it would be taken away by the organization. However, not the Lightning Clan. Lightning wizards were rare, and their bonds were tight. Abel gave the mana cannon to Johnson, and it began to hold the cannon up to its chest. Soon the Titan armor on its body vanished, and the iron ball on its body formed a shield in front of the cannon. The mana cannon was no longer recognizable. It was almost like Johnson had an iron cannon growing out of its chest. Simultaneously, Johnson was like a giant cannon platform aiming at the city gate of Frost City. That wizard still has the heart of a child. Wizard Hog stood beside Wizard Lucian. He couldn't help but smile. "Yeah, he's only 19 years old. That's the age for playing around." Wizard Lucian nodded with a smile as well. Both of them thought Abel was trying to hide Mana Cannon, and at the same time trying to play around. However, Abel was not playing around. Instead, he was trying to stop people from seeing the change that was happening to the cannon inside. Johnson, he took out a perfect red gem and placed it in the cannon's back socket with his power of the will. That cannon could handle more than 4 perfect gems, but Abel was only trying to test out its power, so one was enough. Commander Spirit, find the Frost City spirits. Abel reached his power of the will into his Headmaster identity card and asked. Headmaster now scanning. The voice of the Commander Spirit emerged from his brain through the power of the will. After half a minute, a map of Frost City appeared in his mind, and an area was marked. He transferred this map to Johnson through the soul chain, and Johnson began to move the cannon towards the marked area. Abel then reached his power of the will in his personal storage box. In that time, Frozen Space 33 Zod rune was neatly lined up. Since those runes were held together by the dark gold crystal core, it could only last for 5 seconds outside of the personal storage box. Abel ignited the World Stone's ability. He couldn't waste any time. He only had 1 mana cannon. Although he could make another one, the components of that thing were too hard to find. He had only found 1 portion in the Holy Continent. Luckily, his alchemy skills did not disappoint. If not, this mana cannon wouldn't even come alive. Abel focused his power of the will onto an unnoticeable dark socket and quickly transferred the 33 Zod rune inside it. Dark gold glow sifted out when the rune entered and wrapped the cannon in less than 1 second. Afterward, the socket disappeared from the cannon, just like all Dark World rune sockets were hidden. Abel ignited the cannon with his power of the will, and a stream of red flame began to gather. 2 seconds later, energy gushed out from the mouth of the cannon. Danger! Headmaster Mars yelled on the city wall. The 3 headmasters turned into a flash of white light and vanished from the spot. The other elite wizards soon followed. Abel focused on the city wall. Since he had the World Stone's analyzing ability ignited, he could clearly see everything that was happening in that split moment. He knew the limit of this mana cannon. It took 2 seconds to gather energy, which was enough for most experienced wizards to flash away. The city spirit was the most important governor of a city. City spirits were selected from the most intelligent spirits, and after long years of nourishment and data accumulation, each city spirit would become extremely efficient at running its city. Once a city spirit was damaged, things would not return to normal in at least 10 years of ruthless work. An immense wave of energy gushed out, sending each part of the cannon into instability. If it weren't tightly wrapped in dark gold energy, it would have turned into pieces already. After the fire elements blasted out of the cannon's pocket flashed a few times and re-emerged again. The 33 Zod rune had turned into pieces of scattered crystals. It was the destruction of a perfect red gem. Each of those things had the power to sustain a city for years. However, the perfect gems Abel had were far superior in regards to both power and purity. Just like the super exploding balls he made, its blast was only the minimum of what his perfect gems could do. The mana cannon could push the power of his gems to another level. It compressed the gems before the blast, which strengthened its impact at least a few times. Just like trying to penetrate a body, it would be much easier with a thin needle than your fist. Although the overall fire element did not increase, the energy was so concentrated the impact force was much scarier. The people in Frost City saw a beam of red light shooting out from Johnson's body and flew towards the city gate. They were helpless, just like a needle breaking through a thin piece of paper. The city protection circle was like a crystal ball. It would break even when a small hole was made. The beam of flame penetrated the protection circle and continued to make its way towards the city gate. The city gate directly tumbled down like it was melted in a sea of flame. The fire element of that beam was scary. The beam continued towards the building. Anything that got in its way was penetrated and tumbled down, just like how fire spreads on paper. That beam penetrated half of Frost City and arrived at the central palace. The palace was met with the same fate as other structures. Afterward, a glowing object filled with magic patterns located in a room of the palace shattered. The beam of flame continued for them more structures and finally vanished. Everyone was stunned. The people in the city, the blizzards, the lightnings, and the wizards on the hill. Most wizards heard about the power of a mana cannon, but seeing it in action was a totally different experience. "City Spirit, what's the loss?" Headmaster Mars yelled. His face was overwhelmed with amusement as he saw that beam of flame penetrated half of his city. How rich does a rank 16 wizard need to be to use such power in a wizard war? The value of a mana cannon was far greater than everything the blizzards had lost so far, so that attack basically made no sense. Headmaster Mars did not get a reply. It was almost like his headmaster identity card was dead. He suddenly felt his heart drop. He realized where the beam had penetrated. Soon, the city's crystal light protection circle began to crack, and pieces dropped down like vanishing sparkles. The lightning stopped their attacks and flashed beside Wizard Hog and Wizard Lucian. They gazed at the cannon on Johnson and turned back at the giant hole in Forest City. "Wizard Hog stopped the war. Do you really want to kill every wizard from the blizzards?" Wizard Lucian lowered his voice. "Wizard Lucian, do you think the blizzards would forgive Abel if we let them go?" A murderous gaze flashed in his eyes. "Remember, this city is Frost City. If you begin your killing here, maybe you will drive that hidden law-defying wizard of the blizzards crazy." As a law enforcement wizard from the Wizard Union, he didn't want the wizards to fight against each other, especially on a scale like this. The purpose of a wizard war was to minimize the damage to a tolerable scale. Even the most vicious ones would end up with just a few elite wizards dead. However, if the lightnings began killing without the protection circles, the loss would be many times bigger. Abel put the mana cannon back in his Valia's ring with his power of the will and let Johnson recover its arm. From the outside, it looked like the mana cannon was destroyed. This was what Abel wanted. He didn't want others to know his mana cannon could be used an unlimited amount. If they did, the most powerful organizations would definitely try to investigate him. Most importantly, what Abel had done was basically impossibly to archive without the personal storage box and the Horadric cube. Unless he gave them, no one would be able to replicate it. "Wizard Abel, you are the victim. Should we start killing the blizzards?" Wizard Hog turned to Abel and asked. If Wizard Lucian suggested it, then let's stop the fight. Abel bowed and said. It was not that he didn't want revenge, but if a huge war like that broke out, would most likely cost the Lightnings a lot. Only 10 elite wizards from the Lightnings had come for the war, and there were hundreds of them in Frost City. Also, Wizard Lucian had mentioned an even higher rank wizard in Frost City. The risk was too high. Wizard Abel, that is a good choice. Wizard Lucian laughed and nodded. As the Lightnings were about to leave, the roar of Elder Mars emerged from the city. "Wizard Hog, you ruthless bastard." "What's up with him?" Wizard Hog was a little shocked to hear Wizard Mars. Only the city protection circle and some buildings were taken out, but he sounded like he was in so much pain. Wizard Hog, that strike was aimed at Frost City Spirit," Abel said gently. "Wizard Abel, you really are ruthless." Wizard Hog couldn't help but look at Abel in a new light. At first, he thought Abel was a young wizard who didn't hold any grudges, but it seems like he had only stopped the war because he had got his revenge. Frost City had taken a big hit. Its defense power was almost zero. Since the city spirit was destroyed, large amounts of data were lost. Chaos would break out in Frost City soon. This was especially the case, as the city spirit was in charge of every wizard's credit points and the information for every member of an organization. The destruction of the city spirit had cost the blizzards. It was more serious than killing some of their elite wizards. "Wizard Mars, do you agree to stop the wizard war?" The voice of Wizard Lucian emerged from the sky again. Headmaster Mars turned to the other headmasters, and they nodded. Although his heart was burning in anger, he could only clench his teeth and yell, "Wizard Lucian." The blizzards agree to stop the wizard war. The wizard war between the Lightnings and the blizzards now ended, Wizard Lucian said loudly. Wizard Jivos was filled with smiles up on the hill. He had placed a big bet on the city protection circle breaking, and only a few others did the same. Most of them thought this wizard war would just be an ordinary one ending on both sides, draining resources. No one expected a scary destroyer such as the Mana Cannon to be used in this run-of-the-mill battle and smash the city protection circle into pieces. Wizard Jivos took his rewards with a heart filled with joy. Although the others had lost some gems, they still witnessed a breathtaking battle. Seeing that mana cannon blasting through the protection circle, definitely worth the gems they lost. Soon, all the wizards on the hill began their discussion. "Wizard Abel, stay with the lightnings today," Wizard said to Abel with a sincere look on his face. He wasn't too fond of Abel roaming around too much. He had only been in the central continent for a few days, and he had already become an unresolvable enemy of the blizzards. Abel was too young. A genius like that needed to be protected and given a safe place to grow. "It would be my honor, Wizard Hog," Abel smiled. A powerful wizard organization had stood up for him and offered him a safe place to grow. After experiencing what it was like to be suppressed by a rank 19 wizard, he gained more insight into his place in the world. "Welcome, Wizard Abel." Another elite wizard from the Lightning stepped up and smiled. Wizard Hog also came to Frost City through the Ice Crown City teleportation circle, so he needed to go through Ice Crown City to leave as well. It was the closest big city after all. Abel asked Wizard Hog to wait for a moment as he came back to his courtyard and put away the double teleportation circle. It was supposed to be his final lifesaver, but he no longer needed to use it since the lightnings had gotten involved. The thing cost 4,000 credit points, so he had to bring it along. Especially since that thing only had the range of 500 miles, it would be useless after that. "Wizard Abel, our destination is the Thunder Ground," Wizard said in front of the teleportation circle and stepped in. Abel followed, and his power of will focused on the Thunder Ground, and the teleportation began. When his foot touched the ground, a huge room in front of him, Wizard Hog, was waiting by the side. Abel could clearly sense the lightning elements in the atmosphere. He almost felt a little numb just by breathing. Afterward, flashes of white lights emerged. The other elite wizards had also arrived. "Wizard Abel, follow me, let me register you," Wizard Hog said with a smile. He respected Abel with all his heart. If not, no way a rank 20 wizard would do something like that. Abel bowed at the other elite wizards and left the room with Wizard Hog, as strange scenery struck him as soon as he stepped out the door. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and sounds of thunder could be heard from time to time. Afterward, a blinding lightning strike heavily struck down from the sky. The entire place was dark. There was no sign of life. In front of him was a mountain, a blackened mountain. Even the buildings on it was black. "Wizard Abel, this place is very suitable for lightning wizards to meditate. When you begin to form your own way of life, this place can help you become a lightning logic-defying wizard." Wizard Hog smiled and introduced. "Wizard Hog, what's a logic-defying wizard?" Abel asked curiously. He knew they were wizards more powerful than elite wizards, but he just couldn't figure out why they were called law-defying wizards. "It's a little too early to discuss this since you are only rank 16. Normally, wizards would only start to understand after rank 19, but I'll tell you this much." Wizard Hog smiled and continued. "Law-defying wizards are wizards who grasp the power of law. Once you do so as a rank 20 wizard, you will automatically become rank 21. "What's the power of law?" Abel asked again. "When the time comes, someone will explain to you." Wizard Hog stopped explaining. Abel also knew maybe he still had a long way to go before grasping the power of law, so he stopped asking as well. At that moment, he realized there was no protection circle in this thunder ground of the lightnings. He reached his power of the will towards the sky, and a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down. He sensed powerful lightning elements coming through his power of the will, making him numb for a second, and fell back a step. "Haha, you can't expand your power of the will for no reason in the thunder ground. These thunder clouds are our best defense. No one would dare to invade without a protection circle," Wizard Hog said with a laugh. Abel saw the lightnings continue to strike down, but none of the strikes had landed on him or Wizard Hog. "Wizard Hog, why aren't the lightning strikes attacking us? Do the lightnings have the ability to control them?" Abel asked again. "No, we can't control those lightning strikes, but can you feel the sparkles of lightning element running through you?" Wizard Hog continued to smile. He felt a little numb ever since the start, but he was distracted by the countless lightning strikes around this place. Focusing on Wizard Hog's advice, Abel sensed his body again and searched for a moment. He was right, there were lightning elements running through him. Afterward, Abel nodded. The Thunderground is filled with lightning elements, so it is the best training environment for lightning wizards, and the lightning strikes will automatically avoid us. However, this place is hell to other wizards. They will not only be rejected by the lightning element, but they will also get struck by lightning. Wizard Hog said with pride. At least Abel understood why there was no need for a protection circle in this place. The lightning was a natural protection circle. Any other wizards would be killing themselves if they entered. This place would limit even the most powerful wizards. Also, with the powerful lightning element, this place would be heaven to the lightnings. This is the big palace where we have discussions. This is the library where the most important books are stored. That is the storage. That is the mission hall. Wizard Hog did not move in a flash. He moved along and began to introduce Abel to the buildings one by one. Abel suddenly realized the buildings were lacking something. There were not day-to-day facilities and things such as magic towers. Come with me. Wizard Hog brought Abel to a flat area with a short distance teleportation circle in the middle. Wizard Hog and Abel stepped on and disappeared in a flash of white light. Soon they reappeared in an open space lit up with illumination circles. There were many floors to that place. Each floor had a long corridor with countless rooms on the sides. Abel was on the top floor. It had a 5 meters tall ceiling, and Abel couldn't even tell how many floors there were. There were people walking by from time to time. Most of them were apprentice wizards, but there were a few official wizards. Wizard Abel, this is the lightning's accommodation. We are inside Thunder Mountain. We have dug out the whole thing, Wizard Hog said with a laugh. Are those all wizards with lightning talent? Abel looked around with his jaw dropped. He came across 30 wizards on this floor alone. 20 of them were apprentice wizards. Do you really think there are that many wizards with lightning talents? Most of them are apprentice wizards who are here to serve the wizards. Since the mountain separates the lightning ground, wizards here are less likely to be affected by the lightning element. This is the place for apprentice wizards here to gain lightning talent, but they are still no match for natural-born wizards. They only have around 30% success rate for lightning spells. Wizard Hog shook his head and sighed. Thunderground was a gift from the universe for lightning. Based, Abel had only scratched the surface, but he already developed a strong curiosity for this place. This is the operation area. You can exchange resources and accept missions here. Wizard Hog led Abel underground and opened a door. Wizard Hog, I remember a mission hall on the ground as well. How are they different? Abel asked. The one on the surface is for rank 17 wizards and above. Most of them are battle missions, Wizard Hog explained patiently. They stepped into the operation area, and all Abel saw was a patch of white. 4 illustration boards were rolling with information. In the center, the walls on both sides were fully white. Even the counter and the apprentice wizards' uniforms were white. The place was so huge that it could fit hundreds of people, and at the time, there were already many wizards taking care of their business. When Wizard Hog stepped in, all the wizards paused and bowed, Mr. Hog. Their gaze soon turned towards Abel with curious looks on their faces. It was extremely rare for Wizard Hog to bring someone in personally. Wizard Hog gently smiled and nodded. He then turned to a rank 4 apprentice wizard behind a counter and said, Malon, help Wizard Abel register. Yes, Mr. Hog. He bowed, then turned to Abel and said, Mr. Abel, can you please present me your wizard's badge? Abel handed his wizard's badge over and saw that the apprentice wizard placed it on a counter's magic circle. In a flash of white light, his check-in details were displayed on the counter. Wizard Abel, us the Lighting Clan, is a little different from other wizards' organizations. Our information is up to date with the Wizard Union, so most of the missions here are from the Wizard Union. Of course, there are some we made exclusively for our members as well. Also, we use the same credit points as the Wizard Union. Wizard Hog smiled and said, Wizard Hog, so you are saying I don't have to go to the Wizard Union to accept a mission from the Wizard Union? Abel asked. He knew other wizards' organizations had different credit point systems. This could unite their members and make them more likely to complete the missions set out by their organization. However, the Lightning Clan had adopted the same credit points as the Wizard Union and put up the Wizard Union's mission on their mission board. This place was almost like a small Wizard Union. One would need to be very confident in their members to run an organization this way. We're crazy for battles. The missions we set up ourselves are not enough, so we directly connected to the missions from the Wizard Union. Wizard Hog laughed. Wizard Hog, can I use the level 3 authority of the Wizard Union here? Abel asked attentively again. Level 3 authority. Wizard Hog was caught off guard for a moment. He couldn't help but ask, Wizard Abel, you have a level 3 authority. Yeah, I helped save Slan City, and the Wizard Union gave me level 3 authority. Abel nodded. He wasn't planning to hide this. Seems like you did a great job at Slan City. Only 5 wizards in the Lightning Clan have level 3 authority with the Wizard Union, Wizard Hog said in awe. Level 3 authority was only granted to those who contributed an extreme amount. There was no clear outline to achieve that, which made the level 3 authority even more respected and valuable. The Lightning Clan had the most powerful lightning wizards, and only 5 of them had a level 3 authority, so you could just guess how rare it was. You can use your level 3 authority here. This place is actually a part of the Wizard Union. Wizard Hog added. Mr. Abel, your identity has been registered. That apprentice wizard bowed behind the counter and said. Malon, see if there is any empty room on the 10th floor, Wizard Hog asked. The apprentice wizard gazed at Abel in shock and quickly searched. Mr. Hog, there is one last empty room on the 10th floor. Okay, give that place to Abel, Wizard Hog said in command. Soon the registration was complete, and the apprentice handed the wizard badge back to Abel. Wizard Abel, let me take you to your accommodations and show you around. Wizard Hog stuck his hand out and said. Abel then followed Wizard Hog out of the operation area from the door. They did not move in a flash, instead they began to chat. Wizard Abel, the potion area, the magic circle area, and the scroll area are located on the 1st floor. That's the potion area right there, behind the door, Wizard Hog said, pointing at a door. Since the potion makers in the Lightning Clan are decent at best, they can only make some for beginner and intermediate wizards. We, elite wizards, don't have much use for those. Just the ones we steal are more than enough, Wizard Hog said with a laugh. Abel was speechless. He could tell how overbearing the Lightning Clan was by those words. Still, it made him feel safer being in an organization like that. He was still weak in the central continent. He needed a safe place to grow. It seems like the Lightnings were a great support. Behind that door is the magic circle area. The Thunder Ground is not suitable for setting up magic circles, so we don't have much skill when it came to making magic circles. They are only for personal use at most. Abel suddenly realized it was not that they didn't want to set up a protection circle in the Thunder Ground, but they couldn't. That's the scroll area, Wizard Hog said admiringly. He continued. As elite wizards in our organization head towards the end of their lives, they gather their last bits of energy and turn their spells into magic scrolls. Abel knew very well how a magic scroll was made. It was through sacrificing the spell level. This loss, along with the pain of the power of the will as well as the expensive resources, was the cost of a magic scroll. Abel couldn't bear this sacrifice himself. A scroll could only be used once. Especially a move in a flash scroll. It was the best lifesaver for wizards, priests, and other occupations. And they would all go crazy for one of them. Abel, on the other hand, had a bunch of the. He had 12 of them on hand, and that was after putting a bunch of them with on his family in the Holy Continent. Hearing those words from Wizard Hog, Abel could truly sense how great some wizards were. The 2nd and 3rd floor are for retreats. Other than elite wizards about to level up, we can't go to those 2 floors for no reason. Wizard Hog continued to walk down and said. Abel nodded. He could sense the mana in this underground space was the most concentrated on the 2nd and 3rd floor below. His soul also sensed a scary force. Maybe the logic-defying wizards from the Lightning Clan were living there. The acclamation of our main fighting force is located from the 4th to the 10th floor, Wizard Hog said as they continued to walk. I'm only rank 16. Am I a part of the main fighting force? Abel asked in confusion. Abel was aware of his power. Although a rank above couldn't do much to him, 2 ranks above would be able to limit his spells dramatically, and he wouldn't be able to move on his wizard core if he ran into a wizard 3 ranks above. In his world, your rank as a wizard was like your authority. Without a special method, you could not face someone higher rank than you. Wizard Abel, I've already registered a place for you. You are only 20 years old and you have reached rank 16. You are genius. You deserve to be treated this way. Also, now I am officially inviting you to join my team, Wizard Hog said with a serious look on his face. Wizard Hog, I will most likely be a backup if I join your team, right? Abel asked. Yes, you need to fight against a member of the main team before you can join the main team. This is the rule, Wizard Hog nodded. Abel thought for a moment and quickly said in certainty, Captain, I agree to join your team. Nice, you can call me Captain from now on. You've seen the other members of our team. They are those 9 elite wizards who joined the Wizard War. Actually, with your ability, you are more than capable of joining our main team. I heard you have already killed 4 elite wizards from the blizzards not long ago. A friendly smile emerged on Wizard Hog's face. Captain, that's not my actual power. I can only do so with my powerful contracted beasts. Abel shook his head. Wizard Abel, contracted beasts are part of your power. You need to have a certain skill to contract a powerful beast. Us wizards need a powerful shield, and something like Johnson is coveted by many wizards. Wizard Hog laughed. Time flew by, and soon the two arrived at a door on the 10th floor below ground. Wizard Abel, this is your room. You can rest today. I'll introduce you to the others in the team tomorrow. Wizard Hog pointed at a door and then vanished in a flash of white light. Afterward, Abel took out his wizard badge. He scanned it on the door's magic circle, and the door swung open. He felt a dense mana environment the moment he stepped in, although it was filled with lightning elements as well. He knew there must be a giant magic circle gathering all those mana. The first thing he saw was the living room. There was a lab on the left with a perfect experiment and alchemy bench. It was a must for every wizard. Even if a wizard didn't know alchemy, he would specialize in research. Only through specialized research could one obtain good amounts of resources and take their understanding of spells to another level. On the right of the living room was a training room with a barrier circle. The Lightning Clan entirely supplied the energy and electricity. There was no need for Abel to use his gems. The training room walls were filled with mana, gathering circle patterns, which made the mana concentration a few times denser than outside. There was a leisure space, office, private room, bathroom, and daily facilities beyond the living room. Abel never expected the main fighting force of the Lightning Clan to live in a place like this. Compared to the living standard in the Holy Continent, this place was too shabby. The only upside was the denser mana concentration. Even a rank 6 wizard would have his own magic tower in the Holy Continent, and that was a huge private space. This place was not even the size of a floor on a magic tower. Abel just couldn't understand. Abel didn't know what the Thunderground meant to others in the Central Continent. The Thunderground's special atmosphere had turned it into a heaven for lightning wizards and drove every apprentice wizard crazy. Training in that place could increase their chance of getting lightning talent. Even a 30% lightning strike spell could scare off other wizards of the same rank. The Thunderground was not big. Since the Lightning Clan always searched for youngsters gifted in lightning spells, and powerful, gifted wizards would come here to develop. The place was even more populated. In this underground space, only the first 20 floors were suitable for elite wizards to live in. The mana got thinner as you get lower. Although it was impossible to tell what time it was, underground, an elite wizard could always sense the rising sun. Abel did not enter the dark world. Instead, he went to sleep after meditating and practicing the blue dragon crystal breathing technique. He woke up the next morning after a dreamless night. After taking a shower, the wizard badge in his portal object began to vibrate. He took it out and connected with his power of the will. Soon, a voice emerged. Wizards Abel, I am Wizard Frank. The captain told me to meet you in the operation area on the first floor. A deep voice emerged. I'll be on my way, Abel replied. He teleported from the short-distance teleportation circle to the corridor on the first floor. When he stepped into the operation space, a rank 17 wizard was already waiting for him. Wizard Abel, I am Wizard Frank, please follow me. He smiled and bowed at Abel. Abel remembered Wizard Frank from the Wizard War, but of course, he didn't introduce himself last time. Thank you, Wizard Frank. Abel bowed back and followed him to a short-distance teleportation circle on the left. I'll take you around today. Next time, you can directly teleport from your accommodation to our training grounds. Wizard Frank stood beside Abel on the short distance teleportation circle and ignited it. After they touched the ground, a spacious room emerged in front of Abel. It was 20 meters tall with many strange-looking facilities. There were many elite wizards around, and Abel sensed he had returned above ground. This is normally where teams do their training. Most of them are elite wizards, and they come here when there are no missions. Wizard Frank smiled. Afterward, Wizard Frank placed his hand on Abel's shoulder. Abel did not reject him, and they vanished in a flash. Even normal wizards would move in a flash instead of walking, let alone the ones from the lightnings. Therefore, move in a flash would not be banned in wizard organizations. It really saved time. After a few flashes, Abel saw Wizard Hog and the other 8 members of the main team. There were also 8 rank 16 and 17 wizards by the side. Captain Hog, Abel is here. Wizard Frank bowed. Okay, you can return to the team now. Wizard Hog nodded, and Wizard Frank flashed back to the main team. Today, I would like to welcome a new member to our team. He is a 19-year-old genius wizard who came from a subcontinent, Wizard Abel. I believe the members of the main team have seen him. Before, Wizard Hog smiled. Captain, of course, we saw him. How can we forget that Mana Cannon? A rank 19 wizard yelled. Evans is the Mana Cannon must be the only thing in your mind. Do you know Wizard Abel is a Grandmaster Blacksmith as well? Wizard Hog smiled at Wizard Evans. It seems like the bonds between the members of Team No. 3 were very good. There was no tension between them, and it created a welcoming atmosphere for Abel. Grandmaster Blacksmith, too bad we don't have blacksmiths in the Lightning Clan. What a waste of Abel's potential. I thought only the dwarfs could become Grandmaster. Blacksmith Wizard Evans was shocked. A blacksmith needed powerful strength and dedication. This fundamentally contradicts wizards' training, so there were rarely any wizard blacksmiths, not even the Lightnings. Evans, I know Wizard Abel was recognized as a Grandmaster Blacksmith due to his magic staff-making skills. Wizard Hog laughed. He researched Abel, and he knew a lot about him, just like every member of his team. He got most of Abel's information from the Wizard Union in the Holy Continent. Abel's life had already been legendary in just those 20 short years. Therefore, he acted fast and invited Abel to his team. Wizard Abel, our magic staff in the future depends on you. A fiery passion lit up in Wizard Evans' eyes, just as other members of the team. Although there were 5 Grandmaster Blacksmiths in the Central Continent, they were all dwarfs, and they were rarely seen. The price of their products was shocking. No problem, you just need to give me the resources and I'll make one for you. Abel did not reject. Making magic staff was too easy for him. Captain, Wizard Abel shouldn't go out to war with a status like that. We should protect him. A rank 19 wizard called Harold called. He only saw Abel's Mana Cannon in the fight, so he was unsure of Abel's power. This is another reason I invited Wizard Abel here today. Besides getting to know each other better in our free time, I also want to test out Wizard Abel's ability. He is a 19-year-old elite wizard. I don't want a genius like that to waste his talent and become a full-time blacksmith, Wizard Hog said. Wizard Harold almost forgot Abel was a 19-year-old genius wizard as well. If he was gifted in lightning spells, breaking through rank 20 was just a matter of time. Up to this point, he kept his mouth and began to anticipate the testing result. Captain, how am I going to be tested? Abel asked. Wizard Abel, there are levels to lightning talent, which is what I will test you. The lightning talent points you have are very important to break through rank 20, Wizard Hog explained. Abel nodded and saw Wizard Hog took out his magic staff. Lightning Spirit, I requested a lightning talent test, Wizard Hog yelled. Request confirmed. A robotic voice emerged from a magic circle by the side, and the ground began to move. Afterward, a black cube emerged from it. Wizard Abel. This is the lightning talent testing rock. Put away all the objects with strong elements on you, and attack them with a full-force lightning strike from your body's power only. Okay, Abel nodded. He put his Snake Shaman skill and Jade of Jordan back in his Varia's ring and put the Super Grand Fire Charm in the personal storage box. He did so through his power of the will so others could only see the change of gear on his body, not the details. Of course, no team members would scan Abel with the power of the will, in front of everyone anyway. After everything was set, Abel reached his right hand forward, and a lightning spell pattern appeared. A lightning strike flew towards the black rock. The rock sparkled in electric arcs, but not a single mark was made. It was no ordinary rock after all. Lightning damage 337 points. The robotic sound of the lightning spirit emerged. Even Wizard Hog was stunned. 337 points were the maximum amount of lightning damage one could do without gear assistance. He turned his gaze towards Abel, and an admiring look emerged on his face. If Abel continued to grow, the lightnings would soon have another law-defying wizard. Everyone needs to keep the result today a secret. Wizard Hog lowered his voice and said seriously, "Yes, Captain." Everyone in the team knew what that result indicated. Having another Headmaster Har was the worst nightmare of the lightning's enemy. Harold, Wizard Abel's wizard talent is more important than his blacksmith ability. He will work according to the rule of the team. Wizard Hog lowered his voice. Wizard Harold nodded. Although being a Grandmaster blacksmith was important, what Abel's top lightning levels, as well as his gift as a rank 19 wizard, made his journey to becoming a law-defying wizard almost inevitable. Lightning law-defying wizards were one of most respected even in the world of law-defying wizards. How could a powerful figure like that be used as a blacksmith? Becoming a law-defying wizard took large amounts of resources. No one would give Abel those resources for free, so it was up to him to join a team and go into battle. Most resources could be bought, but things like light gems could only be obtained through killing holy knights in a battle. At first, some team members were complaining about how Abel could get a room on the 10th floor as soon as he arrived, but they all kept their mouths shut. They accepted his status as a Grandmaster blacksmith and newly tested power easily. With Abel's talent on top of that, an even higher floor would make sense. Wizard Abel, do you want to challenge a member of the main team? Wizard Hog turned to Abel and asked. Yes, Captain, I want to challenge a member from the main team. Confidence flashed in Abel's eyes as he nodded. He needed a lot of light gems for training. He already had a bunch on him, but they wouldn't last for long if he used them for training every day. Unlike other wizards, he had powerful beasts to protect him and attack in battle. Wizard Frank, go fight Abel. Wizard Hog turned to Wizard Frank and said, Yes, Captain. Wizard Frank helplessly nodded. Fights like this took quite a bit of effort. If he lost, it would be a huge embarrassment. The main team members would not give out their spot for free, so you could only become a member of the main team by challenging one of them. This was why they only had 10 members in the main team. Lightning Spirit, I request a challenge mode. Wizard Hog took out his wizard badge again and said. Soon a 200-meter square-shape arena emerged in front of the wizards. It was more than enough for 2 elite wizards to fight on. Wizard Abel, I won't hold back. Wizard Frank flashed on top of the area and laughed. Abel also appeared and he let Johnson out. Wizard Frank's face remained still. He saw Johnson before, but this time it could not use the mana cannon. A giant beast like that couldn't do someone who could flash like him. Let the fight begin, Wizard Hog yelled. As soon as the words were said, Abel sensed an immense threat. He immediately flashed away and dodged a lightning strike from Wizard Frank. It was the fastest spell casting Abel had ever seen. He rarely encountered any wizard with lightning talent, though he never had much experience fighting them. If his senses were not so strong, he would be struck already. Wizard Frank was also shocked. He was extremely experienced, and he already had a lightning strike spell pattern prepared in his hand before Wizard Hog's announcement. This was not against the rules, but none of them told Abel about it since they didn't want Abel to pass the challenge at one go. It was not that they wanted to give Abel a hard time, but they needed to pressure him. This was how they treated every newcomer. A smooth ride could boost their ego, and it could cost their life in battles. Wizard Frank thought there was no way Abel could dodge his spell without preparation, but he was wrong. Wizard Hog watched from the side. With Abel's flashing speed, he could definitely preserve his life in the face of any wizard less than 2 ranks above him, as long as he didn't get too arrogant. Johnson began to move at an unexpected speed as soon as Abel dodged the lightning strike from Wizard Frank. Something as big as Johnson was not supposed to move fast, but Johnson's speed was almost invisible with the naked eye. Johnson was next to Wizard Frank in one step. The lightning spear in its hand struck down, an air-penetrating blasted out. Wizard Frank was a member of the main team because of his battle experience. He snapped himself out of the shock and moved in a flash. He vanished the moment the spear struck down. Afterward, he saw a hole opened up by Johnson's spear. The hole was filled with lightning arcs, and cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. He knew how hard the ground of the arena was. If Johnson's strike had hit him, he would be in critical condition even if he didn't die. That arena was made for elite wizard battles. It had the ability to suppress spell power. Although they still look powerful, the damage they caused in the area was 10% of the original strike. However, that didn't apply to Johnson's brutal physical force, so Wizard Frank had to be extra careful. Abel quickly threw a lightning strike towards Wizard Frank as soon as he appeared. The timing was just right, and the strike was a hair away from Wizard Frank. Suddenly, the power of an elite wizard from the lightnings was on full display. He had another move and a flash spell prepared on another hand as soon as he appeared. He remained calm and vanished in another flash of white light. Abel missed. However, he couldn't lose his dominance. Once he did, he would be bound by Johnson's lightning-like speed and Abel's spell-casting speed. Wizard Frank couldn't find an opportunity to attack during the next 2 minutes. The arena was too small. All he could do was to move in a flash. "Okay, stop," Wizard Hog lowered his voice. Wizard Frank let out a long breath of relief. He finally got a taste of Abel's power. If his talent for lightning spells and battle experience did not allow him to flash so fast, he would have been beaten up by Abel and Johnson. Abel also had a lot of respect for Wizard Frank. Quite a few rank 17 wizards had died in the hand of Johnson alone, but Wizard Frank had lasted so long in such a small space, even with Abel and Johnson teaming up. Of course, it was also because Johnson had held back. It did not use the 10 lightning strikes from the spear. It was just a friendly fight. So Wizard Frank also did not show his full power. "I'll give Abel the victory for this challenge." Wizard Hog gazed at Abel and announced to the team. "Haha, Wizard Abel, you're the first rank 16 wizards to join the main team." Wizard Evans smiled and congratulated Abel. "Yeah, that metal monster is really something. Frank, next time you should run slower to test out its power." Another rank 19 wizard in the team laughed. "Wizard Lamo, you can test it out yourself. The weapon is weird. I don't want to get hit." Wizard Frank shook his head. "Okay, we are dismissed. Everyone can get back to their business. Wizard Abel, we have a mission in 10 days. Someone will let you know when the time comes. Just get prepared. Get some potions and scrolls. If you need anything, you can talk to Wizard Lamo. He is the vice captain of the team." Wizard Hog lowered his voice. Afterward, Wizard Hog turned into a flash and vanished. "Wizard Abel, I'll go gather some ingredients so you can help me make a magic staff." Wizard Evans smiled and stepped up to Abel. The Lightnings never had a blacksmith of their own, so almost all their gears were obtained through battle. Everyone in the Lightning clan had lightning talents. Most of them almost exclusively used lightning spells in battle. However, no one would make an exclusive magic staff like that. That's why the Lightning clan had so little magic staff. With Abel as a blacksmith, this fact had changed. The wizards in the team began to look towards their magic staff. They greeted Abel one by one, and Abel could sense their sincerity, especially the ones from the main team. After the greeting, the members went off on their own. The only one who stayed was Wizard Lamo. "Wizard Abel, isn't everyone friendly?" Wizard Lamo smiled and said. "Vice Captain, yes," Abel nodded. He had been through a decent lot, and he had never been accepted by a group so quick. "The main team often goes through a lot of dangerous missions, so we need to trust each other with our lives. What you've shown today has gotten the others recognition. From now on, we are on the same team. We are like true brothers," Wizard Lamo explained. Abel nodded and put Johnson back in his monster ring. "Wizard Abel, I'll take you to the team's inventory and see if there is anything you need. Since you have become an official member of the main team, you can pick a piece from the inventory as a reward," Wizard Lamo continued. Abel realized why the other members had only greeted him and left. Maybe they knew he was about to pick a reward from the inventory, so they gave him a bit of him. The inventory was in the operation space on the first floor, and soon he followed Wizard Lamo to the front of a door. "Only the captain and the vice captain have the permission to open this door," Wizard Lamo said as he took out his wizard badges and scanned it. The door opened, and Abel immediately sensed he was being watched as soon as he stepped it. It seems like there were a lot of surveillance circles in this place. It was almost impossible to break under normal circumstances. It was no surprise, since all elite wizards were skilled in moving in a flash. They would not be safe without large amounts of surveillance. A row of 20 metal doors was etched with magic patterns, and each door was labeled with a number. Wizard Abel, be careful. Don't get close to the other doors. The one for our team is number 3, Wizard Lamo warned as he stopped in front of the third door. The lightning spirit is monitoring this place 24/7. Once something odd occurred, it would directly contact the law-defying wizards in retreat. Wizard Lamo took out his wizard badge again and said, Abel didn't want to provoke the law-defying wizards in retreat, so he became extra careful. Being bothered in a retreat was the last thing a wizard want, let alone a law-defying wizard. Abel followed Wizard Lamo into the inventory behind the third door, and 10 racks emerged in front of him. The racks had all kinds of weapons, valuable resources, books, and almost everything you could think of. Where did we find all this stuff? Abel couldn't help but ask. It was only a little team's inventory, and it was already at this scale. Most came from battles. We already exchanged the ones that could be exchanged with credit points, so all of these are the ones we couldn't get rid of. As time goes on, we just end up with more and more, Wizard Lamo explained. So they all belong to us, right? Abel asked. Other than training resources, they are all owned by the team. Just select one that you like. Wizard Lamo pointed at the shelves and said. Abel began to examine the things on the shelves. Actually, he didn't have much need for resources. He was a master alchemist as well as a grandmaster blacksmith. He could basically have any resource he hoped for. There were gears from all occupations, even the dark-style gears of the Holy Knights. There were also many valuable alchemy ingredients. With all that together, this inventory was the most valuable inventory Abel had ever seen. Oh, Abel gasped as he saw a black-colored rock on the ground. Although that rock might look ordinary to normal people, Abel was a grandmaster blacksmith. He could tell that rock was pure iron ore, not just any pure iron ore with the lightning attribute. Pure iron ore was one of the rarer ore. It could be incorporated into other ores to strengthen its durability. Just a tiny bit could protect a shield or armor by a lot. It was definitely not something you use all the time. Abel picked up the ore. It was gushing with lightning elements. If he could hammer a condensed pure iron ore out of it, almost nothing could break it. However, that thing was too small. Abel sighed. Who put that thing here? Maybe it was Wizard Frank. He always liked to put rubbish in his portal bag. Wizard Lamo shook his head. Vice Captain, do you know where this thing came from? Abel asked. Oh, Wizard Abel, I almost forgot you were a grandmaster blacksmith. This is pure iron ore. But lightning elements corroded it. It is worthless now, Wizard Lamo sighed. I don't understand. Why is this pure iron ore worthless? Abel asked again. Those things were only possessed by the dwarfs in the Holy Continent. It was priceless on the market. This iron ore is the product of the Thunder Ground. When invited a master blacksmith to look when we first discovered it, they had all exploded during the forgery process. According to that master blacksmith, these ores' lightning attributes will create a resistance to the fire element when put into a furnace. So all the ore from the Thunder Ground is useless. Wizard Lamo said helplessly. Vice Captain, give this ore to me. I'll see if I can forge something out of it. Abel smiled. He disagreed with that master blacksmith. Yes, this iron ore did have strong lightning attributes, but forging it shouldn't be a problem as long as it was balanced well with the fire element. With the World Stone sight and data analyzing ability on top of Abel's powerful strength and coordination, he could basically do anything at perfect precision. Wizard Abel, just to be clear, you can't take anything else if you take this rock, Wizard Lamo warned. Vice Captain, I do not lack gears or potions. I just want to study this rock for a bit, so I'll take it, Abel said in confidence. I really can't understand you. If you want iron ore, there are a bunch outside in the Thunder Ground. There is no need to take this one, Wizard Lamo suggested. He thought Abel, as a grandmaster blacksmith, had a special love for iron ores, even more than ingredients and gear. He just couldn't understand. Vice Captain, no need. I'll take this one. Abel put the ore in his portal bag and said. Wizard Lamo saw Abel's gesture and kept his mouth shut. All he could do was to let Abel out of the inventory. On the way back, Abel felt a strange joy filling his heart. Those were iron ores with lightning attributes, and Wizard Lamo said there were a bunch of them in the thunder ground. He didn't need too much, just enough for him to make a new body for Johnson was enough. Johnson had gotten quite good with lightning attributes ever since it got the Titan armor and lightning spear. Since Jason's body was made with fire attribute iron ore, which gave it the ability to control fire elements, Abel wanted to create one with a lightning attribute for Johnson. The enemy they faced was getting stronger. Johnson's body was no longer indestructible like it was in the Holy Continent. It was time for a change. Abel went back to his accommodations on the 10th floor and entered the training room. He ignited the barrier circle and returned to the Dark World. In the Rogue Encampment's blacksmith guild, he took out the pure iron ore with lightning attributes and placed it in the furnace. The world's stone made him feel like a god. It gave him power on top of many god-like abilities, even if he didn't intentionally ignite it. Fire element rushed into the ore as it entered the furnace, and it became unsettling against the lightning elements. It could lose control at any moment. Abel's power of the will focused on the ore. Once he lost control of the elements inside, he would take it out. He needed to get the timing just right. If he took it out too early, it would not be hot enough. But if he took it out too late, it would blast open. Only a wizard with powerful sensitivity to elements could do this. Normal blacksmith senses were nowhere near that level. He lifted the Horadric Malice and struck down. The impurities in the ore soon splattered out. He then increased the weight of the Horadric Malice to 2,000 pounds and further condensed the ore. Although it was the first time he condensed a pure iron ore, it didn't take him too long with the Horadric Malice's help and the god-like feeling of the world's stone. He was a grandmaster blacksmith, after all. It was the first time he saw a pure condensed iron ore. Those things only existed in fantasy. Pure irons were already extremely hard, so it was very hard to hammer it down. Normally, even for a strong blacksmith, hammering a normal ore 100 times would be their limit. That thing was the toughest thing Abel had ever forged. Its shape would not change, even if he continued to put it in the ground furnace and stopped hammering with his Horadric Malice. He was very happy with the result, so he decided to find more iron ores and make a new body for Johnson. Thinking about Johnson and Jason, Abel was once again reminded of their horrible spear techniques. He stepped outside of the rogue encampment and summoned them from his monster ring. Johnson stepped out and quietly bowed at Abel. Jason copied and did the same. Although Jason was higher than Johnson by rank, their fighting ability was a little behind. It realized this ever since the first battle. Spiritual beasts made their own rules, but ever since Jason became Abel's beast, it had to follow his instructions. This made it respect Johnson even more, so it began to learn from it. Jason, I want to teach you guys some spear techniques today. You better practice it, Abel said. Johnson and Jason nodded seriously. Strengthening their body was very important to them. Abel was about to teach them the Wolf family 11th Rider spear technique. It only required the strength in one's body. It was completely different from the ones with combat Kai. Abel did a demonstration, and the stone giants watched carefully. Johnson was faster at learning. He could basically do the movement only after seeing it once. However, it was far from perfect. Some more practice and correction by Abel should be fine. The 11th Rider spear technique was made for wolf riders to correspond with their mount Wolf. However, its power did not decrease much using the technique by itself. The only thing lacking would be the momentum from a mount Wolf. Johnson's extra fast and large body could make up for that. After Johnson mastered the technique, a green glow emerged from its lightning spear. It was the physical embodiment of its power being manifested through the 11th Rider spear technique. Johnson's mastery was smooth, but it did not work as well for Jason, on the other hand. Even after Johnson could perfectly execute the 11th Rider spear technique, Jason was still working on the first move. Maybe it's because of the soul potions, Abel thought to himself. Those things strengthened the soul and allowed Johnson to learn new skills faster. However, Abel was not planning to give Jason a soul potion. It has been a while since he gave his other beasts a soul potion. It was about time, so he needed to have a lot of them stored up. Also, Jason was already a top-level spiritual beast. Soul potions wouldn't do much to it. If he used too many on Jason, it would affect the leveling up plan he had for his other beasts. "Johnson, I'll leave Jason with you. Teach him," Abel said in command. Both Johnson and Jason were stone giants, so they had their own unique way of communicating. Abel could totally take a rest and leave this important mission to Johnson. If not, he might need to waste a lot of time on Jason with that learning speed. As Jason and Johnson practiced, Abel took out that holy bone card from the dove. Since its soul was possessed and injected with soul potions, its body was reignited after becoming a spiritual beast. This caused the priest's holy bone card to lose its summoned target. It was almost like Dove was dead once again. Abel wanted to take a good look at that bone card and see if he could resurrect dead creatures with it. He could then use a soul potion to recover their soul into a normal state of being. If it worked, Abel would have countless powerful beasts. The soul of a newly resurrected beast would be extremely weak even with a powerful body. But it wouldn't take much space in Abel's soul storage space. Maybe even another 10 beasts would be fine. He reached his power of the will into the bond card. But when he was about to ignite the resurrection spell, he suddenly realized he needed to have a corresponding rank. The priest's holy bone card was not a magic object, but something that strengthened the resurrection spell. It was not for someone who doesn't know how to use a resurrection spell, but it could allow a resurrected being to live forever. Too bad. Abel picked up the bond card and sighed. Maybe his plan of having a big team of beasts would need to be postponed until the day he became a law-defying wizard, but maybe he wouldn't even need any beast if he was a law-defying wizard. Abel took out the priest's spellbook. He already mastered some priest spells such as the Skeleton Resurrection, Skeleton Support, Mud Monster Support, Skeleton Shaman Resurrection, and Dark Sight. His next mission was in 10 days. Since he could no longer level up his ability through wizard spells, he could only practice priest spells in the immediate short term. However, in such periods of time, he might not be able to do much even if he practiced every priest spell. He needed to find the most useful one and focus on that. His spell learning spell was extremely fast. All he needed was the spell pattern and the incantation. He didn't need to study the spell to level up like other priests. It was also because of the strong foundation he set through learning other occupations. He only needed to successfully cast the spell once, and a marking would appear on the skill tree on his Horadric cube. Next time, if he wanted to use the spell, all he needed was to ignite that marking with his power of the will. The more he ignited the spell on his skill tree, the more he would understand and master the spell. There was no need to do experiments or close studies. His knowledge in wizardry was the most well-rounded out of all of the occupations studied, and he had a good understanding of its foundations. If he didn't have any knowledge and just practice wizard spells, he wouldn't understand what it meant to be a wizard and level up at such speed. He needed to keep leveling up his wizard skills until he could learn corresponding spells from other occupations. Abel began to go through the priest spell guide one by one. After 5 days, every priest spell from beginner to advance had left a mark on his skill tree. The level 1 spells didn't take him long to learn since their power was basically like nothing. Both its sustainability and spell effect was horrible. A spell Abel cared about a lot was the Aging Curse. It was one of the scariest spell and one of the first spell an elite priest would learn. Some of the major downsides to the Aging Curse were its spell-casting speed and range. However, its speed would not be a problem with Abel's skill tree, and its range could be increased by leveling up the spell. His power of the will had the range of 500 meters, which was rare even for rank 20 wizards. Therefore, the Aging Curse used by a powerful wizard was even scarier. Abel's druid soul could easily turn him into a priest. All it needed to do was to change the energy in him into Death Kai. Abel was exploding in confidence, but he ran into some problems when he began to learn Barbarian skills. The energy of a Barbarian needed to be created through Barbarian training. It was a strange energy to shock the body through roaring, which was the foundation of their power. Abel's body had reached 100 points, which was more powerful than many spiritual beasts. Shocking the body through roaring was basically impossible. He was not expecting a powerful body to bring him trouble like this. Maybe it was the problem of being too wealthy. However, he soon thought of a solution. He was in the rogue encampment. He was the god. I said, I want to roar. He thought of the way Barbarian roared and tried to copy. Afterward, a frightening roar filled the sky. It was 10 times stronger than any foundational barbarian roar. If a normal person was standing in front of Abel, they would definitely be shaken into a mush or blast open. Abel had enchanted the roar through his godly power after reading the Barbarian's skill guide. He focused the roar on himself, so Johnson and Jason nearby were not affected. He felt his body vibrating. This special method of training by Barbarian had perfectly utilized the power of their body. Energy began to build from each cell and drifted into the heart to strengthen the heartbeat. Although the change was not dramatic, Abel could sense the change due to how much he knew about his body. The heart was the hardest part to train. With his powerful body, he needed a powerful heart. However, he never had a method to train it separately. The blue dragon crystal breathing technique strengthened all parts of his body. After 30 minutes, Abel had to stop. Although the power of God was compelling, it was not his own ability. The world stone entirely supplied the energy. Therefore, Abel could only train in the dark world for 30 minutes a day. His dream of quickly grasping the barbarian spells was crushed. Even the lowest rank barbarian spell needed 10 days of energy, let alone intermediate ones. If Abel wanted to continue with the dream of grasping barbarian spells, he needed to accumulate them for a long time. It was the most peaceful days Abel had in the central continent. Every day there were apprentice wizards delivering food to him, so there was no need for him to go outside. He would study spells in the day and train in the dark world at night. He was back in the days when he was in the Holy Continent. He finally went out after 7 days and arrived at the surface of Thunder Ground through the short-distance teleportation circle. He was faced with the sky full of lighting once again. Seeing those white flashes blasting down from the sky with roaring thunder, Abel couldn't help but feel safe even without a protection circle. Abel did not ask anyone about the location of the iron ores. When it came to finding ores, no one could beat a stone giant. It was their nature. Abel opened his monster ring and said, "Johnson, come out." As soon as Johnson stepped out from the black hole, lightning strikes began to land on it. Abel suddenly realized Johnson was basically a giant made of metal. Only one thing could happen when so much metal appeared in a ground full of lightning. Johnson was very resistant to lightning. Only a few marks were left on its iron balls after a few strikes, and the mana burn effect gave it 75% of element resistance. However, no one should underestimate the force of the universe. Johnson's defense might eventually get broken if he continued like this. Abel flashed next to Johnson and wrapped it in his scent. "Work, Johnson." The lightning strikes immediately avoided Johnson after sensing Abel's presence. Abel sensed fear from Johnson through the soul chain. If Abel didn't summon it, it definitely would not appear in such an area. It only calmed down after Abel's comfort. "Johnson, help me find the mine for this pure iron ore." Abel sent the sensation of the lightning iron ore to Johnson. Although Abel had condensed that pure iron, its elements did not change. As a stone giant, Johnson could still find the source of the ore. Johnson walked upon the Thunder Ground and reached its special sensing ability underground. The Thunder Ground was huge, so it would still take some time to find a mine. Abel was bored, so he began to practice the aging curse. The curse was only the size of his palm, but it should not be underestimated. Abel's control was almost perfect, and the death Kai utilized was on par with a normal size one. The aging curse was a high-level spell. Unlike low-level spells, it was almost impossible for a wizard to practice a spell like that at a smaller scale. Intermediate and high-level spells were tough to grasp just by themselves. Unless you mastered the spell for many years, you could not have full control over its power. There was no way you could do something like that. Johnson suddenly came to a halt, and it began to flip over a blackened rock on the ground. Pieces of black color iron ore began to rush out from the ground like they were alive. "Who is that? What is he doing?" 2 red-cloaked wizards in the surveillance room of the Thunder Ground yelled after seeing what Abel was doing. There was no need for protection in the Thunder Ground, but the lightning still needed peace of mind. Surveillance circles were hidden around the Thunder Ground to ensure everything was in check, and they noticed Abel in the surveillance room when he appeared. There were not many elite wizards in the Lightning Clan, but some couldn't recognize Abel. However, they were sure that Abel belonged to the Lightning Clan. Otherwise, there was no way he could still be standing. It looks like he's looking for rocks. Look, he is putting the rocks away, one of the wizards said. Lightning Spirit, identify that wizard. The other wizard lowered his voice. Verification in process, said a robotic voice. After a few seconds it added, Abel Harry, rank 16 elite wizard, an official member of Team No. 3. That 19-year-old genius. I heard he is a grandmaster blacksmith as well. One of the wizards recognized Abel's name. The Lightning Clan had sent out an entire team to fight the Blizzards for Abel. The Blizzards had taken a big hit. This incident was known across the Lightnings. They just never knew what Abel looked like since he had locked himself up in his room, ever since he came here. Then there is nothing to worry about. Just let him take as much as he wants. The entire Thunder Mountain is made out of rocks. It should be fine as long as he doesn't take all of them. The wizard laughed. Abel didn't know he was being watched. He continued to practice spells while putting the rocks away with his power of the will. The one casting the aging curse was his druid soul, so doing other things would not be a problem. There were not as many pure iron ore as Abel thought, so it had taken him and Johnson a while before they gathered enough for body. The mine's core was still intact, but it would take a few hundred years to recover after what Abel had done to it. Abel didn't care. The rocks were useless to the Lightnings anyway. Only Abel had managed a way to use iron ores with lightning attributes, so it didn't matter if he took all of it. Afterward, he put away Johnson, flashed to the short-distance teleportation circle, and arrived back at his house. He immediately went into his training room and ignited the barrier circle. It was still daytime, and Abel had already entered the dark world. He did not come out again for another 2 days. During that time, he practiced the blue dragon crystal breathing technique, meditated, and hammered those pure iron ores into pure condensed iron balls. His body was so drained he needed to keep using the dark world's energy potion to keep his stamina up. When the last pure condensed iron ball was made, Abel felt exhaustion like never before. At first, he didn't need to push himself that hard, but he was running out of time. He needed to increase Johnson's defense before his next mission. Dealing with those iron ores with lighting attributes was a hassle by itself, let alone condensing them. Abel could only finish all those tasks in such a short period of time because of his godlike ability in the rogue encampment, as well as countless energy potions and hunger potions. Abel patted his chest with his monster ring, and Johnson was summoned. Johnson was his most used summon in the central continent. Due to the awkward status of knights in this place, he could no longer use Black Wind in battles. Abel had cultivated Black Wind like a knight's mount, so it had gotten many similar traits. Although normal people might not tell, it was obvious to anyone who knew about knights. When Johnson saw the mountainous amount of pure condensed iron balls on the ground, a strong wave of excitement came from its soul. Stone giants could sense the strength of ore, so they knew exactly how precious those things were. Pure iron ore being condensed after thousands of strikes were basically indestructible, and Johnson knew the power it would bring if its body was made out of them. Normal iron balls rolled on the ground from Johnson, and a pure condensed iron ball entered its body. The speed was unbelievable, and soon Johnson's body was leveled up. Johnson did not look too different on the surface. The only thing noticeable was the more vicious lighting. Arcs on its Titan armor. It was the lightning attributes of those iron balls on display. Johnson picked up the lightning spear with excitement and did the 11th rider spear technique. A green glow emerged on the spear as it danced among the sparkles of white light. As it struck out the spear, a bolt of lightning shot out from the tip and heavily blasted on the ground. Countless iron balls from its previous body were turned into pieces. Although those iron balls lost the mana burn effect after they left Johnson's body, their lightning resistance rune was still intact, and they were indestructible with normal attacks. You could just imagine how powerful Johnson had got. When they blast into pieces, the lightning attribute of each pure condensed iron ball was not that strong, but Johnson had a mountainous amount of it on its body. The result they added up as scary. The lightning spear was the holy weapon of the Titan. It had the power to strengthen the Lightning Clan. Since Johnson had been using the lightning spear for a long time, the lightning power on those pure condensed iron balls was fully unleashed. Also, through Johnson's interaction with Jason, he understood how to control elements with the body. Therefore, It took Johnson almost no time to grasp the lightning power. Seeing Johnson waving its spear around, Abel finally felt he could make a stand in the central continent. He returned to his accommodation from the dark world. For the past days, he had been sustaining his energy with potions only, so he immediately went to his bed and fell asleep. However, after a moment, Wizard Lamo's voice suddenly emerged from his wizard badge and woke him up. "Wizard Abel, the team will set out from the operation space in 2 hours. It's your first mission, so make sure you have enough potions and backups with you." "Vice Captain, thanks for the reminder." Abel shook his head. He was still half asleep. "If you don't have enough credit points, I can lend you some. Just remember to buy enough potions. We can't afford to go easy on this mission." Wizard Lamo spoke again. "Vice Captain, I have enough potions. Thanks for the offer." Abel felt a little touched. "Okay, I'll let the others know. You better get ready." Wizard Lamo disconnected after those words. Abel took a shower and checked his belongings. He placed 10 golden healing potions and 4 move and a flash scrolls in his portal bag. Although wizards could take hints out from their portal bag using their power of the will without anyone noticing, Abel couldn't leave his portal bag empty. Otherwise, people might become suspicious of the other higher-level portal gear on him. He had too many secrets. Those ancient holy objects from the dwarfs and elves all had their history. They were enough to provoke anyone in the known. Afterward, he arrived at operation space on the first floor through the short-distance teleportation circle in his room. Wizard Frank was the only one there. The others had not arrived yet. "Wizard Abel, I see you are desperate just like me, an early bird." Wizard Frank smiled and said. "Wizard Frank, do you know what mission we are doing today?" Abel asked. "A simple one. The captain said he just wants you to get to know the team and try to work together, so it shouldn't be hard." Wizard Frank continued to smile. "Aren't we going on a battle mission?" Abel asked again. "Yes, it's a battle mission, but the chances of us actually getting involved aren't that high." Wizard Frank explained. Abel and Wizard Frank began to chat. And time slowly passed as the other wizards of the team began to appear. Everyone was friendly to Abel. They stepped up to greet him and joined the chat. "Everyone's here." Wizard Hog suddenly appeared. He gazed towards his team and continued, "Our mission today is to protect Cave No. 5 for 30 days. The reward is 50 credit points for each of us. If there is a battle, you will be granted more." "Captain, why did we take this mission? I don't want to waste another month being bored." Wizard Evans complained. He was a rank 19 wizard, so his status was a little higher than the others. "Wizard Evans, if you feel bored, then I let you be responsible for teaching Wizard Abel how to work well with the team." Wizard Hog locked him and then laughed. Haha, laughter also broke out in the team. "Wizard Abel, it seems like you will be following me for a month. By then you can make me a magic staff. I want the best one." Wizard Evans was not mad. Instead, he laughed as well. Wizard Evans was trying to take advantage of the situation. He was a cunning wizard. "Okay, let's get going," Wizard Hog said loudly. They arrived at a camp on a mountain through the teleportation circle in the operation space. Wooden buildings surrounded it. Although it was rustic, Abel could sense a protection circle throughout the mountain. "Wizard Hog, you guys are finally here. I've been dying to go back for a rest. It really has been a boring month," a rank 20 wizard with a team of 7 elite wizards said as he greeted them in the camp. "Wizard Angus, did you want someone to attack you?" Wizard Hog smiled and greeted back. "It's better than wasting a month on nothing." Wizard Angus smiled and turned back to his team. "Okay, let's get out of here. Finally, this place is so boring I can only kill time by playing around with the mana gems," a rank 19 wizard said, looking at Wizard Evans beside Abel. "Wizard Evans, make sure you dig out more gems." Another rank 19 wizard smiled. "Wizard Hayward, why don't you stay and join me?" Wizard Evans bit back. Abel laughed as they watched the teams interact. It seems like their relationship was quite good. "Wizard Hayward, you'll stay here if you don't get going," Wizard Angus yelled. He already had his move and a flash pattern ready. "Yes, Captain, I'm coming," Wizard Hayward yelled back. Wizard Evans waved goodbye as he flashed away. "Wizard Abel, they are Team No. 5. They've been guarding this place for the past month." Wizard Evans smiled and explained to Abel. "Wizard Evans, there ain't any miners here. Why do we need to protect an abandoned mine?" Abel looked around. There was no scent of humans, which meant the wizards were the only ones around. That's because you don't know the value of this place. The mana gems produced by this place are an important resource to the evil knights. Also, it is not far from the evil kingdom, so they tried to ignite a portal here many times and take this place. Wizard Evans explained. Wizard Evans, you are the first on duty, and you can pick 2 wizards with you. Everyone else can walk around freely. Wizard Hog clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Wizard Abel, Wizard Frank. You 2 come with me. Wizard Evans looked a little mad, but it didn't express it. Wizard Frank and Abel followed Wizard Evans into a building on the came. The first thing they saw was a circle base in operation. Anyone who approached the protection circle would be spotted. The Wizard Union is too stingy. Why don't they get a spirit to take care of this? Wizard Frank softly complained. Wizard Frank, do you remember how many spirits we have lost by putting them in these level 2 battlegrounds? Wizard Evans rolled his eyes. I just feel like I am being trapped in prison. If there is a spirit, at least we could take a rest. Wizard Frank laughed. Abel found a place to sit down and took out a book to read. Half a day passed. The boredom began to kick in. All the 3 of them did was sit around. Although they could do whatever they liked, they could not leave the place. They had to focus on the circle base and alert others as soon as something odd appeared. The reason they put 3 wizards on duty was to make things less boring. They were not short of men anyway. The sky was getting dark. Wizard Harold stepped into the room with 2 other wizards. It was time to change shifts. Wizard Abel, I'll show you how to find mana gems. This place is huge. If the evil knights were not after this place, no way, we could have so much free time to dig around. Wizard Frank saw Wizard Harold taking the shift, so he turned to Abel and said with excitement, Wizard Abel, you can go with Wizard Frank. I'll continue to teach you how to work with others tomorrow. Wizard Evans was nowhere as excited. It seems like he had no interest in giant mines. Wizard Frank led Abel to a cave outside of the camp. They were still within the protection circle, so there was no problem when it came to safety. Wizard Frank, why isn't Wizard Evans interested in gems? Abel couldn't understand. It seems like the others in the team was busy digging as well. Wizard Evans is too wealthy for it. This mine has been cleaned many times. All the easily spotted gems have been dug up. Most of us only find 10 gems with a day of hardship, but if you are lucky and find some top-level gems, then we'll be rich. Wizard Frank laughed. Can we exchange those gems if we find them? Abel asked. To be honest, that's what the Wizard Union wants. It is best to clear out everything in this mine as soon as possible. We've tried to send miners here, but they were all killed by the evil knights, so it's up to us now. Wizard Frank said, pointing at the mines. Abel felt his heart move. He had a better way of digging mines. The Wizard Union wanted to clear out this place so the Holy Knights couldn't get their hands on it anyway. Wizard Abel, let's begin. Wizard Frank took out a puppet and gave it a digging tool. Abel was speechless. Wizard Frank definitely knew the detail of this mission, so he had that puppet prepared. What, I bought that from the dwarfs, Wizard Frank replied, looking at the odd look on Abel's face. I'm just not sure the gems you dig up are worth the cost of that thing. Abel shook his head. He knew puppets very well, and how energy-consuming they were. Wizard Abel, all I need is 1 top-level gem, and I'll be making a profit. Wizard Frank said with confidence and continued, It's too bad, your Johnson will definitely be much faster than my puppet. Wizard Frank, you can have a head start. I need to ask the captain something. Abel scratched his head. He didn't want to dig with his hands, it was too stupid, so he had to ask Wizard Hog. Okay, come back soon. Chatting makes time go faster. Wizard Franks waved and said. Abel flashed out of the mine opening and sensed the location of Wizard Hog. The scent rank 20 wizard was like a light in a dark tunnel to other wizards, even if he didn't intentionally try to expose it. Wizard Abel, are you looking for me? Abel appeared in front of Wizard Hog's room and heard his voice. Captain, I have a special mining technique and want to generate some income for the team, Abel said. Oh right, you are a Grandmaster Blacksmith, so you must be familiar with mines. Quick, tell me. Wizard Hog laughed as he opened the door. Abel stepped in. The room was just as rustic as its appearance. It seems like this mission was already just for Abel to get used to working with the team, so he wanted to repay them. Wizard Hog had led his team to fight a wizard war with the blizzards in Frost City. Abel was very grateful for that, but he just had too many secrets on him. Since he discovered this gem mine, he got an opportunity to repay the favor. When it came to digging ores, even the dwarfs were no match to Johnson. Captain My Beast Johnson has the natural ability to locate ores underground. Abel laughed and said, "Wizard Abel, are you saying Johnson can locate the gems underground as well, since they are similar ores?" Wizard Hog's eyes began to sparkle as he said desperately, "Mana gems were a recognized wizard currency in the central continent as well. The reason why many members of the team didn't want to search for the mana gems was that they were too hard to find. It was not worth the effort." Wizard Hayward from Team No. 5 was only joking when he said they were playing around with gems. All the gems of the surface had already been searched through by wizards on guards countless times over, and the ones deeper underground needed special tools and skills to discover. "Yes, it's Johnson's natural ability." Abel nodded in certainty. "Wizard Abel, Johnson is your beast, so the gems it dug up should belong to you. Do you really want to share it with the team?" Wizard Hog asked. He respected Abel a lot. He thought Abel didn't know the rules of the team. Resources like this did not need to be shared with the team. "This is our mission. I'll be responsible for finding the gems, and others are responsible for my safety, so it makes sense to distribute the gems equally." Abel lowered his voice. "I am very touched, no matter if you succeed or not. Our bonds are much more important than mana gems." Wizard Hog smiled and said, "An elite wizard at his level did not lack in gems. The Lightning Clan had taken control of countless gem mines with their fighting power. As the captain of Team No. 3, he definitely got a fair share. Everyone besides the ones on duty, come gather around." Wizard Hog yelled, and his voice blasted through the roof of his room. "What happened?" Vice Captain Lamo arrived outside the door and asked. In seconds, the others appeared as well. Wizard Hog opened the door and walked out with Abel. As soon as he wanted to say something, another flash appeared next to Wizard Lamo. It was Wizard Frank. "Wizard Frank, you are too slow. If we were at war, your reaction speed would get us killed." Wizard Hog wiped the smile off his face and yelled. Wizard Frank was embarrassed. He was underground with his puppet. Although Wizard Hog's voice was loud, it did not make it all the way underground. If Wizard Lamo did not notice him, he might not even know the team was gathering. He didn't even have time to pack up his puppet. But still, he was late. "The reason I've gathered all of you is that I have some good news to announce." Wizard Hog turned his gaze from Wizard Frank to the others and smiled. "Good news seems exciting, just like mining." Wizard Evans whispered sarcastically to a wizard beside him. His voice was soft, but they were all elite wizards. Nothing could escape their ears. "Wizard Evans, you are exactly right. The good news has to do with mining, but I don't think you want to join anyway. Why don't you take a rest?" Wizard Hog gazed and lowered his voice. "Captain, no offense, but this place is too boring. How am I going to make it through a month?" Wizard Evans quickly explained. He joked around with Wizard Hog quite often, but he would never joke around with business. If the captain said there is good news, there is good news. There was no way Wizard Evans would miss the chance. "Wizard Abel from our team just talked with me, and he said his beast Johnson is very sensitive to minerals, so he wants to let Johnson do the mining, and the rewards will be spread among the team." Wizard Hog smiled. "Wizard Abel, just point the location, and I will get my puppet to start digging. We will definitely have a lot of gems to take home." Wizard Frank yelled in excitement. However, the others didn't seem as excited. Most elite wizards were very wealthy. Even if they spent a month digging continuously, they had to divide the gems between everyone, which probably wouldn't be much. Still, everyone was very grateful for Abel's offer. A loyal teammate who doesn't care about little things was more trustworthy in a life and death battle. The main reason Wizard Hog had accepted this blatantly safe and boring mission was so that Abel could fit in with the team better. Therefore, they would more likely trust each other when the time comes for a risky battle mission in the future. Although Abel was an official member of the team after passing the trial, getting fully accepted by others still needed some time. Trust is hard to develop for wizards. Just watch what Wizard Abel does first and see if he needs any help. Everyone knows Wizard Abel is a grandmaster blacksmith. He has a lot of methods when it comes to dealing with different minerals. Wizard Hog lowered his voice and gazed at Wizard Frank. It seems like he didn't like the idea of Wizard Frank using his puppet too much. although bringing a puppet was not forbidden. Wizard Hog knew how big Wizard Frank's portal bag was. It was only 2 square meters, and a puppet would have taken most of the space. He won't have any more room for resources if a battle occurs. However, Wizard Hog wouldn't publicly embarrass Wizard Frank. It might do more harm than good, so he might save his criticism for later. Wizard Abel, you can begin. Wizard Hog nodded at Abel. Yes, Captain, Abel said as he patted his chest. Afterward, a gigantic portal appeared and Johnson stepped out. Johnson, help me locate some mana gems and gather all of them. Abel commanded through his soul chain. Johnson bowed like a human and reached its senses underground. Wizard Abel, why is the big guy not moving? Vice Captain Lamo stepped up and asked since he was quite good with Abel. As soon as Wizard Lamo finished those words, he noticed the rocks on the ground moving automatically. Afterward, pieces of white beginner-level mana gem began to emerge. Wizard Lamo was stunned. He saw quite a bunch of gems in his days, but it was the first time he saw them emerge like that. He turned to Johnson with a fiery gaze. He knew it was Johnson's ability. Haha, amazing. More and more gems emerged and the wizards applauded. At first, only low-level gems were coming out one by one, but then mid-level gems emerged. Soon hundreds of gems had surfaced, and the rate kept increasing. Moving minerals was Johnson's natural ability, just like breathing to humans. It didn't take any effort at all. After a few more minutes, 300 gems had surfaced. Wizard Hog and others were shocked when the first top-level gem emerged. Although the lighting ground did not have a protection. Circle, those countless mana-gathering circles underground, still needed top-level gems to sustain them. Therefore, the Lightning Clan needed top-level gems just as much as other organizations. Also, it was far easier to exchange high-level gears with a top-level gem than a normal one. Abel stood by and watched. He was numb to it. He had almost unlimited gems on him anyway. He had a mountain of perfect gems in his Varay's ring alone, which he had prepared in the Holy Continent. He was an emperor in the Holy Continent, and no one would care no matter how many pieces of gems he gathered. There were many mines in the kingdom of St. Ellis in the first place anyway, and most of the gem exports were taken care of by the kingdom. Since scattered mana gems were useless to most, they could only be used on jewelry. Ever since Abel started to gather those scattered gems, the price of jewelry shot up. What Abel cared about the most was the type of gems he obtained. The ones that came out of this mine were what he called a diamond. They had the ability to counteract attributes. On top of its scarcity, it had always remained as one of the most expensive gems. To wizards, they were the best gem. They could be used to support many attribute-specific magic circles, unlike fire gems, ice gems, and lighting gems. For example, a giant fire attribute circle needed a fire gem to support it. Other types could create a conflict between the elements. However, those mana gems could be used as a perfect alternative. Abel suddenly realized why the Holy Knights were after these gems. The light energy within them was the polar opposite to the death energy in skull gems. We are rich, Wizard Evans laughed. He then turned to Wizard Hog and said, Captain, can we please accept another gem mine guarding mission? With Johnson on our side. Every gem in the world is ours. Wizard Evans, you better keep your mouth shut, and that applies to all of you. No one is allowed to say anything about today. Wizard Abel trusted us to show us such ability, so you better not betray him. Wizard Hog gazed at Wizard Evans, then turned to others and lowered his voice. Yes, Captain, that ability is a fountain of wealth. There's no way we will let anyone else know about it. Wizard Evans nodded. At first, the team's elite wizards didn't care about gems too much, but as their quality and volume increased, a smile emerged on their faces. After 2 hours, Johnson had gathered a little mountain of gems. Johnson stood up again and stepped back to Abel for a bow. The mining session had finished. Abel put Johnson back in the monster ring and didn't say anything. He kept his promise. All the gems he gathered belonged to the team. Lamo, take a look. How should we divide those gems, not or take it back first? Wizard Hog gazed at the mountain of gems and turned to Wizard Lamo. Captain, just divide them now. Our portal won't fit if both of us try to take it back. It's a hassle, Wizard Lamo said. It was the hassle of being too wealthy. Wizard Abel, since you are the one who gathered the gems, how do you want to divide them? Wizard Hog was not expecting so many gems. They were enough to make any wizard go insane, so he had to go through Abel again. If the wizards in this team didn't depend on others for their lives in battles, they might have started to fight for those gems already. In the past, even Wizard Hog couldn't tell how many gems a large mine had, but now he had a rough idea. 50,000 beginner-level gems, 10,000 intermediate-level gems, 120 top-level gems. That was why most of the gems they found were beginner-level gems. However, Abel knew a large gem mine would have more than this. Maybe he was too violent with his mining in the past. Most of the gems in the mine were torn out by him. That was how gem mines get damaged. When you took many gems out of them, they would no longer be able to produce more. Captain, just divide them equally, Abel replied casually. Abel's calmness stunned the wizards once again. Those things were not normal wealth. They were the net worth of at least a few rank 20 wizards. Wizard Abel, are you sure? Wizard Hog asked again. Yes, Captain, I'm sure. I'm a Grandmaster blacksmith. Making a good income is as easy as flicking my hand to me. Abel smiled. Okay, then we will do as Wizard Abel said. Wizard Lamo can be in charge of the process. Wizard Hog nodded. He then added, if you are thinking of exchanging other resources with your top-level gem, please consider the team. Top-level gems are very important to the Lightning if they divide the gems equally. Each wizard gets at least 10 top-level gems. It was more than their years of savings. So each wizard had a big smile on their face when they accepted their gems. Just think about it. The entire Blizzard had only 50 top-level gems in their inventory. So you can just imagine how valuable those things were. However, Wizard Frank did not have a big smile on his face like the others. If he needed to bring those gems back, he would need to throw away his mining puppet to free up some space in his portal bag. That thing cost him a fortune. Wizard Daff, can you keep my mining puppet for me? Wizard Frank turned to a rank 17 wizard. Wizard Frank, my portal bag is even smaller than you. Why don't you ask the captain or vice captain? Wizard Daff waved his hand. Wizard Frank helplessly shook his head. Of course, he would not ask the captain. He was late to the gathering. He only brought that puppet along because he peeked at the detail of the mission before everyone. Maybe that's karma. Wizard Abel, do you have some space? Wizard Frank turned to Abel. Every wizard who came to the central continent from a subcontinent was ultra-wealthy. Although subcontinents did not have as many training resources as the central continent, elite wizards were also not common. Therefore, resources tend to get skewed towards elite wizards, so Abel must have a huge portal bag. Wizard Frank, what's happening? Abel asked as he put away his portion of gems. Although he said they would divide the gems equally, Abel was still given 2 extra top-level gems. Intermediate and beginner gems, on the other hand, were given out to others. Abel couldn't care less about those. Can you help me carry my mining puppet? Wizard Frank asked. His voice was very soft. It seems like he was afraid of Wizard Hog hearing him. Frank, I have an extra portal bag. You can borrow it, Abel said as he took out a portal bag. Abel retrieved his power of the will from the portal bag, so Wizard Frank could open it as soon as it was handed over. It was a 5-square-meter portal bag. Wizard Frank was speechless. Although portal bags were not an extreme luxury in the central continent, the Wizard Union had a tight regulation that each wizard could only register 1 portal bag. Even after countless missions, Wizard Frank could only swap his 1-square-meter portal bag out for a 2-square-meter one from the Wizard Union. He was only a rank 17 wizard, so his distribution of rewards in the team was limited. He had gotten the most rewards from this mission. Although the central continent had resources, there were many wizards around, and most of the wealth was concentrated towards the powerful wizards. Therefore, Wizard Frank decided he would exchange a bigger portal bag with his top-level gem as soon as he got back. He had exchanged all his past rewards for training resources, so it was time for an upgrade. Captain, the mine is empty. Can we end this mission early? Abel said. Instead, he turned to Wizard Hog. Don't even think about it, Wizard Abel. We have accepted the mission, so we need to guard this place even if it has nothing in it. I will report what happened today, and I don't think they will send anyone here in the future anymore. Wizard Hog shook his head. Wizard Abel, follow me. I'll teach you how to work with the team. Wizard Lamo called Abel with excitement. Wizard Lamo's was simply the structure of the team written on a book. Wizard Abel, take this book and take good care of it. Don't let anyone else see it. It has documented the strategies and formation of the team. If there is anything you don't understand, ask me. Wizard Lamo lowered his voice. Abel flicked open the lambskin book. It had different code names, each representing a team formation. After each battle, the captain or I will create a code name for a formation, which our members can search for in detail in this book. Your attacks aren't good enough yet, so you'll be in a supporting position most of the time, Wizard Lamo explained. Vice Captain Johnson's attack is very strong. How will it correspond in a battle? Abel asked. That's a tricky one. Johnson's attacks are much stronger than yours. Wizard Lamo scratched his head. He had already perfected his team's formation after years of documentation. However, Abel was unlike most members. His wizard rank was not high, so his elemental attacks were not powerful. At the same time, he had a beast with the attack power of a rank 18 wizard and even greater defense. Wizard Lamo was not aware of Johnson's new body, since those iron balls on the surface looked almost the same. Wizard Abel, maybe try to stay away from the battlefield as much as possible and just let Johnson do the work. I will tell you how Johnson can fight with us in the future. Wizard Lamo contemplated for a moment and said, Abel was only qualified to be a member of this team as a rank 16 wizard because of Johnson's power and speedy spell casting rate. So not getting killed in a battle shouldn't be a problem. Both Wizard Hog and Wizard Lamo knew they couldn't change the team's formation in a short period of time. They could only find out how Abel could fit in with battles and experiences. He had to discuss with Wizard Hog after they return. Letting Abel know the formations allowed him not to interrupt the team, so it was still very important for him to know the code names and the formation it corresponds to. By the time Wizard Lamo turned away, Abel had already memorized everything. His power of the will gave him memories far superior to any elite wizard. Even the most complicated spell patterns were no challenge to him. With his piece of world stone, every detail of the book was clearly burned in his mind. Abel looked at the time. To make sure there is someone alert at all times, the team ruled that each wizard would have a designated meditation time in the mission. It was almost time for Abel to meditate, and his power of the will sent him a reminder. He then carefully set up a magic circle and ignited it with many perfect gems. He then ignited a mana gathering. Due to the simple resource of the place, this was the most Abel could do. He took out a light gem and began his meditation. After 50 minutes, Abel was fully submerged in his meditation state. Suddenly, a dimensional force emerged from the sky above. Alert, a dimensional force. All wizards get ready to fight. Wizard Lamo yelled from the protection circle operation room. His voice spread through the camp as he ignited the defense. The two elite wizards beside him flashed to the camp. It was where the team gathered, and everyone emerged in flashes of light other than Abel. Wizard Abel is in meditation. Make sure we stay as far away as possible from the wooden house, Wizard Hog yelled. He was not looking good. The dimensional force unleashed by the demons of the evil kingdom could destroy a protection circle. He had already picked the most unlikely time for the evil kingdoms to attack for the wizards to meditate, but he was not expecting his luck to be so bad. He began to blame himself. Since Abel was a new member, he let him meditate directly after another two groups of wizards, which he was not supposed to. He searched through the information and calculated the most unlikely time for the evil kingdom to attack. He was not wrong, but since Abel was a new member, he placed him in one of the more likely hours to meditate. He just took so much benefit from Abel, and regrets began to build. His words made the wizards turn towards the place where Abel was. Captain, don't worry, we will protect Abel, Wizard Lamo said. A blue portal appeared in the camp, and Wizard Hog flashed in front of it. His spell was prepared. An attack was ready at any time. Code 4. Wizard Lamo commanded the team through his power of the will. 10 elite wizards flashed into a tight attack formation. They would attack as soon as the Holy Knights appeared. This gem mine was very close to the evil kingdom, and they only had one line of defense. Also, the strength of a portal is largely dictated by its distance. Just like the attack on Slan City, that portal could only sustain one rank 18 elite Holy Knight and some intermediate Holy Knights. Not even 2 elite Holy Knights. Wizard Hog knew a portal of this range could carry many elite Holy Knights. They were in for a bloody fight. The reason the Wizard Union had organized a team of elite wizards here was to have a decent amount of defense. There were way too many places to guard. The Wizard Union would not waste their men. My lord, my almighty lord. My lord, make our enemies submit and regret. My lord, destroy their resistance and plant the seeds of truth in their heart. My lord, bring them to the edge of their hope and wipe away their desire to live. My lord, take away their right to live and bring them to silence. My lord, transfer your energy onto the enemy and destroy their contaminated soul. Make them regret. Make them see the aftermath of dealing with evil spirits. Waves of dull mumbles chants emerged from the portal, and an unbearable energy began to emerge. Finally, armored bodies appeared. 10 elite Holy Knights continued to mumble with a giant shield in front. An aura filled with lightning arcs under their feet. At the same time, lightning strikes struck the team of Holy Knights. The aura below them absorbed most of the power, and holy energy flashed on their bodies, further distributing the lightning strikes. Although the strikes numbed 2 Holy Knights, they did not fall due to their team's tight formation and the powerful holy energy surrounding them. Damn it, we're so lucky. 10 evil knights and they just cast a lightning-resistant spell, Wizard Hog yelled. Although the Lightning Clan were gifted experts in lightning spells, it was not the only thing they could do. Due to elite wizard's long lifespan, he had a lot of time to practice other attack methods. Glory to the Lord! The Holy Knights yelled together and charged towards Wizard Hog. Since Wizard Hog had gathered his man, his formation was extremely tight as well. As the team of Holy Knights began to charge, the 10 elite wizards flashed away. Code 36, Wizard Lamo commanded again through the power of the will. This code name meant to drag out time and not fight the enemies head-on, as long as they could protect the teleportation circle. For 5 minutes, the supports from the Wizard Union would arrive. But Wizard Hog, Wizard Lamo, and everyone in Team No. 3 was sure of one thing: they were in big trouble. There were 10 elite Holy Knights in total. 1 rank 20 Holy Knight, 1 rank 19 Holy Knight, 4 rank 18 Holy Knights, and 4 rank 17 Holy Knights. Although Team No. 3 seemed to be at an advantage, a Holy Knight was more powerful than a wizard with the same rank. Also, since those knights were resistant to lightning, they were in for a hard time. The upside of being a wizard was their powerful attacks and mobility. With their flashing ability, trying to kill an elite wizard was very hard. However, their bodies were weak even for an elite wizard. They were hopeless in close combat. Once their defense spell was broken, death would be the only thing waiting. The upside of a Holy Knight was their strong defense and resistance to different elements. They could make their way through elite spells and use auras to make their bodies stronger, resist certain elements, revive their damage. They were basically impenetrable castles. On top of that, knight formations were the finest of tradition and countless years of intellect. Oh, you could just imagine what the wizards were facing. The 10 Holy Knights charged towards the teleportation circle. They were very familiar with this place. Wizard Lamo ignited the protection circle for the teleportation circle and get ready to gather out attacks. Wizard Hog knew they could not stop the charge of 10 elite Holy Knights. It was the only thing he could do. Wizard Lamo flashed towards the teleportation circle and ignited the protection circle. He flashed back to the battlefield. Even though he was only gone for a second, the battlefield was already in chaos. Wizard Hog was used to dealing with knights' formation. His tactic was to focus his attack on a single point and try to break it. If one Holy Knight is down, it will drag down their charge. He focused his power of the will on to a rank 17 Holy Knight and ignited the fireball in his hand. The others in the team sensed their captain's target and locked their power of the will onto that rank 17 Holy Knight with all kinds of spells on their hand. Wizard Hog wanted to attack with a wide variety of spells at once, since the defense aura could only counteract one type of spell at a time. They had lightning spells, fire spells, and ice spells. When all those forces gathered onto a single Holy Knight, it would be very effective to protect a knight formation. However, those Holy Knights had a method of dealing with it. The moment the attacks fired out from the wizards, that Holy Knight suddenly changed his direction of the charge, and most of the attacks missed. The only thing that remained unchanged was the lightning resistance in their aura. This was because only a living spell could match the speed of a charging Holy Knight. Wizard Lamo felt his heart drop. They were charging towards the wooden house Abel was meditating in. The Holy Knights might not know a wizard was meditating there, but he didn't want to take the risk. He threw out a firewall in front of the charging Holy Knights. Master, maybe the magic circle base is located in that house. I can sense the energy of a protection circle. A rank 17 Holy Knight yelled. He did not stop and charge through that firewall. Flames burned on that Holy Knight, but he couldn't care less. His only target was the wooden house Abel was in. At first, he did not pay too much attention to that wooden house. But the action of Wizard Lamo made him sure of one thing. That wooden house was very important. A magic circle base was very important to the wizards, and the Holy Knights knew very well. Wizard Lamo was not expecting his firewall to be useless. Instead, it mistakenly made the Holy Knights believe the magic circle base was located in the wooden house. One of the ways to break a protection circle was with brute force. In a level 2 battleground, the most important thing was the little teleportation circle. Though it was surrounded by the best protection circle, Central Continent. Breaking it with brute force would take some time, so a quicker way was to find the magic circle base and destroy it. Then, the protection circle would vanish automatically. Step away, Wizard Lamo yelled, and a blizzard spell blocked the path of the rank 17 Holy Knight. That rank 17 Holy Knight already had his eyes fixed on the wooden house. A move and a flash scroll appeared in his hand, and he ignited it with his power of the will. He then vanished and appeared in front of the wooden house. It was no surprise a Holy Knight would have a move in a flash scroll, since many wizards had died at their hands. At the same time, many Holy Knights had also died in the hands of wizards, so many gears of Holy Knights were taken as well. It was not that the rank 17 Holy Knight didn't want to flash directly into the wooden house, but Abel's barrier circle was no original barrier circle. It could stop moves in a flash. Therefore, that Holy Knight couldn't reach his power of the will into the house. The only thing he could do was to stop in front of the house and heavily struck down with his big sword. Suddenly, an invisible shield surrounded the wooden house and stopped the sword 10 centimeters from the house. Damn it, Wizard Lamo felt his heart drop. A wizard was unconscious in their meditation state. They basically had no self-defense. As he flashed towards the wooden house with a lightning spell in his hand, Abel's druid soul moved. A black hole appeared above the wooden house. Before Johnson even emerged, a lightning spear speeded out from within. Strange green energy-filled lightning sparks covered the lightning spear. That Holy Knight abruptly changed the direction of his attack to counteract the lightning spear. He felt the force of a mountain. Although his holy shield had diffused some force, the rest was still not something he could bear. Wizard Lamo was stunned. That Holy Knight had penetrated his attacks many times, and he was blasted away by Johnson's spear just like a toy. Afterward, Johnson stood in front of the wooden house. It did not attack. Its mission was to guard the wooden house and its master. The Holy Knight was even more stunned. He risked his life and used the sacrifice enchantment to increase the power of his sword. It not only did not do any damage to Johnson, he was blasted away. How powerful was that thing? The other 9 Holy Knights arrived in front of the teleportation circle and spread out. 8 of them charged towards a wizard. The rank 20 Holy Knight yelled and made 3 strikes with his sword. Each strike was fire enchanted, ice enchanted, and lightning enchanted. On top of the power of a rank 20 Holy Knight, the protection circle shattered like a mirror. As he stepped towards the teleportation circle, a blizzard storm emerged. It did not stop him. The aura below him immediately changed blue as he charged forward. His sword heavily struck on the floor, and the teleportation circle was shattered. However, that came at a cost. He was slowed down by the front, and wounds opened from the blizzard storm. A rank 20 blizzard storm from Wizard Hog could definitely do some damage. The wounds did not make him budge in the slightest bit. Instead, he lowered his voice and had his eyes fixed on Wizard Hog. Glory to my lord. After those words, a pure aura emerged below him as he charged forward like a beam of light towards Wizard Hog. Wizard Hog knew he couldn't face that Holy Knight head-on. His tactic was to hit and run, so he flashed away and cast a lightning strike the split second before. The rank 20 Holy Knight was too fast. It was very hard to track down with the power of the will. However, even with such a high failure rate, Wizard Hog's lightning strike perfectly landed on the Holy Knight. It sent the Holy Knight shivering, but he had a pure aura. It did not even stop him for half a second. "Glory to my lord," he yelled again. But this time he did not charge towards Wizard Hog. Instead, he charged towards Johnson in front of the wooden house. If a wizard didn't want to fight, nothing could force them. A Holy Knight, on the other hand, was even more stubborn. They would change their target, even being attacked by another. Although the fight had lasted for some time, no one was badly hurt. This was largely due to the lightning talent of Team No. 3. With their move and a flash speed, it was very unlikely for them to get killed. At the same time, all of those Holy Knights were rank 17 and above. It was very hard to penetrate their defense and kill them without the help of other occupations. If wizards were the strongest occupation for attacks, Holy Knights were the strongest in defense. They could withstand the elemental attacks from wizards and revive themselves with the aura. Especially in a team of advanced Holy Knights. Every member of their team would start reviving as soon as one of them ignited an aura. The only way to kill a Holy Knight was for Wizard Hog to focus his attack on a single rank 17 Holy Knight. But he couldn't do that in the face of that rank 20 Holy Knight. If he did, the other members of his team would also take a hit. Rank 20 Holy Knight was too quick. They were on the verge of mastering the power of law. If he charged directly towards a lower rank wizard, just the energy alone would cause a spell delay for the wizard. "Protect Wizard Abel," Wizard Hog yelled. He knew the target of that rank 20 Holy Knight was the wooden house. He cast his fastest lightning spell, but that rank 20 Holy Knight just casually flicked his hand and a giant puppet emerged behind him. The lightning strike was blocked. It sent the puppet shivering, but Wizard Hog was not happy at all. That rank 20 Holy Knight had already arrived in front of Johnson. Johnson sensed the power of its opponent. It unleashed the 11th Rider Spear technique, and the green lightning sparks wrapped around its spear again. The rank 20 Holy Knight sped in front of Johnson, and the aura below him turned into a mystical frost. Suddenly, Johnson came to a halt, and its body was frozen. The Holy Frost aura slowed it down, and the ice elements began to damage its body. Johnson was supposed to counteract the Knight's sword of the Holy Knight with its lightning spear, but that little freeze made it miss. The Holy Knight's sword was flashing in a scary glow with the revenge enchantment as it heavily landed on Johnson. A smile emerged on the Holy Knight's face, but it didn't last for long. An immense rebound force shot out from Johnson's body. Blood gushed out from his mouth. The first blood was drawn on the battlefield. It might look like the Holy Knight had only struck out once with his sword. He actually made 3 strikes through the revenge enchantment. Each strike was also fire enchanted, ice enchanted, and lightning enchanted. It was the most skilled attack of that Holy Knight. However, at the same time, it exposed his defense. Although a big hole was opened up on Johnson's Titan armor by the elemental strikes, the pure condensed iron balls in its body were not damaged at all. Even the Titan armor was slowly recovering from the lightning sparks given out by those iron balls. What happened made Wizard Hog stop his spells. As far as he knew, Johnson was badly hurt by a rank 18 Holy Knight not long ago. However, was not hurt by the slightest bit, even under the violent attack of this rank 20 Holy Knight. The pure condensed iron ball ran through Johnson's body. After the 3 violent revenge strikes from the rank 20 Holy Knight, if he still had his old body, a big chunk would be damaged already. However, it only tipped off balance for a second, and the protection circle behind it supported it. Its increased weight and strength had dramatically boosted its defense. The attack of that rank 20 Holy Knight angered Johnson. It struck out the lightning spear once again. Green lightning sparks shoot out like a whip. It was an imitation of one of Abel's head commander skills. It was just that no one was expecting a giant iron monster to use knight skills. Even with the slowing of the frost, the force of Johnson's attack was not affected. The spear quickly arrived in front of the rank 20 Holy Knight. Wizard Hog was afraid of getting near the Holy Knight ever since it changed to a Holy Freeze aura. Ice elements would attack anything that got near it. When the Holy Knight paused because of Johnson, Wizard Hog immediately cast the blizzard, firewall, and lightning towards the Holy Knight. The calm exterior on the Holy Knight's face dropped. The attacks from a rank 20 wizard were nothing to mess with. Even with an invincible defense, he wouldn't take the attack of the wizard of the same rank head-on. On top of the defense Johnson showed, he could imagine how powerful its attack was. He viciously stepped back and changed to a lightning-resistant aura. At the same time, he unleashed a charge. The lightning strike was the first thing to land on him, but all it did was numb him for a split second. The lightning-resistant aura counteracted a large part of the attack, but that split second of numbness was already enough for Johnson to land its spear on him. The green energy was a brute force on display. Through the 11th Rider Spear technique, Johnson's body's force was fully carried out alongside the lightning element of the pure condensed iron balls. The most powerful force was still the green energy, and it directly deformed the Holy Knight's armor and almost made him suffocate. Afterward, lightning elements rushed in, and it was blasted out. The blast carried the Holy Knight away from Wizard Hog's attacks, but Wizard Hog did not stop. He cast a blizzard storm towards where the Holy Knight was landing. Still, the Holy Knight had experience. He held down the pain and unleashed another charge. His body turned into a beam of light as soon as he landed. Wizard Hog missed again. Wizard Hog had his eyes fixed on the rank 20 Holy Knight. He knew he was badly hurt, so he definitely would not let this opportunity slide. The Wizard Union would be alerted when a teleportation circle was damaged. The supporting team would arrive in less than 20 minutes. It was almost impossible to kill an elite Holy Knight with the wizards alone. The Lightning Clan thought about inviting other occupations into their teams, but looking at other mixed organizations' conditions, other occupations would most likely drag down their powerful attacks. There was only one thing in Wizard Hog's mind: drag out time. He wasn't expecting to kill the Holy Knight. As soon as the support team arrived, the Holy Knights would retreat. Johnson made 2 steps forward after his attack to chase after the Holy Knight, but it was a mistake. Its mission was to guard its meditating master in the wooden house behind it. Suddenly, a rank 17 Holy Knight emerged from the other side of the wooden house and heavily struck on the protection circle with its sword. He had carefully hidden after being attacked, as Johnson and Wizard Hog were occupied. With the rank 20 Holy Knight, it had already arrived in front of the wooden house. The protection circle was much harder to break than he expected. He was familiar with protection circles, and this protection circle was giving out the scent of a small-scale temporary circle base. It could only provide an intermediate defense. Even the attack of a low-rank Holy Knight could break it. However, even after a sacrifice enchantment on his sword, it barely even made a scratch. Little did he know, this protection circle in front of him was supported by a top-level gem. Only Abel would do something lavish like this. Johnson sensed the protection circle being attacked, so it viciously stepped back and twisted. It jumped up in mid-air and held its spear straight. The 11th Rider Spear technique had merged with the battle instinct of Johnson after Abel's guidance. As a monster with unlimited amounts of energy, it had been practicing the technique nonstop. The result of its practice was on full display. Even in the face of fury, the technique was unleashed perfectly. At that moment, Abel opened his eyes. At first, it might take a few more minutes until he was fully awake, but his druid soul was in a state of emergency. It needed the help of the main soul. So Abel had to end his meditation early. He immediately sensed the threat outside the protection circle, so he reached out with his power of will. There was a rank 17 Holy Knight. The rank 17 Holy Knight did not break the protection circle with one strike, and he knew the knight had more than enough time to do another strike and escape from Johnson with a charge. As the knight was about to do another strike, a spooky red cloud of curse emerged above him. Since he was busy doing a strike, he did not have enough time to dodge. Also, he wasn't expecting a priest to be around. As far as he knew, the lightnings were exclusive to wizards, so that curse was most likely from a scroll. Due to the scarcity of priest scrolls, it was most likely a damage increase at best. That false assumption made him pay. As the cursed raindrops poured down, Death Kai filled his body. It was almost like all the energy of his body was drained. An aging curse, there is an elite priest. He thought to himself, but it was too late. He could no longer charge. Everything happened in a split second. Johnson arrived above the rank 17 Holy Knight and heavily struck down with its lightning spear. The rank 17 wizard felt a shiver from his spine. An immense threat alert rushed from his knight intuition. He was in a life and death situation, but it was too late. He held his shield up high, but it was useless like a mountain landing on a feather. The effect of Abel's level 3 aging curse doesn't last long, but it was already enough to dictate the fate of that holy knight. "My lord, take me back to the Holy Land," the rank 17 holy knight mumbled. There was no fear in his eyes. Death was freedom. Abel had his power of the will fixed on the rank 17 holy knight. That fearless look in his eyes made his spine tingle. Abel couldn't understand how one could be so calm in the face of death. The desire to live was what drove every occupation to advance to this stage, but death to a holy knight was like a touch of God. Johnson's spear heavily landed on the skull of that holy knight. His helmet almost did nothing, and his head was bashed into his chest by the immense force. The lightning spear did not stop as it continued down. Bones began to crack and his chest was deformed. Finally, his heart shattered. Bang! A pure white light shoots out towards the limitless sky from the body of the holy knight. A light gem emerged, and Abel quickly did telekinesis. That light gem was stored in his portal bag. It was a big light gem. It was the first time he had gotten such a big one from a holy knight. The sudden emergence of the beam of light sent both sides into a shock. Although there were men getting injured, no one died until this point. "My lord, give me the glory to avenge Ebene." Fury emerged on the face of that rank 20 knight. He roared and viciously expended the holy freeze aura below him. The wizard around him, including Wizard Hog, immediately flashed away. In order to do so, he had to stop his charge and took another spell hit. The other holy knights madly sped towards him and formed a knight formation once again, since they had scattered around the battlefield after destroying the teleportation circle. With their experience on top of their rank, taking down those 10 wizards shouldn't be a problem. As long as a wizard was struck by either a holy freeze or holy impact aura, the holy knights would have a chance to get close to them and take their lives. Although the wizard's attack could damage the holy knights as well, as long as they didn't get killed in one strike, they would slowly recover with their aura. The rank 20 holy knight wanted to profit before. The support team arrived, but Abel disrupted everything. With one man down, they were at a disadvantage in numbers. At the same time, the wizards gained another helper. The rank 20 holy knight quickly changed his tactic. He had to kill Abel and avenge his men. He had to use Abel's blood as a sacrifice to his lord. Under his leadership, the holy knights charged towards the wooden house. Abel was puzzled. The aging curse was something only a high-level priest could do. He still didn't know much about the central continent, so he didn't know how his team would think of him. Suddenly, he realized a full team of holy knights was charging towards him, along with a vicious shock. Wave of ice. The rank 20 holy knight had expended his holy freeze area. Although its power was not as strong, it was still not something a rank 16 wizard could withstand. "Johnson!" Abel yelled and turned into a flash of white light. Suddenly, Johnson's body began to change. It was not obvious considering its 10 meters tall body, but a human-sized space was opened up in its body. Soon, Abel appeared within. With so many pure condensed iron balls, nothing could hurt Abel. It was the safest place. Abel ruthlessly altered Johnson to turn it into a shield that could save his life. The holy freeze shockwave slammed onto Johnson, but Abel was unaffected. Wizard Hog knew Abel had woken up from his meditation, but he couldn't understand how Abel did an aging curse. Did he cast the spell or use a scroll? But soon he grew worried again. "Wizard Abel, be careful, don't get close to them," he yelled. Suddenly, Johnson turned into a flash of note light and reappeared 200 meters out. A wizard could move in a flash with the object he touches, but the mana it drained corresponds to the object's size. With Johnson's size, even the most powerful wizards could move with it a few times. Mana was very important to all wizards, no matter the rank. Although an elite wizard's mana storage was scary, none of them would cast spells for no reason. The mana drain of elite spells was nothing to mess with as. Well, once mana was depleted, a wizard would lose his ability to save himself. After Johnson reappeared, he placed his hands together and formed a cannon shape. Seeing Johnson, Wizard Hog was suddenly reminded of something. His face sank and he immediately flashed away. The other wizards on the spot knew what that look on Johnson signified, so they also flashed away. Glory to my lord, destroy this iron monster. The rank 20 holy knight saw Johnson flashed away and yelled. His plan was going smoothly until this rank 16 wizard showed up. It would be a huge embarrassment if he went back without any rewards. They still had around 10 minutes until the support from the W-Izzard Union showed up. He needed something to get back his dignity, so he chose Johnson. He knew it was the rank 16 wizard who would flash away with that big iron thing, so it shouldn't last for long. As long as they stick together in a knight formation, they would recover quickly, even with attacks from the elite wizards. They had nothing to fear. As long as he didn't strike first and left his team behind, they would not have any more losses. He just had to kill that iron thing and avenge his teammate before retreating. Abel saw the knights charging again. He had a dilemma. He wasn't sure if Johnson could withstand their force. Although pure iron was one of the strongest things out there, a shield with pure iron was called an indestructible shield. Those things still got damaged in battle. Still, Abel had placed a bet on the pure iron. He had taken out his mana cannon, and that thing needed a stable base for the 2 seconds it needed to ignite. He could no longer move in a flash. Of course, Abel would not have done this if he wasn't so confident in Johnson's defense. He had more than enough mana to flash away anyway. He wrapped his power of the will on the cannon base formed by Johnson's arm and tried to hide the mana cannon's energy wave as much as possible. He wanted to delay the time as much as possible. Johnson paused, and the Holy Knights immediately caught up with the charge. The rank 20 Holy Knight gathered the force of the 8 other knights behind him and heavily struck his sword on Johnson's leg. Johnson was immediately knocked back a few steps, but Holy Knights never ended with one strike. They continued to strike again. Johnson kept stepping back. Its Titan armor was damaged again before it could even regenerate. The rank 20 Holy Knight was growing desperate. He couldn't understand what this iron monster was made out of. Why was it still standing even with those attacks? Johnson's rebound power was tipping him off balance as well, but he doesn't have to bear all the force in the knight formation. Wizard Hog wanted to help, but he knew he could get too close to Johnson. He knew what was inside its arms. Even a law-defying wizard could not withstand that, let alone himself. That guy is mad, Wizard Hog thought to himself. Abel's life was a legend, but he always thought it was exaggerated. It seems like they were true after all. He began to doubt if it was even a good thing to bring such a mad man into his team. Johnson kept stepping back. Although the attacks didn't hurt it, it could not find stable ground. Abel realized how much of a hassle it was to use a mana cannon in an actual battle. Even with an indestructible shield like Johnson, he could not find 2 seconds of stability. Captain, tell the team to move 2 miles away. I'll go with them head on. Abel sent a message to Wizard Hog through the power of the will. Wizard Abel, don't do anything stupid. You are still young. You can become very powerful in the future. Don't risk your life with a few evil knights. Wizard Hog lowered his voice. Captain, you still have 6 seconds to get away, Abel said in a certain tone. Wizard Hog was suddenly reminded of Abel's explosion. It could almost wipe out a city. You are crazy and I need you to live, Wizard Hog replied helplessly. He then connected with the others through his power of will. Get away from Wizard Abel. The ruthless attacks from those holy knights did not do much to Johnson so far, which gave Abel even more confidence. He had it prepared. Once he was in trouble, he would jump into a teleportation circle with Johnson's skull. If Johnson's body couldn't withstand the explosion, no way those knights could. Abel had placed another teleportation circle in a mountain a few miles out. It was his final lifesaver. He would only do such a risky thing with that teleportation circle. He held a super exploding ball in his hand. Since he had the transformation necklace, the scary energy of the exploding ball was perfectly hidden. The moment he sensed the ball was about to explode, he threw it into the center of the knights through telekinesis. A vicious energy wave emerged. Even Wizard Hog and the team could sense it from 2 miles away. However, the Hoy Knights did not stop their attacks since their charge was ignited. Although they tried their best to dodge that super exploding ball, they could not break their formation. Bang! Abel felt his ears ring as Johnson was sent flying 10 meters above the ground. I am okay. Abel felt his heart lift. His head commander and elite wizard intuition were never wrong. He didn't sense a threat after an explosion, so he didn't have to enter the teleportation circle. Although his organs were a little damaged by the blast, and his ears were ringing, it was nothing too serious. He poured down a bottle of full recovery potion, and he was back in his top condition. Although it was a bit of a waste to use a full recovery potion on injuries like that, he still had to face the team of Holy Knights. Because if nothing too serious had happened to him, the Knights could also survive like a miracle. The moment before the blast, the Holy Knights gathered tightly together and held up their shield. They ignited a counteract aura, and their defense was shot up multiple times. A rank 19 Holy Knight also ignited, preaching aura, which further increased their survival rate. The power of a perfect gem was scary, but it was spread out. All it did was destroying the Holy Knight's gear and send some of them into critical condition. None of them died. Abel couldn't help but admire how resilient those Holy Knights were. With power like that, you could just imagine how hard it must be to kill an elite Holy Knight. However, Abel did not stop. As the Holy Knights were drinking their potions, he placed a perfect gem in the monocannon. A short silence emerged from the battlefield. The shields of the knights were shattered. Their armor was damaged. They had to start using their potions. The aura alone was too slow. Abel jammed the 33 Zod rune into the monocannon socket and ignited it with his power of the will. Defense quick. The rank 20 Holy Knight sensed a strong energy wave. The only remaining knight in the team to ignite a charge was him and the rank 19 Holy Knight. "My lord, give me a few seconds, just a few seconds, and I will bring them back." The rank 20 Holy Knight prayed and changed a shield. He stood in front of the team and blocked, hoping to make some more time for the team. As he sensed the energy wave intensifying, his face grew white. He was not afraid to die, but his lord would not let him die easily. He exchanged gaze with the rank 19 Holy Knight, and they suddenly charged forward. The moment they left the team, a vicious beam of light shot out from the monocannon in Johnson's arm and arrived in front of the knights in no time. Those 4 rank 18 knights and 3 rank 17 knights were already helpless, and that beam of light had directly liquefied them before they could even react. What was left was 7 pure soul beams shooting towards the sky and 7 big light gems. The existence of those knights was now history. That rank 19 Holy Knight moved a little late, and half his body was taken away by the beam, but the rank 20 Holy Knight quickly grabbed him as he sped towards the portal door. Abel did not chase after. The rank 20 Holy Knight was too quick. Even if he could move in a flash, he could not stop him. He could not kill a single Holy Knight with his own ability anyway. He was very sure. He only got lucky this time. There was no way he could hurt a Holy Knight if they were prepared. The rank 20 Holy Knight sped into the blue portal and glanced back at Abel like he was the worst enemy when he disappeared. He was not the first Holy Knight who looked at Abel this way, and he wouldn't be the last. The aqua-blue teleportal portal disappeared in front of him. Abel teleported himself outside Johnson's body. From then, he decided to put away the bi-directional teleportation circle first. Even now, he still thought that the 4,000 points he spent on it was quite a good deal. "You're crazy, Wizard Abel," Wizard Hog said as he appeared next to Abel. He shook his head when he saw the camp turn into ruins. Abel smiled as he pointed towards the 8 white pillars that were erected towards the sky. "It's quite worth it for me. Wouldn't you agree? We got 8 advanced crusaders for 1 camp. It's pretty worth it if you ask me." On the other hand, Wizard Ram had his eyes fixed onto Johnson. "Good job, Wizard Abel I." "Good job." As of now, the Titan armor Johnson was wearing had holes all over it. It slowly repaired over time, though. It shouldn't be long before this divine item was completely fixed. It wasn't like other wizards couldn't tell how valuable this piece was. They knew, but it was just way too big for them to think about taking it away for themselves. Wizard Hog couldn't help but laugh when he saw the light stone on the ground. "Put away the light stone, Wizard Abel. What are you doing with your reward by not putting it back?" Wizard Ram reminded Abel. "Hey, Wizard Abel, remember, don't ever use this light stone for your training. This is a very rare resource, so what you're supposed to do is give them to the group until everyone comes up with an idea on how to split all the rewards. We must do whatever we can to ensure that there are enough intermediate wizards who can promote into advanced wizards." Abel didn't hesitate to put away the stone. "Sure. So, if I may ask, Is there a rate if I want to trade this kind of light stone to the light stone of an intermediate evil knight? Wizard Evans interrupted, are you serious about that? Wizard Abel, why do you want to ever trade an advanced stone for intermediate ones? Sure, if you're asking it for real, I suppose it's 1 to 30 at least. That's the price, but you won't have a market to put that price up. Wizard Ram spoke, then paused for a bit. Actually, if you're going to use that for your training, Wizard Abel, I don't suppose you should use a light stone of any quality. It's just too costly no matter how you look at it. Wizard Ram clearly couldn't empathize with Abel's thoughts. In his mind, as effective as the light stone would be for meditation, time could essentially achieve the same thing. There was no rush here, by the way. Abel's got all the time, if he wanted to be more reserved about the times of resources he was using. From Abel's perspective, he just never thought that the lightstone was so hard to get. He hadn't been in the central continent too long, and he already had so many of them. More crucially, he's already learned that it was a resource that could be traded, so if there was the need to do so, he knew that he could give out the ones he had to trade with the intermediate wizards in his own family. Wizard Hog lowered his voice, are you certain, Wizard Abel, that you want to trade the advanced light stones? Abel nodded his head in reply, of course, Captain. I don't know a lot of wizards or friends on the central continent, so why not just give these out to those who can make better use of them? Wizard Hog advised him, oh sure, if that's what you think. Wizard Abel, how about you don't trade these outside your team? It'd make things easier if you trade with just your team members. By the way, while the entire third squad consisted of advanced wizards, every member had their own families. In that sense, they all had their own pressure of being in demand for these advanced light stones. The not-so-advanced light stones here all came from rank 17 advanced crusaders. There were also 4 that belonged to rank 18 advanced crusaders, which, according to the level of the holy crusaders, would differ in the types of effect that they'd bring. The higher the quality the stone was, the better it could do to promote the wizards. Wizard Hog's motive simple. He wanted the collective good for his team. It's not desirable to have if the other families came to fight for the light stones that Abel had on him. Abel smiled and responded, sure, I suppose. I wasn't the only one who got these stones, though it's only fair if we all split it amongst ourselves. Wizard Evans was very glad to hear this as he was the captain. Such generosity. Abel took out the 8 advanced light ones and passed them over. Captain Hog, if you'll sort through these. Wizard Hog smiled as he took the light stones over. I'll thank everyone for you then. 2 very selfless acts. All the team members present were really starting to think of Abel as their real brother. If Abel was to sell these to the market, he'd have so much more profit than what he'd be getting now. Wizard Evans smiled as he looked towards Abel. You know, Wizard Abel, you've cost yourself another magic stone cannon. So you're still at a loss here. Abel smiled without saying anything back. It wasn't like he wanted to lie to Wizard Evans, but he didn't want to tell the truth right away either. Yes, the magic cannon was much more precious than the light stones. Everyone knew that, but not a lot of people knew about his 33 Zod rune. For a Zod rune, one would need a dark, golden quality crystal core, which was not going to be produced in the natural world. Wizard Evans sighed as he looked towards where the 7 advanced crusaders was slain. That's such a great cannon. 0 trophies, how do you have that? Wizard Hog spoke to Abel after throwing a glance towards Wizard Evans. Do not let yourself be sunken in this power, Wizard Abel. Real strength is what you bring out of yourself. Abel was still too young. Wizard Hog didn't want him to follow the wrong path by choosing to rely on just his other creatures. That would not matter once he became a wizard mediator, but for now, it's very important for him to know the right fundamentals. Abel bowed as he felt like the advice he was given. Genuine, I got it, Captain. Actually, I got a portal item from a rank 17 evil knight on me. It was a portal bag he snatched off from the first advanced holy crusader he killed. He didn't open it at the time, so instead, what he just did was to put it back. Come to think of it, now that he's become a member of his squad, he was longer able to snatch whatever he wanted from the battlefield as he had always done before. Wizard Hog smiled. Well, Wizard Abel, you can keep your first trophy. It's a custom, we have to keep the morale up. Abel shook his head as he didn't care. The rules are rules, sir. Please just take it. When the team had its fun of sharing the rewards, dozens of shadows appeared from far to near. Wizard Hog was almost on the ground, Ha ha ha, reinforcements are here, that's 40 minutes. They just beat the record. It's disappointing how slow the reinforcement came this time. It had been 40 minutes since Holy Knights destroyed the teleportation circle. That was 2 times the amount of time before the original 20 minutes. Without Abel, the third squad might just be forced to stand off against Holy Crusaders that were the same level as them for about 40 minutes. A lot of casualties would have happened if the wizards decided not to abandon the encampment. If they decided to leave the spot for a retreat, time, and more importantly, the entire squad's or lightning clan's reputation would have been greatly ruined. A white, fat advanced wizard appeared next to Wizard Hog. He looked scared when he saw the 8 pillars that were towards the sky. However, he quickly switched towards a smile. "I'm so sorry for coming so late, Wizard Hog. If I knew that it was the third squad, we would have contacted a few more teams for reinforcement. Still, you seem to have accomplished a lot on the front line this time." Wizard Hog was not very happy with what he was hearing. "Well, what do you mean late, Wizard Beecham? Explain." The reinforcement was not done out of a sense of obligation, by the way. It was a forced request done on behalf of the Wizard Union. If the wizards never had these kinds of mutual aids, it'd be very easy for them to become isolated when they were fighting on the front or second row. It also had to do with the fact that the sky demons could open space portals quite easily. The Holy Crusaders would always target the teleportation circle whenever they initiate an attack, so it became especially important for wizards to be able to reach out to one another within a very short period of time. What Wizard Beecham did just then was an indirect attempt at murder and a direct violation of the team's trust. He was literally trying to eliminate the entire third squad by delaying his help. Of course, Wizard Hog was not going to respond kindly when Wizard Beecham, despite being a fire element specialist, gave this really sly, merchant-like look when he arrived. It wasn't like he was in the mood to argue, though. So he decided not to say much at all. Wizard Beecham still had this smile on his face. "Come on, Wizard Hog. We've come to help you, so shouldn't you give us at least half of your advanced light stones?" It was almost like Wizard Beecham expected the third squad to be completely exhausted already after killing off so many advanced Holy Crusaders. He wasn't even trying to do a low ball when he's making his demands. Wizard Hog spoke coldly. "Are you saying that on behalf of the Flame Clan, Wizard Beecham, or are you saying that on behalf of the whole advanced wizard organization behind you?" Wizard Beecham only laughed louder. "Why ha? Ha tavoya." The latter, of course, wouldn't you all agree? A few advanced wizards jumped up and called out at once. "Yes, if the captains say so, we'll listen to whatever he has to say." That sounded like it was just the Flame Clan, just Wizard Beecham's squad for that matter. The other team members didn't sound like they wanted to embarrass the Lightning Clan too much. They wanted the advanced light stones, sure, but it's not like there were enough laying around for them to all get their own share. As a matter of fact, it might just be easier for them to get their own share if they stayed quiet. But for them to stand up and speak out, that's not quite possible at all. A terrifying presence came out of Wizard Hog. "I suppose we need to have a good match after this mission, Wizard Beecham." The presence petrified everyone in the scene. It got Wizard Beecham to realize his mistakes. Wizard Hog was never exhausted from the bloodbath just then. If anything, he was in his peak condition for a mass murder spree. When Wizard Beecham realized what was happening, his pretentious smile on his face became something more genuine, like a child that couldn't wait to break open his birthday pinata. If the Lightning Clan's third squad were to fall, Wizard Beecham would have had all the chances he wanted to take advantage of them right here. Yes, no one would say anything back against him if he did. At some point, everyone would loot while they were helping to transport aid supplies. Wizard Beecham was delaying his arrival, so he didn't have to give it out to the Lightning Clan. Plus, he could also fight the Holy Crusaders that destroyed the teleportation circle on the way. Well, that was the plan, until he realized he didn't have the guts for it. As precious as the light stones were, without the support of the wizards behind him, he didn't think that it was possible to fulfill his own greed. Wizard Hog's, well, the exceptional performance was also a part of it. Just then, because of what happened, the several tens of new advanced wizards weren't so friendly with the advanced wizards of the third squad. They were only coming here because there would be rewards for coming in as reinforcement, but in truth, the advanced wizards never really did much to help either. Wizard Beecham smiled and gave a bow after glancing at Abel for a bit. "We'll be on our leave now, Wizard Hog. There's not a lot for us to do here." Without waiting for Wizard Hog's response, he disappeared where he was at with his instantaneous movement. Those who followed him also did the same. Wizard Frank spat and cursed, "Disgusting fellows." Abel could tell. The Lightning Clan was not on good terms at all with these wizards. It was almost like there was some sort of precondition preventing them from getting along with each other. Vice Captain Ram whispered to Abel, "You saw that. The ice and fire are afraid of us because we have almost every lightning element wizard on the central continent. They can't match us in numbers. Not so much in skills either, so they try to distance themselves." Abel didn't quite understand. "But I thought we're wizards, Captain. Why are they trying to draw themselves away from us?" Wizard Ram smiled. "Because we're too powerful, that's why. Anything other than the advanced evil knights can be destroyed with lightning spells very easily. We don't have a lot of enemies that can match us, you know." Wizard Hog smiled at the side. "Don't listen to him, Wizard Abel. It's not like we don't have any alliances on our side. We've got some really strong friends if we want to call them." Since the camp was already destroyed, the advanced wizards of the third squad had no choice but to start building tents. Luckily, Abel's protection did manage to keep the circle of the defensive circle. There was not a lot of inflicted damage, so even though the surface of the hut was already somewhat damaged, not a lot of repair work was needed. The team didn't become more relaxed just because they fought off the invading Holy Crusader squad. Instead, they strengthened their defense so that the entire team was divided into two, with either one switching defense every 12 hours. Given the geography, none of the advanced wizards seemed to want to continue with their meditation training. The night turned out to be quite safe, though. There weren't any attacks happening at all. None of the advanced wizards slept because they knew how dangerous it would be without a teleportation circle in place. The nation of evil was very vengeful. They all knew it. The revenge would definitely come. The second day before the sun even came, the Lightning Clan's reinforcements came before anyone saw what the nation of evil's revenge was. There were two more wizard squads. One was the fourth squad, while the other was the fifth squad, which was the squad that just left this place. Wizard Angus of the fifth squad bowed towards Wizard Hog. "I've heard that you fought a beautiful war, Wizard Hog. I've been, well, awfully jealous because of it. Stay, it would have been us if we went back just a day later." Wizard Hog returned the wizard's bow. "It's not a very good experience if you ask me, Wizard Angus. We were just lucky." Wizard Angus looked around him. "About the teleportation circle, Wizard Hog, we did bring our technician here. What did you use to destroy it?" Wizard Hog didn't give a straight answer. "We can't kill the advanced crusaders without this." Wizard Hayward of the fifth squad was laughing out loudly. "Wizard Evans, you want to see who can dig more magic stones up in one go?" Wizard Evans just strangely looked at him without saying anything. Wizard Angus tried to be discreet. Wizard Hayward, go and guard yourself at the side." Wizard Creamer of the fourth squad spoke softly. "Find a place to stay, Wizard Hog. I've got news from the organization." There were only two buildings here. One was the wooden shack that's used to set up the circle base. The other one was the one Abel used to defend the defense circle. The one top-level magic gemstone was what's used to keep it as the energy source. Have a private conversation between them. Wizard Hog, Wizard Creamer, and Wizard Angus went inside the wooden shack. Abel had no idea what they were talking about. He would do some meditation, but he just couldn't get over the accident that happened yesterday. He was not alone now. He had to think for the entire advanced wizard squad that he was in. Not that it was going to take up too much of his time, though. He could still take advantage of the time difference between the dark world and here. It wasn't like missing out on one or two meditation sessions was going to get him behind. With two more wizard squads here, everything just became a lot noisier. The advanced wizards all laughed together as they chatted with one another. At the side, the circle master was very busy trying to fix the teleportation circle that's broken. He didn't have a lot to waste. It's not just that circle itself that he had to fix. There was also the small-sized defensive circle outside that he had to try to do something about. Since the teleportation circle was already destroyed, the third squad almost lost all connection with the rest of the Lightning Clan. That being said, Wizard Hog still tried to reach for one of the senior staff as he left the camp. This was basically why the reinforcement came this morning to ambush any holy crusader here for revenge. As for Abel, he didn't participate in the conversations between the wizards. He didn't know them that much, and the difference in level made it hard for him to make a conversation. Instead, he took out a book from him and started reading. It didn't take much time for the 3 squad captains to come out from the wooden shack. Wizard Hog yelled, "Third squad, everyone in the 3rd squad get over here." With that, everyone in the 3rd squad stopped chatting about whatever they were on about and ran towards Wizard Hog. Abel also walked over after he put the book away. Wizard Hog spoke, "Everyone, we've just received an order from the higher-ups. Did any of you leak out information on how the magic stone mine has been dug through?" Without saying more, Wizard Hog's eyes started locking onto Wizard Frank. He didn't say anything, but it made all the other advanced wizards start laughing at once. Wizard Frank called out loudly, "I didn't say anything, Captain. The assembly, came before I managed to tell it to anyone." Wizard Hog drew his gaze away. "Good enough, I guess. Remember, even without anything to dig here, this is still a pretty good spot to lure the nation of evil. They won't be able to get any resources even if they make it through here, and that's that. Never tell anyone else about what's happened here." Wizard Hog then spoke to Abel. "Do not use your Johnson's excavation anymore, Wizard Abel. That's just going to get too much attention and put you in danger." Abel nodded his head. "Yes, Captain." For the Lightning Clan, while it was important to excavate magic stones in a short period of time, it was just not going to be as important to protect a prodigy that had a very high chance of becoming a wizard mediator. Stones could be dug, but a genius was made by fate. Both talent and a unique destiny were of absolute cruciality to possess the qualities to become a wizard mediator. Abel was maxed on his lightning potential. Under situations such as this, he was like a treasure chest that must be protected at all times. Wizard Hog spoke as he looked towards everyone. "The organization just sent out 2 squads. It's supposed to be done in secret, so don't leak anything about that. According to our advisor's estimates, the nation of evil will start its revenge very soon. We, the 3 squads, will be ones to stop them if they tried to come." On that night, the Circle Master went without rest. He worked under a few lighting circles all the way through the morning, and once the sun rose, Abel came out of his tent to see that he was no longer there. All the damaged circles were pretty much fixed by then. When Abel looked towards Wizard Hog and the other 2, he let go of the wizard crest in his hand and screamed, "Wizard Creamer, Wizard Angus, the Wizard Union just warned me that the 10th mission point has been attacked. The teleportation circle there is destroyed, and they want us to go as reinforcement." Wizard Creamer spoke quietly, "Bring the team over, Wizard Hog. I'll be staying here with Wizard Angus." Wizard Frank was a bit reluctant. "Let's not be so rushed, Captain. The 10th mission spot is for Wizard Beecham's squad. Why don't we just let that bastard die right there?" Wizard Hog was not happy to listen to that at all. "Be quiet, you. The nation of evil is the enemy of the entire continent. We, the Lightning Clan, will not twist the order of the Wizard Union in a way that suits our personal ends. I don't care about how Wizard Beecham does things, but the 3rd squad will depart as soon as the order comes." No one said anything back after that. Under the leadership of Wizard Hog, they all left the camp with countless acts of instantaneous movements and bypassed the covering of the defensive circle. Wizard Rand spoke to everyone with his power of the will. "Everyone, hey. I don't know what the nation of evil is really thinking, so please tell me if you do. If I remember correctly, the 10th spot should be where the fire element stone mine is at. Why do you think they'd be interested in going over there?" Wizard Harold responded, "Maybe it's for revenge. As for that spot and not our camp, maybe they anticipated that we have some sort of trap in our base." Wizard Frank started talking nonsense again. "I just hope that Wizard Beecham can hold on until we're there. We don't want him to be dead before we get there, right?" Wizard Hog sent out a message with his power of the will. "No, we might be late." Abel looked towards the front, as a soul light beam appeared from the valley not so far away. There were 2 in total, which indicated that 2 advanced wizards were already dead. Instead of talking through their power of the will any further, the team members all increased the speed of their instantaneous movement and appeared right outside the camp. Wizard Hog sent a special reminder to Abel, "Get Johnson out, Wizard Abel. Stay at the side, though, don't come to us." Abel nodded his head in response, "Yes, Captain." Abel knew himself well. His wizard power was not good enough to do teamwork well enough with his quad. He could only contribute if he was relying on Johnson's strength. The camp here was pretty much the same as the one that's protected by the third squad. It was all made of wood, but the timber was ruined since there was no place to fight inside the entire camp. Apart from the 2 soul lights that were among them, there were no wizards nor holy crusaders to be found. On the other side, the hole at the mine was also in ruins. This was very typical of someone who wanted nothing more but to vent out their frustration through revenge. Wizard Hog's face became bitter when he saw what's happening. Everyone just rest, all right, Wizard Ram. Go check out who just died. Wizard Ram disappeared and reappeared at where the soul light was at. Soon he disappeared and reappeared at where the second one was. Wizard Ram reported once he teleported himself back. Wizard Hog, Captain, it's one rank 17 and one rank 18. Wizard Beecham's squad just fled. Having heard this news, even Wizard Frank didn't say anything much anymore. 2 advanced wizards were dead. The loss was just too great for Wizard Beecham for him to make any sort of recovery. All he could do was to accept the fact that he couldn't complete the mission and run away with whoever men he had left. Captain, the evil knights just captured the miners here. While trying to find more clues, an advanced wizard named Brent suddenly called out. Wizard Hog cried out and cursed. No, Wizard Beecham is too greedy for his own good. This is the second row, not the front line. The Wizard Union is not supposed to send their miners here. In the past, specialists were used to dig magic gemstones in the second row. It was different now. Since the gemstones in this mine were not diamonds, the Holy Crusaders targeted the miners as well. It would serve their cause well if they captured them back to repopulate their empire. It was handy in damaging Guardian wizards here, too. The Wizard Union had tried to stop this act by not sending miners to dig up magic gemstones, but Wizard Beecham was too greedy for his own good. Wizard R. Ram shook his head in disappointment. I think, well, Captain, maybe Wizard Beecham had it coming to him. Maybe them getting attacked has nothing to do with us. After doing so much research over the years, the Wizard Union was starting to understand that the Holy Crusaders' power came from the divinities that they worshipped. As for the source of where the power of these divinities came from, it came from the faith of their worshippers. The more the population, the more faith there was. In that way, the population was the very source of power for the nation of evil. It was pretty much why they've been on such a rampage to steal people from all over the place. To prevent the nation of evil from stealing regular people, the Wizard Union crossed the battlefield into 1 to 3 rows. There was a front line, a second row, and a third row. There was also a remote battleground for long-ranged attacks. The descriptions are: the front line was supposed to be the most dangerous location of all. As dangerous as it was, one had to prepare for fighting at almost all times. The Wizard Union regarded this as the most important spot to defend against any direct offense on the nation of evil's side. They've had their most powerful defensive row line set up there. The second row was just a bit far away from the nation of evil, where the Wizard Union had pretty much all the people that they could evacuate gone. There were some resources that they couldn't move away from left, so they did their best to keep doing their regular patrols there. In the past, one had to go there by the teleportation portal of the nation of evil that could hold up to 10 advanced crusaders in total. There was the option of teleporting through what was known as extreme teleportation, which would cost a heap of faith power to get across. The third row was a designated area that was even further away from the nation of evil. The Wizard Union couldn't evacuate everyone who lived here as wide as it was. Instead, they deployed many of their advanced wizards to stay posted in many major cities. The nation of evil could come here through regular teleportation portals, and these were almost always the ones with lower capacity. The maximum would usually be around 3 advanced Holy Crusaders, and that's really if one was trying to push the limit. If they really tried to send 3 advanced Holy Crusaders here, the teleportation portal itself was bound to sustain a lot of damage from all kinds of technical malfunctions. A lot of faith power would also be wasted. As for the remote battleground, it was an area that was a lot wider. The Wizard Union had no real ways of estimating the furthest it could get. Still, from what they've seen in the past, the furthest of where the nation of evil would put their teleportation portal was in the middle of the big cities, and not the ones with smaller population size. Because of this, the Wizard Union would respond by having at least one or more advanced wizard guardians in each of the major cities, which usually was quite effective if other occupation holders were also put in the equation. Back to the scene. This time, the fire element magic stone mine had suffered a lot of damage. The circle base was broken, and it would take at least about a month for everything to be repaired back into place. There were also the captured miners that they had to worry about. It's almost certain that Wizard Beecham and his entire team would be punished for letting this happen. Soon, an advanced wizard came to them. He made a list of all the damage that must be compensated for. This was when Wizard Hog suddenly connected his power of will to everyone in the third squad. Everyone in the team, come here, Codename 1. Codename 1 was the most dangerous signal of all. It was an emergency defense signal which was supposed to indicate a powerful enemy. A powerful presence above rank 20 was very, very close to them. Abel and the other advanced wizards made an immediate response by teleporting next to Wizard Hog. Soon, the 10 advanced wizards all formed a defensive formation together. Since Abel couldn't be a part of it, he stayed at the side and used his senses carefully to search around him. It was not like he could feel anything dangerous with his power of the will or his head knight commander senses, but he knew that Wizard Hog was not going to joke about these kinds of things. Wizard Ram asked with a serious look on his face, "What did you find, Captain?" Wizard Hog responded with a look just as serious, "It doesn't feel right around here. Is it the same for you? There is a strong oppressive force that's jamming my wizard crystal body." That's not good news at all. Wizard Hog was at the peak of rank 20. All he needed to become law-defying wizards at this point was to have a grasp of the laws. It's not going to be an easy process, of course. To begin with, the success rate was not so high, so many advanced wizards had no choice but to remain stuck at rank 20 till the very end of their lives. Still, it was what made becoming a law-defying wizard such a praiseworthy thing to begin with. Now that Wizard Hog's wizard crystal body was under a state of suppression, there was pretty much only one condition for this. It was a law-defying wizard that caused it to happen. Wizard Hog yelled, "Please, whoever you may be, show yourself. You're the third squad of the Lightning Clan. We're currently on our way to fulfilling our mission on behalf of the Wizard Union." His voice cracked when he said that. It was clear. This must be an enemy that had the guts to challenge him so openly like this. "Ya," laughter resembling that of a night owl came over. It didn't speak, but it made Wizard Hog's expression change by a whole lot. Wizard Hog spoke softly, "Make your way to run, everyone. This is a very well-known law-defying wizard that we're dealing with. I'll be at the front to stall him while you make your run. For it, remember, don't hesitate at all." Given his understanding of the law-defying wizards, Wizard Hog knew very well what kind of being the opponent they were facing. The sound gave it away. It was a wizard that had lived for countless years, that's for sure. While even law-defying wizards had a time limit on how long they could live before they die, they did possess special ways of prolonging their lives. The methods varied, with some being, well, rather painstaking for most to even know about. So what could some of these methods be? The most famous ones would consist of using research the priest did to learn about death. Taking body parts in exchange for the death spirit, for example. Some used the puppet techniques of the dwarves by changing themselves into part man and part puppets. There was also the hybrid version of using spiritual beast body parts. Basically, to live a bit longer, the law-defying wizards tried to use everything to increase their years, even if some of them seem rather mad or simply counterintuitive. As for why they would go this far, it all had to do with the myth that if they persisted with their training over the course of extra years that they've gained, they would eventually reach a point where they would gain the power to restructure their entire bodies no matter what they've done to it. This way, they could always come back as stronger human beings that were stronger than they've ever been before. Like the rest of the team, Wizard Ram was very resolute. "We'll do this together, Captain. The Lightning Clan never abandons their mates." Wizard Hog was not appreciative of it at all. "What foolishness. Just run for it, all of you. Who's going to let the organization know about this if you're all staying?" The hidden law-defying wizard suddenly spoke. "I'm only here for Wizard Abel, Wizard Hog. As for the rest, get out of my face." Wizard Hog replied with a scream, "Hey, with all due respect, why are you trying to be such a pain in the ass to a rank 16 wizard? The law-defying wizard sounded like he was about to lose all patience. I don't want to cause too much trouble for the Lightning Clan, but if you don't leave right now, I warn you, whatever's going to happen next is on you. Abel spoke softly, Captain, just go with the rest of them. Wizard Hog scorned back, you shut your mouth. You're a member of the Lightning Clan, and a member of the Third Squad. We're not leaving you behind even if all of us are dead here. You got that? Wizard Ram gripped his staff tighter. Yeah, we'll do it. If you're asking me, I was getting about what it's like fighting a law-defying wizard. As nervous as everyone else seemed to be, none of them said anything that indicated they wanted out of this. It had mostly to do with their current status, before anything. Since they had the Lightning Clan's heritage, it'd be very hard to promote their ranks if they betrayed the disciplines of the Lightning Clan right here. Unlike the Freezing and the Fire Clan, the Lightning Clan could only push themselves forward before making it to the next stage. It was pretty much why the atmosphere among the group was always so friendly, by the way. Their entire livelihood existed around working with each other to make it to the next rank to them. Without this goal, their lives were pretty much just pointless. Abel watched the people around him and realized how determined they all were. He didn't know what to do about it. Since he didn't want to put his own burdens onto those whom he considered friends and brethren, he decided to first put all of his valuable items into the Horadric cube on his right arm. It was everything. The transformation necklace, the portal beast ring, everything else that he could not afford letting the others get. He didn't know what was going to happen to the Horadric cube if he was to die here, but as far as he was concerned, it's the safest thing he had from the very start. On him, there were suddenly just 2 portal bags. He had everyone else beside him completely fooled. Not even the law-defying wizard had thought that he was thinking about his belongings even at a time like this. In the eyes of the law-defying wizard, as long as Abel didn't run, everything Abel owned would eventually be his. Abel quickly backed away to perform an instantaneous movement. Captain, everyone, if I make it out alive from here, see you all again. Wizard Abel. Wizard Hog screamed as he realized what Abel was trying to do. Abel was not trying to escape on his own. Rather, he was hoping to trade his own life for the lives of everyone else. Right now, Abel's doing everything that he could to teleport himself away as far as he could. He was doing 500 meters with each instantaneous movement, because 500 meters was his maximum range. After going for 1 minute, which covered him about several tens of miles of distance, he started to feel confused as to why the law-defying wizard did not come after him. Just as he was about to think that he was away from danger, an earth-trembling force came from all directions. Even the instantaneous movement rune in his hand could not be activated, as his wizard crystal body was already jammed. The rune disappeared like bubbles before he could move any further. A gray-robed wizard suddenly appeared in front of him. This wizard spoke with a voice that was very unbearable to listen to, but it was a voice that spoke in a gentleman-like tone. Greetings, Wizard Abel. I am Wizard Malon of the Blizzard Clan. Abel spoke after calming himself down a little. Sir Wizard Malon, are you not afraid of revenge from the Lightning Clan? My conflicts with the Blizzard Clan have already ended with the last Wizard War. You can confirm that with the Wizard Union if you want. Wizard Malon didn't seem to care. Do you know what the Blizzard Clan is like to me, Wizard Abel? I'll tell you what it's like to me. It's the provider of the training resources that I need, but now I've found someone that's even better. I don't care if the Blizzard Clan is destroyed now. Really? Abel felt fear when he stood in front of Wizard Malon because the law-defying wizard in front of him had a still face. Like it was completely still. The mouth didn't even move when he was talking. It was like the skin was nothing more than a face mask. Wizard Malon was getting quite talkative for someone who didn't seem like he's had a good conversation for a while. Wizard Abel, are you not curious as to who provided the resources? Abel didn't want to ask. As far as he was concerned, he just wanted to run from this place. Right now, he's got a few instantaneous movement scrolls in his portal bag. But those couldn't work since he had no ways of using his mana. Actually, even if he could teleport himself away, it just didn't seem plausible to really outrun Wizard Malon in a game of cat and mouse. Wizard Malon sounded strangely excited. Did you know, Wizard Abel? I've suspected that it was a stone giant. Ahaha. That you had when Maltz told me that you got a metallic giant monster with you. And you know what? Ya. When I received news that you appeared in this area, I went to the mining district that you've all stayed patrol at. It turned out that there was not a single magic gemstone left there. And that's all I needed to know, that you've got a stone giant with you. Wizard Malon sounded excited when he pointed out that it was a stone giant that Abel possessed. Yes, Johnson was a stone giant, but he just wasn't sure what Wizard Malon was so excited for. Truth be told, the stone giants were technically sources of an endless supply of magic gemstones. Law-defying wizards needed these stones, so very naturally, Wizard Malon just thought that he had wandered across a walking mining pit. He considered it extremely fortunate, since it was the reason he built the Blizzard clan in the first place. Well, it was pretty much just for the sake of getting more resources. Now that there was no longer a need to go through all the work, there would be a whole heap more time for him to go through the other stuff. On a side note, the stone giants were pretty much a myth to most wizards. It was different for Wizard Malon since he had lived a lot longer than them. He'd seen stone giants before. He knew about the strange powers that they possessed, but no one's ever gained their loyalty. Yes, even if their own lives were threatened, the stone giants would never agree to sign contracts with humans. As for Abel, he had no idea what Wizard Malon was thinking or what he was after. No, he didn't know about Wizard Malon's struggle with having not enough gemstones, because he's never really had this problem before. With the Horadric cube on him, even the skeleton gemstones could be synthesized from stones from a lower tier. The same was for the fire element stones, the freezing element stones, the lightning stones, and everything else. As long as there were scrapes of the things he wanted to build, he could always make a top-level counterpart. The other wizards, needless to say, were nowhere near as fortunate as Abel. If they wanted magic gemstones, the most common way was to fight each other for them. This was because there weren't so many gemstones lying around. Wizard Malon reached his left hand forward and placed it on Abel's shoulders. From there, a streak of power of the will shut down Abel's wizard crystal body in an instant. Wait, Wizard Malon paused for a bit before he suddenly laughed out loudly. You are a master alchemist. Good, very good. Wizard Malon could see everything that was concealed underneath Abel's body. His wizard crystal body. His spell rune of a master alchemist. Yes, even his Knight's Kai core. He didn't care much for the Knight's Kai core, though, because he's never interested in such low-tier power in the first place. As far as he was concerned, all he needed to do was to shut down Abel's wizard crystal body, and that's what he did. Thus, even if Abel was to release all the power he contained within his Kai core, he couldn't even hurt Wizard Malon. Wizard Malon laughed frantically. You are a genius, haha, Wizard Abel. I've never thought that anyone can be an advanced alchemist, an advanced wizard, and a grandmaster blacksmith all in the same time on, what, a place like the Holy Continent. You know what? I think I'd like it very much if you were to become my servant. Abel could feel the power that restrained him from using the power he had inside his wizard crystal body. Actually, since he could not access his wizard crystal body at all, he's no different from a normal human being now. He became panicked because of it. He didn't listen to a word of what Wizard Malon was saying, and instead tried to think for a response in case the worst was about to happen. For better or worse, Wizard Malon knew that this wasn't a place to stay. The lightning kin would come quickly, so he quickly grabbed Abel and disappeared under white light. He's been very careful this whole time. Ever since he left the second row, he shut down every way Abel could detect the surroundings. It was all so that the Lightning Clan had no ways of tracking them down. Without using even one teleportation circle, he continued to use the instantaneous movement to rush to his destination. This went on for about half a day. Once Abel woke up from his coma, he realized he was inside a room with nothing but stone walls as the side. Wizard Malon continued with his creepy laughter. Frost City, Wizard Abel. Doesn't it seem awfully familiar to you? Wizard Malon changed his mind about killing Abel when he found out that Abel was a master alchemist. His original plan was to kill Abel after forcing him to hand over the stone giant, who, in all fairness, was the safest way to go. The Lightning Clan would have no way of knowing who the kidnapper would be, and there was just no telling if Abel's dead body could be found in the first place. Although it was just the Blizzard clan that was antagonizing Abel at this moment, no one was really going to target a law-defying wizard like him without any necessary evidence. But, as things would have, Abel was also a master alchemist. That was a very precious thing, even to a law-defying wizard. especially since they would have a greater demand for potions than any other types of wizards. To fulfill these demands, they would often make requests from the elves, who were a very difficult bunch to deal with. They would ask a lot of ingredients first, and many of the times, they would turn down the request of the law-defying wizards with an excuse like, "This potion's success rate just isn't that high." When Wizard Malon saw the rune inside Abel's body, he realized that he could fulfill a long-forgotten dream. It was the dream of having his own personal alchemist. Wizard Malon tried to be tempting. "I won't kill you here, Wizard Abel. Not if you hand over the contract of your stone giant and swear a blood oath of loyalty to me. If you do, I'll make sure that you'll continue to live for a while longer. You know what? How about I also give you some materials for your training?" Abel's response was a cold, silent look at Wizard Malon. Such persuasion just didn't sound right at all from a man whose face was as still as stone. He was finally starting to realize that he made a fatal mistake. He should have never come to the central continent when he was still so weak that everything he had could fall into the manipulative hands of others. He wasn't careful either. He thought that it was safe enough after he found protection from the Lightning Clan, but he got caught by a powerful law-defying wizard when he revealed one of the most insignificant powers he considered Johnson to have. It really made him question himself. Perhaps he loosened his guard as soon as he arrived at the central continent, because he had always been quite reserved in the Holy Continent. To break through Abel's last line of defense, Wizard Malon went over and snatched his last 2 portal bags. Abel could feel a sharp sting when he realized that his portal bags was snapped open. Wizard Malon laughed when he opened the first bag. 10 cubic meters, that's really something, isn't it? I can't say I'm surprised, though. You were an emperor back on the subcontinent after all. Wizard Malon didn't seem as happy when he checked the content of the postal bag. There just wasn't enough inside as he expected. They were more than what any regular rank 16 wizards could have, of course, but it was nowhere near to someone who was an emperor could hold. Wizard Malon scanned with his power of the WL. "What other portal items are you hiding, Wizard Abel?" Luckily for Abel, the Horadric Cube was just too great a tool for any sort of detection ability to work. Wizard Malon spoke. "You're lucky that my mediation session has come, Wizard Abel. Here, I would strongly suggest you consider my proposals. I'll give you 3 days to give up the items you've hidden. If you don't agree after 3 days, I'll have to resort to drastic measures. Do you understand that?" After reaching his hands over to see that the restraint on Abel was still tight, he disappeared again under white light. Abel finally let out a long sigh of relief after that. He was not afraid to be captured. What he was afraid of was that Wizard Malon would start an interrogation session right here. Now that he was alone, he was certain that he had a way of running out of here. The work began. He began by checking the room that imprisoned him. There was no door here, not a single item either. It was empty. After slamming towards the wall behind him, he could feel that the wall's thickness here was at least 1 meter. He was not going to consider breaking it without any sort of external help. That being said, the only possible way of getting out was probably with an instantaneous movement. The problem was apparent. He couldn't activate his own wizard crystal body, so he couldn't teleport himself out of here. It's why Wizard Malon was so confident of getting him locked up here. Anyways, he crossed his legs and began to sit. He didn't know if Wizard Malon was watching him at this very moment. Whatever the case was, now was not a good time to move at all. Instead, he focused on his own thoughts. More specifically, he looked towards the inside secrets he's been hiding inside his own body. The world stone fragment and the crystal angel statue, luckily, were not found out at all. The same was for the dragon essence inside of his body. With that, he could at least guarantee that Wizard Malon would not want more from him. With that came the next step. He would have to regain his strength first before getting out of here. The problem was that the energy trapping him was just too powerful. There was not a lot of strength he could muster to break through it. The energy contained inside his Kai core was just not enough to break through these restraints. To find an alternative, he opened the power of his world stone fragment to search for something creative. It wasn't enough, though. The world stone fragment's power was meant to be supportive, not something to be used directly for something like breaking through restraints. It was the same for his giant dragon power. Unless he could breed himself through his young dragon phase, the dragon essence inside him would be nowhere enough to break through the things around him. Suddenly, he came up with a way to resolve all this. He could enter into the dark world here. if he did his training in the rogue's encampment. Maybe the world stone fragment could elevate his powers to the equivalent of a divine being. It wasn't like the world stone fragment could hold up for too long, but he believed that the time was enough to get the job done. Just now, he whispered to himself. Meanwhile, Wizard Malon was inspecting Abel in the other room. He wanted to use his power of the W-ill to see any hidden tricks Abel might have up his sleeve. This was pretty much a game of cat and mouse. Wizard Malon was feeling like he was an experienced cat playing against a childlike mouse. He had every right to think so, actually. Whether it was from the perspective of his career or his experience through combat. There was just no way that Abel could be worthy enough to be of comparison. It's all the more apparent when he saw the expression on Abel's face. It indicated that he was about to run, so there he was, waiting for the moment for Abel to make his move. Abel's brain never stopped running when he was in his entrapped state. He had no way to be sure that Wizard Malon wasn't watching him, but he knew how strong his opponent was. Even if Wizard Malon decided to spy on him non-stop, there was simply no way for him to even be sure of it. With that, the only real option was to wait. He wanted to wait for a chance for him to enter into the dark world. Instead of Abel's pineal gland, the crystal angel statue had golden light that was almost covering its entire body. From there, a strand of power was constantly being filled inside. A day went by without Abel actually doing anything. Same for Wizard Malon. The two of them were trying to wait this out. When 2 days were about to pass, Abel still had a solid plan inside his mind. He became more agitated because he knew that Wizard Malon would not be a patient man forever. If Wizard Malon came here right away, he would never have the chance of entering into the dark world anymore. With not much time to spare, he connected his power of the will to the Horadric cube on his right arm. From there, he took out a town teleportation scroll. It was this action that made Wizard Malon think that it was the time to come. Wizard Malon murmured to himself, "I knew it. He got his own portal item on him, to think that it can bypass my power of the will detection. It must be a divine-level item." It was definitely a eureka moment for Wizard Malon. No humans had really owned any divine-level item. They were pretty much only found from the elves and dwarves, that or just from the ancient ruins. Whatever the case was, divine-level items were very rare. The only ones that were commonly known on the central continent, 2 were owned by the elves, 4 by the dwarves, and that was that. There were just a total of 6 divine-level portal items on the entire central continent. To own just one was like owning an entire treasure keep for himself. A Wizard Malon was dreaming about what to do with Abel's precious item. Abel used his power of the will to open up the town teleportation scroll he had on him and opened up an aqua-blue teleportation portal in the closed room. He didn't hesitate to step right inside. Wizard Malon was shocked to see this, needless to say. He was very familiar with this teleportation portal. It's what the sky devils of the nation of evil used to get over to their land. However, there wasn't much time to contemplate, so he immediately disappeared and reappeared next to the teleportation portal and stepped inside as well. Abel stepped right into the rogue's encampment. As soon as he did so, he felt a familiar power coming from all directions and coming all over him. Abel spoke. "I said, release me." From that, an even more frightening power emerged and destroyed the energy that was restraining his wizard crystal body this whole time. The power he possessed was finally starting to come back to him. He's never really missed being himself this much, mainly because of how helplessly he felt back then. "Ya. Wizard Malon sent off his unique laughter over to Abel's side. Abel was very shocked to see how in awe Wizard Malon was towards him. Wizard Malon laughed out loudly. "I knew you had a secret, Wizard Abel. You've rushed your ranks to become an advanced wizard without any pushback. It shouldn't be possible for anyone to do that, especially when they are in a piss-poor place like the Holy Continent." From his sense, he could feel that the mana around him was like droplets of water. For all his understanding of the world, he was astonished to see the amount of potential floating around Abel's body. Abel was just too talented of a man. Even if he were born with absolutely no intelligence whatsoever. All it took would be a little time for him to become capable of achieving great things, legendary feats, at that. If Abel continued to train here, perhaps he could keep pushing his limit until he became a mystical being. This was all very exciting for Wizard Malon. The frantic joy in his mind could not be expressed by the rigid, almost non-existent muscles on his face, but he could still express himself somewhat with his large, scary eyes and his voice. As for Abel, he thought that this was the worst possible situation he could be in. This was the first time he's ever been stuck inside the dark world, with a law-defying wizard throughout his whole life. Abel tried to sound natural despite the antagonism he was sensing. I hereby declare you to be an enemy to the whole world. As soon as he said that, the mana throughout the entire rogue's encampment started rejecting Wizard Malon's existence. It was like the dimensional force here was actively treating Wizard Malon as the enemy. Wizard Malon threw a taunting look at Abel. So you are a god in this world, eh? That's very funny of you, Wizard Abel. Did you not know that wizards got their powers from killing off gods in the first place? No, Wizard Malon was not too affected at all. Heaven and the earth were resisting him, but Abel as a god of this world was too inexperienced to do any real harm. At his current level, it was completely impossible to subdue Wizard Malon where he was at. Wizard Malon continued to laugh as he took out an intermediate gemstone from his portal bag. I can't use the mana of this world yet, but as long as I have the magic gemstone, I can cast an endless amount of spells. Hear me out, Wizard Abel. Today is the day I kill you, a god of this world, and rob you of it. Abel didn't respond to that. He noticed something that he thought was crucial, and that was that while Wizard Malon was in the midst of being resisted by this world that contained them, the restraint over the wizard crystal body just wasn't there anymore. With that, he got the best result he wanted. It was enough to teleport him right outside of the rogue's encampment. Wizard Malon laughed and followed Abel out of the rogue's encampment. You can't run, Wizard Abel. Hurry, give up everything. Surrender this world to me. Hand over your status of divinity. Soon as Abel fell on the ground, he summoned Johnson, Jason, Flying Flame, and White Snow. Simultaneously, 8 spiritual guardian knights and 8 spiritual guardian wizards were called out to fight alongside him. He also got the 5 undead crows and the poison ivy out since there was no backing out whatsoever on this one. He was facing a law-defying wizard, the most terrible being of all. He needed all the respect that he could muster to face this opponent of a lifetime. Wizard Malon seemed quite perplexed. Let me see. 3 summoned creatures, with 2 of them being stone giants. The spirits seem to be almost too giving of you, aren't they? The young dragon there, wait. Aren't you afraid that the dragons, those crazy things, would knock on your door? And what's this? Spirit wolves and skeletons? That's what I sensed, at least. Was it your perfected summoning spells that did this? Without really showing it to Abel, Wizard Malon was actually pretty scared the more he counted. Since the power of the rule was interfering with his own power, the condition was not enough for him to cast the remaining of his spells. For now, what was left for him was his strength of being a rank 20 wizard. Also, since the mana floating around was literally repelled off him, the only mana source he could channel energy from was through his own magic gemstones. That being said, he still had some advantages. He was a law-defying wizard, and one spell he could cast, if he got the chance to cast them, it'd usually be several stronger than any rank 20 wizard. He just needed one chance, one opening if he wanted to turn this situation around. As though he was a scholar doing research, Wizard Malon started asking questions. I've got to ask, Wizard Abel. How do you retain your individuality when you've mastered abilities from so many classes? There's a wizard, priest, and druid. It must be hard to separate the effects of the different powers, so I was wondering if you can tell me about it. He didn't rush to make his move. For now, he was more interested in making the most by learning as much as he could from Abel. The part he was more interested in finding out was about how Abel could hone both the power of his mana and the Death Kai at the same time. While wizards got their powers from transferring mana, priests got theirs from transferring Death Kai. Death Kai was a very erosive element that could, very literally, melt a person's body when in contact. So why was Abel not reduced to just his skin and bones? That's pretty much the question Wizard Malon wanted to be answered before he ends Abel's life right here. Abel produced an aging curse rune in his hand. Only one of us gets to be alive today, Wizard Malon. I'll show you why I got to master so many occupations. Wait and see then. After saying that, the lightning long spear in Johnson's hand, the white flame inside Flying Flame's mouth, and the ice frost that White Snow was spitting out all rushed over towards Wizard Malon. Wizard Malon seemed to be the faster gun, however. He prepared an instantaneous movement spell in advance, and before Abel noticed, he moved to his side and cast a frost newborn star in front of him. Abel was prepared to block the attack, despite having slower reflexes and whatnot. He teleported himself away from the frost newborn star, but his aging curse rune remained at his original position. Wizard Malon didn't see it coming. No, he didn't even think that Abel could cast curses. So the rain of curse hit right onto him in time. This would have never happened if he was using something other than his magic gemstones, which took too much time for him to transfer the energy from. The frost newborn star exploded quickly, but it wasn't like the 8 spiritual guardian knights, and the 8 spiritual guardian wizards were too slow either. They flashed themselves away before the attack hit them, so only 5 undead crows were hit by the ice rings before they could get away. But, as the name suggested, they were undead creatures. As they turned into ice cubes, they fell on the ground, had their bodies crashed into pieces. But that didn't stop them from flying again, after shaking off the feathers on their bodies. Meanwhile, the spiritual guardian knights already got their hairy bows ready for long-distance attack. However, they were not meant for dealing actual damage, but just for stalling Wizard Malon's movements. Wizard Malon already became quite slower after being hit by the aging curse, but he took out an instantaneous movement scroll immediately from his portal bag with very little time. He didn't hesitate to use it since the level 3 curse Abel put on him was simply too weak to work at all. While he was at it, Wizard Malon cast a frozen armor right on himself. After that, he teleported away with another instantaneous movement and rushed right after Abel. Johnson and Flying Flame were fast enough to react to that. They quickly turned and became streaks of lightning that chased after Wizard Malon. Damn it, a look of disdain appeared on Wizard Malon's face. Once again, he unleashed another frost newborn star, and the ice ring inside of him exploded towards his front. Johnson stopped his movements as a large pile of ice. Frosts appeared on itself. The damage Wizard Malon wanted to inflict, however, didn't happen. Wizard Malon called out loudly, "A lunatic! You're a lunatic, Abel. This is all mystic steel. You would use all of this on a stone giant." He could go on for days to rant about how much Abel was wasting, but he didn't really have the energy for that. Mystic steel was enough to trade for large amounts of resources, enough for a rank 16 wizard to promote himself to 20, actually. It's insane to think that all this fortune would be used as armor for a mere stone giant. Very quickly, Flying Flame spat a white flame towards Wizard Malon. Wizard Malon responded by teleporting himself away. Abel watched everything from a distance. By this point, his world stone fragment was just about enough to make a clear analysis of Wizard Malon's true strength. Right now, the handicap on Wizard Malon had already reduced him to having less power than Wizard Hog. He never really had the opportunity to show Abel what a law-defying wizard was capable of. If he had, any one of his freezing element spells would have killed any one of Abel's summoned creatures, even for Johnson on max defense. As good as things were for Abel, he was still in a precarious position here. The World Stone fragment could only do so much to resist Wizard Malon. It's not like it could hold on for very long, either. If the energy inside it was to be completely drained, Wizard Malon could have had Abel frozen at the spot within a blink of an eye. "Charge with all you've got," Abel shouted, meanwhile doing a wave with his arm. At the same time, 300 of his small-sized war puppets appeared behind him under the Battle Command Spirit's order. Right now, the only one he didn't call out was Doff, and Doff was for a melee attack. He didn't think that it would do much to Wizard Malon, but he figured that he might as well get it out right here. "Beeman, giant beast!" Wizard Malon screamed in astonishment. This was a divine beast among the orcs. He knew that he had to get away as far as possible. He moved away with another one of his instantaneous movements. As soon as he did that, he saw a lightning streak that came very close to him. The spiritual guardian wizards were not moving before, but they suddenly attacked him with the lightning chain spells. Just like that, 8 streaks of the lightning chain hit Wizard Malon right on. Wizard Malon felt a great zap that immobilized him completely for a moment. Followed by that, Johnson rushed out and slammed at him with the lightning long spear in his hand. The green, lightning arc energy on the spear possessed a fatal yet beautiful essence piercing through the air as it was waved towards its target. Boom! The spear sent Wizard Malon's body flying. When his body was hit to the ground, It slipped for several tens of meters before it stopped moving. Abel had all the physics involved calculated in advance. Inside this rogue's encampment, his frightening calculating power got him figuring out everything there was about how to make the perfect strikes at his opponent. Another heavy slam from Johnson. It was enough to flatten a block of steel, so there wasn't really any problem with hitting an old wizard's body. However, the truth was often more surprising than one would have foreseen. Even after sliding on the ground for another 100 meters, Wizard Malon managed to stand up like he was unhurt at all. The only thing that was scraped was his gray robe, from the looks of it. It became pieces of shattered cloth that were hung on his body. The body that was hidden underneath the robe was starting to show. It was not a human's body, no, but a body of a puppet with all sorts of strange runes drawn over it. Even as a grandmaster blacksmith, Abel had no way of deciphering the sort of materials used to make these puppets. The most he could tell was that these were from the ancient ruins. Without holding anything back, Wizard Malon threw away the rest of his robe and revealed his artificial body. Johnson's attack didn't even leave a mark on it, as it seemed. Wizard Malon laughed as he shook his body pridefully. "You found it out, that's a shame. I thought I had more time to play." Abel didn't know what else to ask. "So are you still a human?" Wizard Malon laughed like a madman. "Of course. It's not possible to kill me here, though. It took me 5 centuries to merge myself with this piece of work I got from the ancient ruins. It has become me now, and I am also it. Nothing can kill a being that's alive in the way that I am." Abel's heart sank when he realized that the world stone fragment had not so much energy to spare. Wizard Malon's body was still standing very firm. But Johnson literally just went all out with its physical attack and the lightning attack. If that couldn't do anything in the least, just what could? Wizard Malon wasn't shutting up. "Only the rules can kill me. Do you understand, Wizard Abel? Your divine powers are too weak." "How weak, you ask? I can be standing here all day without doing anything else, and you won't do a thing to me." At this very moment, Abel could feel the last traces of his world stone fragment's energy disappearing. Wizard Malon would come back soon. He would show what being a law-defying wizard really meant. While Abel still had the world stone fragment, he really had no idea what the energy inside was. It's not like he could supply his own energy into it, either, so the most he could do was to wait until it was recovered by nature. There wasn't time for it, though. Wizard Malon would kill him as soon as the world stone fragment had lost the energy. Abel cast quick, instantaneous movement and moved right onto Flying Flame's body. From there, he called all his summoned creatures back into his portal beast ring. He was ready to run before Wizard Malon regained all of his strength, since the rogue's encampment was, by no means, a good place to prolong this fight. It's not like he could trap Wizard Malon here till he died of starvation either. The number of blue howling rabbits here could literally make up for an endless supply of food. Wizard Malon laughed maniacally at Abel. "You can't run, Wizard Abel. Do you understand? All your belongings will be mine in time. I can feel myself merging with this world, and once I'm done, I will catch you." Wizard Malon widened his arms as though he was embracing this world. He's already made up his mind that he was going to live here. He actually found out that it wasn't such a bad idea, especially since there were so many resources for his training here. He didn't know that the blue howling rabbits were the only living beings here. But that didn't matter to him much if he was going to overtake Abel's position as the god of this world. Becoming a god meant that he had to master a completely different system from the wizard system, but he was okay with it as long as he became immortal because of it. As Wizard Malon made up his mind, the last trace of the suppressive power on him just disappeared once and for all. "Ha ha ha, here I come." Wizard Malon laughed as he instantly teleported right next to Flying Flame. Yes, instantly. He did it even when there was a distance of about 1,000 meters from him and Flying Flame. The sheer amount of power of the will needed was simply incredible. As for Abel, while there was no more energy inside of the world stone fragment, there was still quite some calculating ability left for him to think about his next moves. An instantaneous movement spell rune appeared in his hand, and he got Flying Flame away from Wizard Malon just in time. Wizard Malon didn't get him quite so early this time, but those eyes were the same as when a cat was about to catch a mouse. Wizard Malon was not going to stop. Not when there were so many rewarding things that he discovered today. Wizard Malon laughed out loudly. Your secrets will be mine, Wizard Abel. If you surrender yourself to me and become my slaves, I'll consider letting you live. Actually, I will let you live, but if you don't beg for your life now, I'll make sure that you wish that you are dead right here. Wizard Malon was floating in midair as he was saying this. While he was making a fall, he just teleported himself right there, but he just fell as he didn't have the ability to fly. Meanwhile, Abel brought Flying Flame to fly higher by ascending another 500 meters with the instantaneous movement ability. That's about far more than what most advanced wizards can reach, but without much struggle at all, he found himself accompanying Wizard Malon once more. Didn't feel like Wizard Malon was going to play anymore this time. The altitude was getting a bit too high, even for him. He had to use his law-defying wizard's suppressive, and so he did. Abel could feel an overwhelming power coming over him like a mountain, which stopped him again from using his wizard crystal body. He could not resist it with all the calculating powers. He could muster because this happened, as there was an absolute difference in power between them. With no other options to spare, Abel opened the divinity power of his world stone fragment once more. He didn't know if there was enough energy for him to use even the most cost-efficient spell, but he decided to have a go at it. He knew it was going to cost him, of course. There was a price to pay for using the powers of the divinities, just like when he was trying to keep Wizard Malon trapped by wasting a whole heap of energy from his world stone fragment. Because of it, he became very cautious about using any of the remaining energy. Not like it was going to last for very long at all. In the following short period of time, he waited for the energy of his world stone fragment to charge. It's not like he knew what spells he could cast, so he decided to check by inspecting inside with his power of the will. He was very astonished at what he was looking at. The crystal angel crystal statue, filled with golden energy, was plugged right into the world stone fragment. The rate at which it supplied the energy was much more than what nature could do to help him recover. As it turned out, the statue itself was like a diving being that could absorb powers of prayer from its surrounding. This energy could only be released once it was fully charged, though so really, it wasn't all that strange that he was seeing this for the first time. Abel and Flying Flame was still very much under the influence of Wizard Malon's suppressive power at this moment. It's making it hard for Flying Flame to continue flying. To be frank, if Wizard Malon weren't trying to hold himself back, Flying Flame would have dropped hard on the ground this very moment. Wizard Malon had a greedy smile on his face. You can't run now, Wizard Abel. The response Abel gave was quite confusing, however. There was no fear on his face. Rather, it was almost like Abel found a new way to play with his pursuer. The person in front of me is chained by heaven and earth, I say, Abel suddenly said out loudly. With that, a look of fear suddenly appeared on Wizard Malon's face. He was just about to increase his suppressive force over Abel, but he suddenly realized that he couldn't move. Not that it was much better for Abel. That spell just cost him half of the golden energy inside the crystal angel statue. The effect was clear, though. With this much energy used at once, it should be enough to keep Wizard Malon trapped for about an entire day. As for Wizard Malon, he just didn't think that this would ever happen to him. It just didn't make sense that a law-defying wizard would be trapped by a rank 16 wizard who was also, somehow, somewhat classified to be a ruler of his own world. The restraint on Wizard Malon was thorough. It was his power of the will, his mana, his power of the rule, and all the physical strength he could muster to move. He couldn't move now at all. The only thing he could really do now was to look at Abel and think about how to get out of this situation. With nothing to fear, Abel walked forward and stripped away the mask on Wizard Malon's face. Just as he thought, it was nothing more than a mask. The real face was a metallic one that belonged to a metallic puppet. To see what state Wizard Malon was in, he knocked on his body with his hand. He needed to make sure that he knew Wizard Malon's weaknesses before he could find a surefire way to end all right here. To start, he took out a steel, rune longsword from the Valia ring inside his Horadric cube. He then slashed Wizard Malon. If Wizard Malon was just like any other creatures or even hell creatures, the ability to tear up wounds at a 50% chance should just end this old man right here. He went for the first strike, which didn't leave any sort of injury on Wizard Malon. He tried a few more after thinking that the first one didn't trigger the tearing effect, but it was all the same. The steel sword wasn't triggered at all. Wizard Malon was, in a very literal sense, more of a puppet than an actual living creature. Abel tried again by doing another scan on Wizard. Malon decided to change his target this time. There were other places that Wizard Malon could protect himself, but the eyes should be vulnerable at all times. However, when he stabbed Wizard Malon's eyes, he didn't see any sort of fear on Wizard Malon's face. It all made sense when the hit landed. When the blade went towards his eyes, the blade was blocked by a crystal object. It didn't matter how much force he used, because it wouldn't be enough to break through this crystal object. Burn with fire, Flying Flame. Abel turned around and told Flying Flame. At the same time, he backed away since he couldn't handle Flying Flame's white flame. Flying Flame followed the order by spitting a mouthful of white flame. However, all the response Wizard Malon showed this time was nothing more than a cold, teasing smile. White flame started scorching all over his metallic body, but not even a glow could be seen. The strange runes drawn all over his body were starting to flash out instead. Abel tried something different. Slam, Johnson, slam with all you've got. The lightning spear in Johnson's hands generated a spark of green, followed by the loud bang, got Wizard Malon's body right into the earth. This time, Abel could tell very clearly that no damage whatsoever was dealt. All the lightning arc did was shake his body for just a bit, but that didn't hurt him at all by much. This was when Abel remembered something Wizard Malon said. Only law-defying wizards could hurt him. Wizard Malon was very proud to have said it. Perhaps it had to do with how he went through all sorts of troubles to get his body to that state that he was in now. Wizard Malon did mention that he got his body from a puppet he found from the ancient ruins. What he didn't tell Abel was actually a very gruesome story. He almost died trying to get this body because to get it, he had to first kill many of his companions so he could get it all to himself. That wasn't it. When he got out of the ancient ruins, he very quickly found that he couldn't move this puppet at all, so he spent another several centuries merging himself with it. While he almost died from that, he managed to inherit this puppet's functions by becoming one with it. There were flaws that came with it, of course. The fact that his puppet and body merged meant that his body would have to be frozen most of the time. He could only spend most of his time on meditation. It was the reason that he didn't go over to Frost City, even when Abel did so much damage to it. Why would he face Abel here? The only reasons were the stone giants, really. He needed a lot of resources to maintain his body, so every time he moved, it's so that he could move more. The stone giants had many magic gemstones, and he figured that he could buy a whole bunch of life elixir from the elves for it. That's going to get him to be able to move for a lot more time. Wizard Malon sneered as he watched the amount of damage Abel was dealing. He didn't think that Abel would do anything about his defense, even if he was not moving at all. His body was a treasure that was owned by an ancient, divine being. Abel was an advanced wizard, and it was not like he had any special summon creatures with him. As for Abel, he was busy thinking of other ways of hurting Wizard Malon as he was trapped. To see if the Inferno Flame worked, he brought Wizard Malon over to the blacksmith workshop to see if he could do any damage to it. He thought that it'd be good enough as long as he could get the metal to glow in red. He threw Wizard Malon's body over onto the Inferno Flame, and the rune on its body started to glow once more. It's not like the flame could really hurt him, though. Abel had to first exhaust all the energy that was within its body. That's going to take a lot of time, and he felt quite upset because of it. Wizard Malon was literally not doing anything, but at the same time, nothing could be done to him. It wasn't like Abel could loot the things that Wizard Malon had on him, either. Wizard Malon had his portal items inside his body, so unless Abel broke the defense, nothing could be taken from him. After staying for half an hour on the Inferno Flame, Abel brought Wizard Malon out to see if there was any change at all. Realizing that there wasn't, he decided to go with his last resort, the Horadric Malice. The Horadric Malice was a blacksmith divine item, and if even this didn't work, he's going to have to spend another day on how to deal with Wizard Malon. Anyways, he adjusted the weight of the Horadric Malice to 5,000 tons, a mass that most people would be buried under. Boom! There was a loud bang from the Horadric Malice when it made contact with Wizard Malon's body. Abel had Malon in the blacksmith workshop as he created countless sparks over the runes on his body. The Horadric Malice was a tool blessed with the power to enhance and manipulate all sorts of metals' properties. It was not meant for attacking someone at all, but this was Wizard Malon that Abel was fighting here. Abel made sure of something when he saw the countless sparks that were on the Horadric Malice. There was only one way to deal any damage to Wizard Malice, and that was to make sure that there wasn't a trace of energy supplied to it. Meanwhile, Wizard Malon kept the same sneer on his face. He's been through countless troubles to get this body that he had now, and if anything, he was feeling delighted that he had the chance to show what it was capable of. Most of the time, he kept it a secret. He never allowed anyone to visit the underground training spot at Frost City, where he normally was. The only way anyone could reach him was through the contact circle, and even then, he would only call back depending on his mood. Abel checked the Ice Angel statue inside of his pineal glands. There was a lot of golden energy that was being drained. He thought about dropping Wizard Malon into the ocean, instead of hitting him more, but there was no way of making sure that he would actually be dead. The most he could do was to keep Wizard Malon trapped in a place, and he was feeling more helpless the more he thought about it. He tried to think through all the summoned creatures that he had. None of them, he figured, could do anything in this particular situation. There was just too much of a difference in power for him to do anything to Wizard Malon. He couldn't even waste more energy that was inside Wizard Malon's body. While Abel felt like he was out of ideas, he thought about the one partner. It was both his strongest and weakest partner at the same time. It was his oak tree, a plant with not even a soul of its own. It was a plant, yes, but it had the power to resist heaven and earth. Having made up his mind, Abel grabbed Wizard Malon to move elsewhere. Wizard Malon didn't seem to be treated like this at all. He was a law-defying wizard, not some tool to be carried around. He's lost interest in playing around with Abel at this point, actually. Once he was out of his shackles, the first thing he was ready to do was to kill Abel where he stood. Abel teleported several times as he grabbed Wizard Malon around. He went beside his oak tree. As he did so, he threw Wizard Malon to the tree's base and placed his hand on the bark. He activated his Soul Speaker's ability to send a Kill Wizard Malon command to the oak tree. After shaking its branches for a bit, the oak tree responded by reaching out its giant roots from the bottom, which had Wizard Malon curled up in very parts. The branches had smaller tendrils that reached for Wizard Malon. The runes on Wizard Malon started flashing out more light, as Abel widened his eyes as much as he could. As far as he was concerned, this was really his last chance to kill Wizard Malon here. As he was spectating, the essence inside of the oak tree spread outward. He could feel a wave of energy sent in all directions. There was a rattling noise coming from different directions. More and more blue howling rabbits started rushing towards the tree. As they came, they bowed on the ground like faithful worshippers to their god. The tree was their god, from what it looked like. The blue howling rabbits deployed their energy to the oak tree, which, while he didn't know what it was before, he could now identify as the energy of faith, something born out of the prayers of the worshippers. Large numbers of green runes started emerging from the tree roots that were wrapped around Wizard Malon. From what Abel could sense, the oak tree became this divine spirit capable of controlling life force. The roots couldn't reach inside of Wizard Malon's body, but his life force was still constantly drained by the roots. Wizard Malon looked terrified. He didn't think that there was another divine creature here to fight him. More surprisingly, it was not like Abel. It had its own worshippers to gain powers from instead of the world stone fragment. While it was just yet born, it had broken through the life cycle and instantly became a special oak tree. Its divine nature allowed it to manage the blue howling rabbits by forming a beginner-level spirit bond with them. It had several centuries to do this, by the way. While it's only been a few years in the world outside, time flew faster here. It had several centuries of prayers joined into one place. If these blue howling rabbits were truly a species of intelligence, then the oak tree would only gain much more power at this moment. There was a problem with that, however, and that was that the faith of truly intelligent beings was harder to attain. The blue howling rabbits were meek, but their collective nature and spirituality created the oak tree that was standing here. As for Abel, he had no way of really identifying what the oak tree really was. He wasn't sure if he should call it a spirit or some monster or something. As far as he knew, his knowledge just wasn't enough to identify what it really was. Whatever the case was, Wizard Malon was clearly wrong here. He said that only other law-defying wizards could hurt him, but from what it looked like, divine beings could also do the same thing. Abel could sense it through his own power of the will. Wizard Malon was starting to become weaker. His vital energy continued to remain firm, but it wasn't like he could hold much onto the life-draining ability of the oak tree branches. As for Abel, he just wasn't sure what the green runes on the branches were. He just knew that it had something to do with the power of rule or something equivalent in power to that of the power of rule. Time went by as Wizard Malon's essence started to grow weaker. Eventually, the thin tendrils of the oak tree's roots reached through Wizard Malon's body. The runes flashing on his metallic body disappeared at the same time. This was when the oak tree started to move on its own. Its movements were subtle before, but all of a sudden, Abel could feel flood-like energy that was swarmed into the oak tree's body. He could tell that it was Wizard Malon's wizard energy. This was Wizard Malon's last line of defense, and he would have to break through here if he was really ready to make any attacks. After absorbing this energy, the oak tree's trunk started growing thicker at a visible speed to the eyes. Abel's hand never left the trunk. He could feel Wizard Malon's energy as it was being transferred into something that the oak tree could suburb and feed to the oak tree. As the oak tree grew, it sucked the wizard energy on Wizard Malon like some nutrition source. This was nothing short of a miracle, perhaps, from the oak tree's perspective. This was probably the first time that any plant could suck whatever amount of energy from a law-defying wizard that couldn't move at all. The day grew dark. Abel didn't leave the oak tree. He wanted to know what the end was for Wizard Malon. There was just no way for him to feel at ease if he didn't do this. The amount of energy inside Wizard Malon was just too plentiful for him to comprehend. He waited as the energy inside of Wizard Malon was drained away at a quite stable rate. Eventually, he realized that the golden energy inside of his crystal angel statue became empty from night to the next dawn. Luckily for him, Wizard Malon had no way of resisting now. Most of his life force had been drained. He only had enough to keep him breathing. Right now, his entire body was being wrapped around by tree roots which had smaller tendrils containing enough power of the rule for him not to be able to move even his fingers. Right now, the only thing he could move was his mouth. Wizard Malon spoke powerlessly, "Please, wizard. Abel, spare me. I can swear my loyalty to you." The longer one lived, the more afraid one would be of dying. This was exactly the kind of person Wizard Malon was. It was clearly evident from how he tried to prolong his life by merging himself with the puppet. Abel spoke in a taunting voice, "So you still think you can live?" Abel didn't think that he could let Wizard Malon live. No, he already knew about the dark world, one of the biggest secrets that no one else had discovered. Abel was lucky that he didn't lose anything this time. Otherwise, he's going to have to face a lot of pressure from having to risk having everything taken away from him. Wizard Malon pleaded regardless, "I'm wealthy, Wizard Abel. If you spare me, I can give you everything." Instead of listening to any more words coming out of Wizard Malon's mouth, he started searching with his power of the will and found 4 portal bags. Wizard Malon had no way of protecting his secrets now. He had lost the protection of his spell runes. Abel found even more secrets when he looked into the 4 portal bags. For instance, there was just Wizard Malon's brain kept inside the puppet's body, whereas other body parts were joined together with all sorts of strange ingredients. No wonder the steel rune sword never identified him as a living creature. Wizard Malon was more than a pile of metals than he was any living thing. Since the brain was a complex part that contained the power of the will and the wizard's crystal body, anything connected to the power of a wizard became the only part that was still intact. Abel became more perplexed the more he looked. He didn't think that living longer would mean much if it meant living inside a body like this. Wizard Malon tried to feed off Abel's curiosity. "You see my bodily structure, Wizard Abel. If you spare me, I am willing to teach you all about it." Abel sneered at the proposal. "You think I need this?" Instead of responding to any more of Wizard Malon's deceitful offers, Abel decided to ignore him and went on with the original plan. Nothing was more important than his own secrets at this point, and playing around with law-defying wizards was certainly not in his own interests. He didn't want to have to risk being killed as soon as Wizard Malon made a recovery. Abel grabbed the portal bags as he tried to break through them with his power of will. It was much stronger than what he first anticipated, so nothing really happened when he tried the first time. He tried harder a second time, but it was also useless. Murderous intent started to rise in his mind. Maybe this will open after I kill him. Wizard Malon halted, able to stop. Stop, stop. Wizard Abel, just put the bag next to my head. I can open it for you. Abel replied coldly. There was no telling what sort of items were here. He was certainly not going to give Wizard Malon any chance to make a slip. He still had to be very cautious here in any case. There was no ounce of energy inside the world stone fragment, and the energy used to supply the crystal angel statue was all used. If Wizard Malon was free, he's not going to have any more ways to retaliate. Abel chuckled. Enjoy your last minutes, Wizard Malon. I'm not in a rush. The bags will open when you are dead. Wizard Malon screamed maniacally. I'll curse you in hell, Wizard Abel. An interesting statement to make. Actually, Abel became confused after hearing that. This was the dark world that they were in. There was no real telling where Wizard Malon's spirit would go after he was dead. There was even the chance of him becoming a hell creature. All things considered, the oak tree finally stopped growing after it absorbed all the energy. Now its trunk was about 10 meters in diameter, and its leaves grew so much that its leaves covered a large part of the region. Green flowers bloomed on the branches, and when they were at their ripest, the fruit started hanging at the tips. Just when Abel thought that this was the end of it, unique energy transpired from his palm on its own and entered into his own body. This was pure vital energy, a special power that charged up every cell in his body. It was getting hard for him to describe what was going on with his body. If he had to put it into words, it was like he was becoming a baby that had vital energy growing out of his skin, muscles, and bones. This vitality energy continued. Any more of this, actually, and he might be the first wizard to ever die to an oversupply of vitality energy. While he was thinking about this, the wide trunk of the oak shook for a bit. After that, it transformed the vitality inside of him into pure wizard mana, which was absorbed by his wizard crystal body as soon as it went into his own body. It felt quite fabulous, to say the least. It took about 10 minutes for years' worth of mana to be replenished into his own body. He thought about what he was going to do with all this energy, and while doing so, he could feel that the oak tree trying to send some message to him. It made him enter into a promotion state immediately, and promotion started rising inside his own body. Wizard Malon couldn't be more afraid of what he was looking at. He just had all the energy inside his body taken away. Now, he's losing all the special memories he stored up inside his brain. He knew what the promotion Kai that was emerging out of Abel was. It was the promotion memories that he once had. The oak tree wrapped around him was literally taking every bit of him away to Abel. It was a tree of life, one with all the control it needed to make sure that the creature in control was either dead or alive. This would have been a lot more different if Wizard Malon was in full condition. The Tree of Life was one of the weakest divine beings there was. It had no particular ways of attacking at all, and it was actually a lot tamer than other species of the same type. It was pretty great in mediating different sorts of energy, all things considered. It might just help Wizard Malon to merge with his metallic puppet better if it allowed him to take control over it. Wizard Malon was fully aware of that fact. From his point of view, he was baffled about how Abel managed to become its owner. Only the elves would ever earn the Tree of Life. As the elves were the sole defenders of the only Tree of Life in the world, it just didn't make sense that Abel would have a second one with him. That's when Wizard Malon noticed the mana environment here. He thought about everything that he saw here. Eventually, he concluded that this was another world. This was another dimension they entered. He wasn't going to say his guess, though. He would die soon, so either way, there was no real point in figuring this all out. For Abel, he couldn't care how much Wizard Malon knew. He was too busy getting into mediation. The amount of energy flooding in his body was just too much for him to think about how to handle them. He waited as the rank 17 wizard rune was engraved into his own body, elevating his power of the will capacity to a whole new level. Eventually, he became a rank 17 wizard before regaining his consciousness. He got more and more focused on becoming one with this new flowing energy streaming inside of him. Even now, he's yet to have seen what the oak tree had grown into. While Abel couldn't pay any attention to it, the oak tree seemed to know what its master wanted. It continued to suck the mana from inside of Wizard Malon's body. The oak tree filtered the mana into a purer form. Usually, it would take about several decades to fill in the wizard crystal body of a rank 17 wizard. But the fact that Wizard Malon was here just made it all a lot faster. After half an hour, Abel could feel himself entering into a state of promotion once more. A promotion Kai rose out of him as he was ready to move on. Wizard Malon, he found it hard to accept that this was the way that he was going to die. There was little to no energy left inside of him, and right in front of his eyes, Abel just promoted himself by 2 ranks within a short span of several minutes. Abel was doing it with the energy that he had gone through so much trouble to gather over the last few centuries. He gave away a lifetime's worth of achievement over to his biggest enemy, who still had so many years ahead of him. Abel might not know what this all meant, but Wizard Malon did. This was what he and every other wizard wanted. Abel just became a life overlapper, which was the pinnacle of what one living creature could theoretically attain. As the name suggested, a life overlapper had 2 lives overlapped with one another. Life would be in a newborn state, but at the same time, it would gain all the experiences and skills that the previous life owned. Again, Wizard Malon was very, very distraught to see Abel becoming one. It should have been him in any case. Abel was just 19 years old. He would have been considered a prodigy even if he was still a beginner intermediate wizard. That's just too much to take in for Wizard Malon. This was what he was going to see when he went through all the years, the pain, betrayal, and so much sacrifice to get to where he was at. Without caring for what Wizard Malon was thinking, Abel began to draw his rank 18 wizard rune right onto his own wizard crystal body. It was quite easy for him, mainly due to the concentrated crystal body had become in a very short span of time. It got him over a lot of the steps the other wizards would have been stuck at. He should have been grateful to Wizard Malon, actually. He was only there to enjoy the fruit of other people's work. While Abel was thinking about what to do with the mana growing inside him, he realized that the mana source was suddenly gone once it grew halfway. He woke up very quickly from his meditation state. As he opened his eyes, he realized that none of the things he experienced were in a dream. He had actually just become a rank 18 advanced wizard. While it was still not enough to get him face against a rank 20 wizard, he would at least have the power to move without having his wizard crystal body being put under pressure. Like now, he was standing in front of a rank 20 wizard. He couldn't stand up for a fight, but he had the option to run at any point he wanted. Back to Wizard Malon. He was already dead. It's not like Abel wanted to bury his body right here, but there had to be a special way of handling the corpse of a law-defying wizard. Even having to come to mind what that might be, he decided first to put it inside his Valia's ring. He looked towards the oak tree to realize just how big it had become after doing everything here. He was lucky that there was some distance from here to the rogues' encampment. Otherwise, the whole camp would just be covered by a bunch of bushes. On the oak tree, there were figs that seemed to be breeding some living beings. It's probably going to take some time for them to fully hatch, and he wasn't sure how much time that it'd be. As far as he knew, it might just be another oak tree that was being bred. As though having spent a lot of its vital force, the oak tree just rested. There was still quite a lot of energy being stored inside, however. It's almost like it was about to erupt at any time. Abel decided not to interrupt its rest anymore. He picked up Wizard Malon's 4 portal bags, and very quickly, he teleported himself back to the inside of the rogues' encampment. Whilst inside the rogues' encampment, the first thing he did was to reach his power of the will inside his own portal bag. Wizard Malon was already dead, so he didn't see anything that was interfering with him from seeing the content inside. I thought this was my portal bag. The bag was about 10 cubic meters in total. Inside, several instantaneous movement scrolls and some other items were not so precious. He recognized them all. When he saw that there was one scroll gone, he pounded his chest with his fist. Wizard Malon, so he's been using my scroll. Having cursed at the dead man, Abel reached for the other portal bag. A wide grin appeared on his face this time. There was a large pile of the instantaneous movement scrolls inside. It should be about 110 or more. While he didn't know what rank the wizard originally owned, he knew that the instantaneous movement scroll was supposed to be a very rare item. That was the same even for law-defying wizards. They also had a great demand for these scrolls to keep up with their maneuverability during fights. Having made an inspection with his power of the W-ill, Abel realized that all these instantaneous scrolls were transformed from max-level spells. This meant that the ones that he had were of secondary quality. Wait, he paused when he saw the thing that he wanted the most. The light stones. Large ones, too. There were just about 20 in total, but each would have had to cost the life of one advanced holy crusader. Only a law-defying wizard would be capable of getting such a high kill count to keep these stones all to himself. Other than that, there were also some top-level gemstones that he just didn't care that much about. There were a total of 120. This was the first time he'd seen so many stones apart from his own collection. As disinterested as he was in those, he thought that he could at least trade items with them. Come to think of it, everything Wizard Malon had was top level. Having gone through all of them, what he found last was a black card made of very special material. He couldn't tell what materials they were made of and the properties they possessed. He just knew that they had to be very valuable, and that turned to be correct as he checked what was inside. This portal bag was full of precious items. The inside was about 20 cubic meters in total, and tons of different things were inside. It made him quite hopeful of what he might find in the next bag. He went on to open the next bag and surprise, surprise, it had the 5 portal bags that originally belonged to him. He was quite surprised with what he was seeing, but there was still the last bag. So he went to open the last bag. Again, this was a bag with a total volume of 20 cubic meters. There were much more items inside, but the quality of these items was not worth the comparison. From what it looked like, this seemed to be the bag that Wizard Malon used the most. It contained his wizard crest, which was already dead and had lost all the functions that it was supposed to contain. There should be points stored inside, but disappointingly enough, there was pretty much no way to recover them. Other than that, there were some daily commodities and a large number of intermediate gemstones. There were about several tens of thousands of intermediate gemstones in total. Other than that, there were various potions that wizards would often find themselves using. There were no healing-type potions to be found. Most of them were just for training purposes. Abel returned to the dark world to where the stone house was. Unlike last time, he could scan with his power of the will. He did it towards a stone wall that was about a meter thick. Interestingly enough, both the rooftop and the bottom of this building were also about 1 meter thick. He also noticed that this building was located underground. Everything beyond the stone wall was mud. He looked upward, and his scanning told him that he was at least about 500 meters underground. That was actually quite shocking for him because if his rank was any lower than where he was currently at, it would be impossible for him to get out of here with his instantaneous movement. There had to be some space for him to teleport himself to somewhere safe, and it wasn't the end of the world, but he had to be smarter than how he usually was. There was one part he got wrong, though. This stone house was not meant to be a prison, but infrastructure designed for concealment during training. All this design was created so that any wizard training inside would have almost no chance of being interrupted in the middle of their training. The lack of circle presence here was an indication of that. Such a facility made it impossible even for law-defying wizards and other wizards with special abilities to find out what's happening over here. Abel's power of the will couldn't get him to realize where the end of the stone house was, but it wasn't like he was too panicked because of it. Instead, he reached out the invisibility cape from his Valia's ring, the one with the power of the will bonus in the headband on the head part. His power of will became a lot stronger after wearing it. 600, 700, 800. Having reached a total of 850 meters, he found a room that he could safely move away to. So that should be where Wizard Malon spent most of his days at. There was a gigantic defensive circle on top of it. It was covering the entire underground. Anyways, he moved there with a quick, instantaneous movement, which immediately moved him out of this underground stone house. When he appeared, the first thing he saw was a room with all sorts of items laid around. It was the first time, honestly, that he had saw a wizard's room this messy. He's lucky that there wasn't any rotten food. But it was still so messy that it was barely tolerable. Come to think of it, Wizard Malon probably had no use for food anyways. Since he did not need to eat or excrete, he's basically set up his room so that it didn't even matter if any regular human beings could survive inside. Despite how messy this room was, Abel could still find items that he wanted quite easily with his power of the will. Wizard Malon could do the same. It was the reason that he never bothered sorting these out. Out of the piles of junks of whatnot, The first thing he got that was of interest was a total of 340 intermediate light stones. It was what he needed for his daily training. These intermediate light stones were what he needed for his training, first and foremost. Spending just one night on the central continent would cost him about 10, and he needed to get as much of it as he could to sustain a living. He used the telekinesis to put back the intermediate light stones under streaks of white light. No, he wasn't going to use his hands to flip through them. He searched, and once he detected a vitality force that was coming over him, he discovered a bottle with his power of the will. A jade-green bottle was what appeared in his hands. There were tiny runes drawn all over it. The opening, apparently, was sealed with a lid that had all sorts of runes drawn over it. As he pulled the lid open, he stretched his power of the will inside and discovered that the bottle was actually a portal item. There wasn't a lot of space inside. It was just about a liter in amount, with about a quarter of it being a green liquid with a very strong vitality force. It's the first time he's ever seen something like this. Upon smelling it, he could feel himself a lot more relaxed than he was. He had no ways of classifying this liquid. Whatever it was, but he knew that it must be something of value. Having placed the lid back carefully, he put it back inside his Valia's ring. There weren't a lot of useful things here for Abel. Most of the items were ingredients that wizard Malon seemed to be doing some sort of research on. Given how much the wizard cared for his own longevity, it probably had something to do with maintaining his metallic body. Whatever the case was, he decided to put every precious ingredient into his pocket. Even if he wasn't going to use them for himself, there was always the opportunity he could leave them for his own family to use. Soon, nothing he felt like he was interested in was left inside the room. Everything he considered valuable was already put inside Valia's ring. There was plenty of space for him to store the items inside. As he searched again with his power of the will, he realized that the door leading to the exit had a special mechanism to it. That mechanism, however, seemed like it's been a while since it was used. That seemed quite to be the case, especially given that the whole place was owned by a law-defying wizard who had no real use for things such as doors or locks. That was pretty much the point of how everything was built around here. Everywhere one could get, they'd almost had to do it with just the instantaneous movement. Once again, Abel moved to another room with his instantaneous movement. The reason he chose this room was quite simple. There was a spirit here. A mechanical voice appeared as soon as he stepped in. Warning, there is a trespasser. The guardian puppets will be deployed. Followed by the voice of the spirit. Two puppets that stood in the middle of the room started moving together with strange tools in their hands. They both started rushing towards Abel. Abel screamed to the battle command spirit, "Battle command spirit, change this spirit's ownership to mine." After saying that, a strange ripple came across the Elder Sign card Abel was wearing on his belt. The target of this ripple was, precisely, the spirit that had hollow light flashing all over it. It was about half a meter tall. Its body stood still like a pillar with light glowing throughout its body. So this room was an operating room for this spirit that controlled the entire underground structure. If Abel came to a different room, the spirit would have had other ways of dealing with him itself, but instead, it could only rely on the puppets to attack him. The battle command spirit responded to Abel, "Sir Elder, the ownership access for this research spirit has already been fixed." The two puppets that were rushing towards Abel suddenly halted and froze in a very strange position. That's when Abel could see the tools that they were holding. They were basic tools, wrenches, actually. Abel inquired through his power of the will. "So you're saying this was a research spirit?" The battle command spirit responded, "Sir Elder, this spirit is used for wizardology research. There is a huge quantity of data stored inside. You can look up the data at any point." Since Wizard Malon was dead, this research spirit had no owner. This was why it didn't call the siren the whole time Abel was inside the first room. The alarm was only on when he came to where the operation room was. Now that he was here, he connected his power of the will into it to do more research. He was gladdened by the fact that the wizard's level was not so low. Actually, in terms of capacity, it was much bigger than most spirits of the same size. If Wizard Malon was still alive, he would have definitely babbled on and on about how important this research spirit was. This must be the sole device that contained the heritage of his lifetime work, the Blizzard clan's foundational techniques, and everything passed down across their group. Abel asked as he picked up the jade green bottle, "So what's this?" There were two purposes behind asking this. First, he wanted to test out what the research spirit could do. Second, he wanted to know what the bottle contained. The research spirit quickly responded via the room's searching circle. This, master, was a portal bottle that was produced by the elves. Only liquids can be stored inside. Its function is so that whatever's stored does not have its properties changed. Abel slapped his head as he realized the mistake that he made. If he didn't open the lid so quickly, the research spirit would have told him about the origin of this bottle. He opened the lid once more. So what's this liquid that's inside? The research spirit replied, the bottle contains the elven life elixir, master. It's a type of fountain water that can fix one's body. From the roots, only the elves produce these. Abel became extraordinarily satisfied with what he was looking at. The battle command spirit was quite powerful on its own, but its knowledge was limited to something that was only related to combat. It could do complex things, such as commanding a group of puppets to execute a specific set of battle strategies. Still, it did not possess the capability of answering the questions that he was currently facing. This research spirit, however, was different, given that its original owner was a law-defying wizard. The amount of knowledge stored inside must be very, very surprising. Abel seemed to have a different view. As of now, he just wanted to know more about the central continent. Before anything of that, though, he had to first move the research spirit so that he could bring it with him. He needed to first bring its body with him to store it inside somewhere safe. His magic tower, for example. That's when he started looking around him. Having concluded, he discerned that he must bring even the room itself with him, because holding the research spirit was why it was there in the first place. All the devices here, like the searching circles and the sound transferring circle, must remain. Otherwise, the research spirit would just have no ways of communicating with people whatsoever. Of course, some other spell circles could be used. It was not like Abel was a spell master, so it wasn't like he could really decipher the messages that were inside. Anyways, all the important things were already inside the operation room, so there was no need to worry if anything went missing. Still, there would be some trouble if he wanted to keep the rooms separated from the nearby areas. Abel spoke towards his portal beast ring. No need to come out, Johnson and Jason. Stay inside the portal beast ring while you use your abilities. I want this room to be separated from the nearby dimensions. Hollow hole was what appeared in the middle of the room. Followed by that, two streaks of presence passed out. Under Abel's power of the will, the room he was located and the nearby stones and mud was steadily being separated from the rooms. Despite all the rumbling taking place, the room inside remained completely still and was not affected by the muds and stones. After everything was segregated, the room became an independent structure. Abel cast an instantaneous movement to move himself to another room. As he left, he wrapped the entire room with his power of the will and stored it inside Valia's ring. It was done to do more research on it anytime he's free to do so. Abel looked towards the room where he was situated. This was a library room that had all sorts of books inside. He's already got plenty in his one hands, but there was always a lack of the more important information. The ones these law-defying wizards had in their collections seemed to be a much better replacement, actually, than the ones that he stored. Having flipped through these books, he realized that there was a lot that he didn't know about at all. The ice element spells research papers, especially. He had never seen the theories mentioned. He was from the Lightning clan, and he's never even explored the true capabilities of research spirits upon this point. Still, just by glimpsing upon these books, he felt like all the dangers he went through were truly worth it. Knowledge was priceless. Knowledge was much more precious than a mountain of whatever resources he could get his hands upon. Like a sweeping tornado, he got every book he was interested in inside Valia's ring. After that, he began to walk towards another room. He felt a great chill after he moved to another spot with his instantaneous movement. The chill didn't give him any discomfort, strangely enough. It felt quite comfortable. It's like his body wanted to be under these conditions. His eyes focused on the giant ice bed that was in the middle of the room. He wasn't sure if it was called ice, though, because he couldn't see any of it melting. It must be a lot more complicated than that.